I remember this year, early this year, because I was still in the board and we were in Olkaria, actually Naivasha, with the delegates from Olkaria and Nakuru. A young lady came to me after the meeting and said, "Thank you very much for a talk you gave to us in 2021." Because at that time, I had 250,000 in my shares. But she told me today, I've got 1 million and still counting, moving up. And I listened to that and my heart actually just warms up because that's a good story for people who believe and who have faith in Stima Sacco and who want to put more money. And Sacco is savings and credit. And I say that some people for Sacco is just getting loans, some to even squander, some to do this and that. And anytime I have an opportunity to talk to somebody, I'll tell them that if you do not have a plan for that money to put it somewhere where it can make a return, don't borrow. You're better off saving. And then one day when you need to invest somewhere or when you have an emergency, you borrow at that time. And the CEO knows the conversations I've had with him. We used to have empowering members for life. And I tell him that even look at statistics. Dividend discounting is not empowering members for life. Once, yes, because somebody needed it as an emergency. But if every year in, year out, you are there doing dividend discounting at the rate at which it is given, that's not empowering members for life. I see people are looking at their watches, so I will, but as you get older, it's more of stories than anything very whatever. But so I'm happy to be with you, but I took notice of the fact that there are people that have joined this circle in the last short while, and they have put money there so that it can work for them. Can we be, but I also noted something. There's a gentleman there. He has got hair that looks like mine. Please stand, I didn't get your name. The one who joined after retiring. Yes, you said, did I get you right? You retired? Retired and joined, did you hear that? Please sit. In the old days, people are leaving the circle when they retired. But now you hear somebody has retired and they're doing what? Joining the circle. So can you also be an ambassador and tell people, even when you are retired, you can do what? You can join the circle. For me, it's very clear. Those who retire must not leave the circle. They must stay here because we believe in it. We are investors. We can get a good return. And we can continue coming here. But please don't let yourself to be edged out of this club of top savers. So if you are just at the boundary, please do something, increase your, I saw there's a form there, because some people are coming and they will come with a lot of force. So next year when we have top savers, let it not be that some of you will have been edged out. Let the management and the board be looking at whether to increase the slot from 100 to 150, but do not be overtaken. So that's what I will say for now. We have faith in the board. We have faith in the management of the circle. Please continue to manage our investment carefully. We don't want to be paupers. We don't want Rosemary, who is having money working for her, to one day then be saying, now I have nothing. So please continue managing this well. We are very happy with the circle and we'll be ambassadors and continue to encourage people to serve well, to join the circle and to keep saving more and more so that those who want to borrow will have money to borrow. And for those who have saved, they can harvest and just sleep at peace, not fearing that they will not get their return the following day. Thank you very much. We'll continue to interact. Asante sana for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman. There are so many ways of looking at this thing. And like Engineer Mugo has mentioned, this is not our idea. At least we borrowed it somewhere. And we continue benchmarking and getting ideas from our peers in the sector. And so next year, you never know, it will be interesting. But just to mention that last year we said, when we had it last, we said millionaires, anybody who is a millionaire and above. Today, it has moved to 1.5 and 3.5. I can assure you, because there are people who are here 2 years back, they are not here today. And so I'll not be surprised if I see other faces next year. But the challenge is up to you. There are so many ways of looking at it, like I've said. Just for recognition purposes, how many families are here? If you are here with your husband and your children, please just stand. Please just stand. That is FCPA, Dr. Anno Ward, Dr. Ward, and Andrew Ward. That's one family. That is Jen and Makoha. That is Waweru. And that is my brother and madam. And then that's my brother, police officer. He's not in Kenya Police. He's with us. And it means that we are doing well. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. How many of you, in terms of all the provinces, are from Western Province? By show of hands. That's Western Province. Yes. How many of you are from Nyanza Province? Central? Eastern? Coast? Northeastern? Thank you. How many of you are retired? By show of hands. Retired. Thank you. How many of you are in active employment, salaried? Thank you. How many of you are businessmen? Thank you. It speaks a lot, and next time when we meet, we'll have to compare notes and just show you. Sometimes even these investments can be associated with very many things. Let me ask the board members to come in front. Board members, members of the supervisory committee, please come in front. This is the team that is now steering the ship. Board members, please, present. Let's have a microphone. Please just say your name, the committee that you sit in, and what you do in the interest of time.
Good morning, top servers. My name is Stephen Vikiru. I chair the supervisory committee of Stima Sacco. I'm a delegate at Stima Plaza. I head finance at Kenya Power. What has impressed me is the way the retired people are looking much younger than most of us. I think when your money works for you, you don't get tired. So we aspire our money will work for us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Engineer Geoffrey Muli, a director at Stima Sacco. I'm a delegate from Stima Plaza. I serve in the HR committee. I chair the HR committee. I'm in BST and POC committees. Thank you.
Good morning, millionaires. Good morning again. I think we are millionaires, isn't it? I wish I had the power to convert the currency from Kenya shilling to US dollar. How would you feel? We'll be having about 130 million. My name is Engineer Solomon Kariuki. I'm the secretary to the supervisory committee. Supervisory committee is the one which gives oversight to the management, and we are quite independent and we look at that. I joined the Stima Sacco in 1987. That's I think about almost 7 years, and from there I retired 2 years ago. I was working with the Kenyan. For the 2 years when you're outside, I've been doing some business. That's when you realize getting a shilling extra when you have retired, you start business is not very easy. So when you see people saving and you see major savers here, you really, really appreciate. And I thought I'll just make a recognition of somebody who is in the team, who is actually 28 years old and has saved, is in one of the super savers. And I thought Anne is in the group. Can Anne stand up? Anne is 28 years. That's okay. Can we clap for Anne from where I sit? Because I think we all have our kids. And with at 28, I imagine at 62, and I joined I reached the threshold maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. If what I know now, and I was to take it back 28 years ago, if you know what you know now, even if people have retired, if you knew what you know now, 40 years ago, or 20 years ago, or when you're at 40, what you do differently? You do a lot. Is it true? So I'm imagining Anne knows what we know at 60. So why would she be at the age of 60? Be quite far. So we really congratulate those are people to watch, and also for Dr. Wall, Andrew, the young people, anybody below 40, if is in this group, actually we salute them because we have our kids and you can see what's happening. So we really appreciate that. So I didn't want to say much, but just to say that I think when you retire, I don't know that people expect you to, I don't know, die because what I've noted, we tell people that you are flying out of the country, you're told, hey, I thought you retired. So I just asked myself, Yani, when you retire, you're supposed to be, I don't know, but we want to prove them differently that life starts after you retire. Asante sana and God bless you.
Good morning, savers. Super savers, good morning. You are good? Joseph Masibo is my name, and I'm retired also from Kenya Power, but I serve you as a watchdog for the supervisory committee. All your money, I can say, is safe, and we ensure it is safe. It's not by chance that the money is safe. There's a lot of work that the supervisory committee does to ensure that things are moving smoothly. And we assure you that things are okay for now. Thank you.
Good morning, top savers. Good morning again. My name is CPA Director Luanga Viketi, and have been a member of Stima Sacco for the last 27 years. And kindly allow me to recognize the people who have made me to be a top saver. I remove my hat as a director and look as an investor. Eman Zotado, please stand. I happened to work under Eman Zotado from 2010 to 2016, and then he was the treasurer of Stima Sacco. And then is when we opened the common bond and the share drive started. And you know Emans with his volume, Sauti iko juu. So I used to listen to the conversations. And when the share drive was opened, I think my first share capital signed by the then CEO was Wambua. I got share capitals of 500,000. That was in 2011. And from then on, the rest is history. Sit down. That is one of the mentors. That time, I think our immediate chief manager was Engineer Rosemary Gitonga. Please stand. And I'm not just saying it for the interest of just saying it. You can see the people who I have journeyed with. And I also want to recognize my immediate boss, Damaris Momanyi. Please stand. That is my immediate boss. We sign a contract with, and we have known each other for the last 27 years. I've worked for Kenya Power, and we talk a lot about Stima Sacco each and every day. So as an investor, these are people who have also been encouraging me to save in Stima Sacco. I want to recognize somebody else, Dr. Commissioner Trustee Anne Owuor. That was then our manager, financial accounting at Stima Sacco, Kenya Power and Lighting. Thank you, sit down. You can see the people who mentored me for the last 27 years, and I do not take it for granted. Another person who has been close to me, Dr. Waweru. Dr. Waweru, we were in college over 22 years ago, and he encouraged me to be a doctor, but I said, then I was a single man, so I told him, we endelea na masomo, I need to get a wife. So hapo, hapo ndo tuliwachania. He is now a doctor, I've remained a CPA. So I had to look for a wife so that I get children who can inherit whatever we are saving here and encourage them to save. Finally, I want to recognize other managers here and chief managers that I worked with in Kenya Power. Engineer Stanley Mutwiri, Engineer Noah Omondi, Engineer Mukoya, I can see you there, and many others. Dr. Monandi, I almost forgot. Dr. Monandi is the one who interviewed me in 1998 when I joined Kenya Power. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I serve in 3 committees. I am in Sharia Advisory Committee as the chairman. I am also in Audit and Risk Committee. So don't worry, I look at those reports critically. Your money is okay when there are issues with audit. I am there. And finally, I also serve in HR Committee. Having said that, thank you very much. Let us continue saving. And finally, the youngest man in the house, I almost forgot, Ngugi, James. We are one of the people who made Ngugi to join Stima Sacco. Then he was a young man at Kengen internship. We used to walk with him from Stima Plaza to town and in the morning because we could not afford how much? 10 shillings for transport. But you can see where he is. As the others have mentored me, I have been mentored by the others, but you can see I'm also mentoring others. So God bless you. Let us encourage our 3 children to save in Stima Sacco. Thank you very much.
Hey, Viketi. My name is Dr. FCPA John Mudanyi. My staff number at Kengen expired last year. It's not useful to me anymore. It used to do a lot of things. So I retired. Currently, I represent retirees in the board. I replaced Albert. So all those who are retirees, I am your eye in the board. Masibo is your eye in supervisory committee and Engineer SK Karaoke. Currently, I serve in 3 committees. Huyo CPA Luanga ananisaidia kwa committee yangu ya audit and risk, mimi ndio chairman, ninachunguza ndani kabisa. So kwa hivyo unajua mimi ni FCPA. Sasa ukiwa FCPA, commissioner anajua we are the most senior accountants in the country. By the way, I serve ISPAC as convener of membership and representation of FCPAs. So ninaangalia hiyo kabisa, iko sawa. Mwambie jirani yako chama iko sawa. Lakini I want to really encourage you, all of you. How many of you have dialed in your phone *100 hash? Dialed. We have been sending, how many? Lift up your hand. Okay, if you have not dialed, please remove your phone now. Tuko naye kwa committee, ni chairman yangu kwa strategy. Dial *100 hash. Dial now. Because that is a high risk. When you do that dial *100 hash, it means your mobile number cannot be changed without you going to Safaricom physically. And we have seen, I'm talking from risk, we have seen a lot of attempts through SIM swap. And it's a major risk. It exposes all your bank accounts if you don't do that. So make sure you do that, tell your wife to do it and your children so that your SIM number is protected. So that's important. I have a small thing to say. When I joined the Stima Sacco, Albert really encouraged me, and I want to also recognize Engineer Albert. Albert was my boss. I joined, he called me, John, come in at 9 o'clock with SK. But I want to say something. I retired from Wanandege, and I was given 4 million. hiyo pesa ilikataliwa. I brought it to RBS ya Kengen, nikawapatia milioni 4.3. After a while the trustee akaniambia hii pesa yako chukua. Our conditions don't allow people to bring money that way to the retirement. Nini nimetoka nayo pale nimekuwa. So because I was on contract, I've never worked on permanent and pensionable. For all the years I worked, 35 years. So I always worked on contract. So I would get lump sum and what would I do with it? Anyway, my lump sum from Wanandege, I brought it to Stima Sacco. This time, I get paid through Stima Sacco. Every month, kama minda karibu nikule mshahara wangu on 12th, natoka pap from Stima Sacco. So save with Stima Sacco, save and you'll be blessed. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheikh, I would want you to greet the investors. In Stima Sacco, we have what we call Sharia banking or Islamic banking, and the regulator requires us to have a consultant. And so Sheikh sits in the committee of Sharia as a consultant, where Luanga is the chairman. Sheikh, please, just in the interest of time, your name.
Good morning, top servers. Good morning again, and assalamu alaikum. My name is Juma Mvudi, and as mentioned, I sit in the Sharia Advisory Committee and guide the team that is operating the Sharia-compliant products. We have named it Yasar, and it means prosperity, so that the Muslim fraternity amongst our members and the non-members can come in and enjoy the fruits that you have enjoyed all the time. And I like what Engineer Florence has said, that you let your money work for you now and forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm running with time because I'm told tea is ready. I may forget to introduce myself. For purposes of those who have not interacted with me, my name is Osman Khatolwa. I joined the Sacco in 1998, and I joined the board of Stima Sacco. I joined the board of Stima Sacco in 2015, and I have been the Honsec for the last 6 years. And I work with all these politicians, the members. And why I asked delegates to stand is just that when we get to the other forum, you can assist me, tell the other delegates that pesa haipendi kelele. Mnaona wenye pesa ndio wametulia tu, hata watoki nje kupiga simu, aulize maswali mingi, hawana kierere mingi, wamenyamaza tu. Pesa haipendi nini? Hao ndio wenye pesa. So nikifika kule nikipitisha hiyo ujumbe, tafadhali delegates who are in the house, assist me pass that message. I want also to confirm that I'm also a top saver. Engineer rafiki yangu, lakini saa zingine ananipeleka speed kidogo. Before an AGM, and I have worked with him for a long period of time, tunakaa na so anaitisha form ananiuliza that how much are you going to get as dividends? Alafu anachukua form anasema fanya hivi because I can see hauna project, capitalize hii pesa. So I've just been capitalizing because I'm the only director who is not a manager or who has been a manager, but at least I can confirm to you that I'm a top saver. So it is because of the compounding rule, and he has taught me very well. When I joined Emans, was also the treasurer, and I participated in that process of share mobilization. So I can confirm to you that I've not taken my dividends for as long as I've been a delegate and a director, and that is what drives me. Thank you so much. I bring apologies from the vice chair, Engineer Njenga. He indicated that he would come, but in the event that he's not able to find us, then please receive his apologies. I know that the National Treasurer, Mary Malu, is around. I saw her yesterday, but she must be in a meeting. She should be able to join us at one point. The National Chairman is Engineer Siror, and he sent Engineer Rosemary Odur to pass his message to the top investors. So I'll ask Engineer Rosemary to come and introduce herself and bring us the message of the chairman. After that, then we'll break for tea. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honsek. Did we appreciate him with a clap? Let's appreciate him again. Yes, I wish to just reiterate what he has said. Our national chairman was expecting to be here. Indeed, as of last evening, he was going to be here. However, due to something that he was not able to put aside, he's not able to join us this morning, but he sends his very, very warm regards. Do you receive his regards? Yes, a clap or a wave was good enough. I am indeed grateful. When he asked me to step in for him, I asked him his shoe size, and it is number 7. And fortunately, mine is also number 7. So I'm well able to fit in his shoes. I'm indeed very delighted. Allow me to just say 1 or 2 words of my own before I share with you his speech. My name is Rosemary Oduor. I serve in the board as the chair of the Procurement Oversight Committee. I also sit in the HR committee of the board and in the FIC committee of the board. I have been in Stima Sacco for now 33 years. For us, having worked in Kenya Power, and I still work at Kenya Power, it was almost automatic that when you joined Kenya Power, you joined Stima Sacco. But as speakers have spoken before, we joined it in a very loose and weak way. We were saving, I think, 500 shillings every month. And definitely, if we continued in that streak, we would never have been where we are today. I heard Emmons introduce himself that he's now just swimming, and there's a joke that is going on in Nyanza right now that money is swimming with omenas because the head of the National Treasury comes from Homa Bay. So I suspect Emmons is swimming trying to get the money. The money is in Stima Sacco, Emmons, where you left it. I'm indeed grateful also to echo the sentiments of the fellow board members to see that we have a very good mix. I was glad to see a mix of people from across the country. And actually, courtesy to some of the activities and some of the initiatives that the forerunners of this circle undertook, we have that kind of a mix. We don't take for granted your efforts, Emmons. We don't take your efforts for granted, Commissioner Anno Ward, that you encouraged people from Nyanza to start saving. You know, in Nyanza, we believe in unakula jasho yako, unapigia mwili pole. Sometimes we pigia the mwili pole until pole inapiga mwili. So the efforts that you have made in your own personal capacities and in your capacities as leaders in the circle and in the financial movement are bearing fruit. Today we can see across the country that there are people who are saving in Stima Sacco. I was disappointed not to see a hand from Northeastern, or did I miss it? Is there someone with us who is from Northeastern? So that is, our CEO always says that is positive feedback. We take that as positive feedback. And the delegates have been challenging him that you said that last year, you can't say that this year again. So we'll take that as positive feedback, and next year we want to put effort to ensure that our brothers and sisters from the Northeastern region are also part of this top saving fraternity. I was very happy and delighted to hear from our brother Ademba, a machine operator who also does border repairs, and he's sitting with millionaires this morning. Let's appreciate Ademba. I can mention the young lady who is in her early years and is already a top saver. I saw someone around here called Quinta. Quinta, is it Quinta? Yes, Quinta. Let's appreciate Quinta as well. Bernard, the carpenter who is sitting with top savers in Stima Sacco today. What a great opportunity we have in Stima Sacco. In addition, we have people who have been here for 40 plus years. We celebrate you. I was thinking as Rosemary was standing up, I was thinking when I grow up, I want to be Rosemary Gitonga. I think it's a great thing. It's a great example for those that are coming up behind you, that you're able to sit now and let your money work for you. Indeed, we look forward to that. This morning, I was pleasantly surprised to meet a former classmate of mine in the university, Engineer Zachary Macharia. And I was reminding him that at that time, I was young and beautiful and sharp. And he missed an opportunity. Zachary, stand. Let them see the person who missed the opportunity. Engineer Zachary is now a business person and a consultant in the engineering field, and I was pleasantly surprised to find him at Stima Sacco because he has not worked in the energy sector per se. Now, I am glad that you guys sitting here have not missed opportunities like Zachary did then. So may we go forward, continue meeting these opportunities and continue serving this great circle as we invest here and as it is managed well. I will be missing a point if I don't appreciate the management team that spoke to us this morning introducing themselves. As a board, we put a lot of pressure. And those who know me know that I am capable of exerting pressure. There's one time they used to call me Bensuda because I was exerting pressure. So we do exert a lot of pressure on the management team, not bad pressure, positive pressure, so that they can take good care of your resources as you sit back at home and let your money work for you. I want to ask them to stand again, and I want us to give them a round of applause for the great work they are doing in this circle. Let us appreciate Hassan and his team for the great work. We celebrate you. We love you. We thank you that you're taking on the pressure and giving us the output. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Allow me, Sevas, to now read my speech. Not my speech, sorry. To read to you the speech from the National Chairman, Engineer Dr. Joseph Siror, to the Top Savers Forum in Mombasa in 2024. Board members, supervisory committee members, and esteemed top savers, good morning. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to Stima Sacco's second Top Savers Forum here in Mombasa. This event brings together our global 50 net savers, as well as 50 members who have demonstrated remarkable growth over the past year in terms of increasing their shares and their alpha deposits. I think the HONSEC did elaborate on that earlier. Your commitment to saving and investing with Stima Sacco is what drives our continued success. As we celebrate you today, I must recognize that you are not only savers, but also partners in our journey of empowering financial success. Your loyalty and belief in the values of our circle have been instrumental in driving us forward over the last 50 years. It is through your diligent and consistent saving habits that Stima Sacco has been able to achieve significant milestones, fostering growth not only within our institution, but also in the lives of thousands of members across the globe. For those of you who don't know, Stima Sacco is now the second largest Sacco in Kenya, and not just in Kenya, the second largest Sacco in Africa. I think Stima Sacco deserves a clap. Over the past year, we have seen tremendous progress. Many of you have demonstrated financial discipline, increasing your savings and setting a remarkable example of the impact of long-term planning and financial stewardship. These achievements have contributed to the overall financial health of our circle. In the same regard, I encourage you to continue your journey of saving with the same enthusiasm and commitment that have brought you here. You had a few people say they were challenged last year, they were not here, they purposed to be here this year, and now they are here today. Please, everybody seated in this room today, purpose to be here next time we have such a forum, and our intent is to have it more frequently so that you are not thrown out. We are no longer at the 1 million shilling threshold because a number of people have reached that threshold. And so we are moving up and up. Please also move with us and ensure that you continue being here. Grateful to those who have come with their spouses, aspiring or already top savers themselves. We encourage you to continue in that streak. It is about creating, remember the habit of saving is not just about accumulating wealth, it is about creating opportunities for yourself and for your loved ones. It is about building a safety net that will support you through life's uncertainties and enable you to achieve your long-term goals. We have had a number of people here who are now settling in their long-term goals, and therefore let us continue with this spirit. Our journey does not end here. The true strength of Stima Sacco lies in its community, and each of you is a vital part of the community. We have had testimonials of people who are mentors, some without even knowing. You are our mentors. Mutwiri, you are my mentor, even if I have not told you now today, you are my mentor. Just by the way you carry yourself around, the way you have managed your resources, and the way you look today encourages me to want to also follow in your footsteps. I urge you to take the lessons you will learn and the success you've achieved and share them with those around you. Encourage your friends, family, colleagues to join us on this path of financial prudence and empowerment. Share your experiences, your strategies, and the benefits you have reaped from being a member of Stima Sacco. Take time to also network with one another. Let them see how saving and investing with us can positively impact their lives and the lives of those around them. Remember, every new member we welcome is not just an addition to our numbers, but a new opportunity to strengthen our circle and extend our reach as we celebrate 50 years of existence. Each new saver represents a potential for growth, for shared success, and for the collective benefit of the entire community. As we look ahead, Stima Sacco remains committed to continuously improving our products and services to meet our evolving needs. We are dedicated to creating innovative solutions that will empower you to achieve even greater financial success. We will also enhance our digital platforms to provide more accessible and efficient services. In conclusion, I thank you all for your unwavering support and belief in Stima Sacco. Together, we will continue to build a stronger, more prosperous future for all our members. God bless you all. God bless Stima Sacco. Engineer Dr. Joseph Siror, the National Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will not add any more. I welcome Honsek to continue, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The assumption is that Jane prayed for breakfast, lunch, and 4 o'clock tea. I realize that we have taken some time, and when we come back, we will want to go straight to the presentations. What is important is the message that you take from this training. And so I want to humbly request that we break for tea and come back after 15 minutes. Thank you so much and enjoy your tea. Tea is at the expo center, right outside. You will be directed by our staffs. Thank you so much. And please get the opportunity to appreciate your fellow top servers and what they do. You never know. Thank you so much.
Two. Check two. Check two. Two. Check two. Two. Check 1 2.
rates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu bwana CEO, we can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead. The Stima Sacco turns 50 years today. We were born in 1974. We stand here strong and proud because of our predecessors. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, be they the board members, the supervisory committee members, the delegates who are here, our esteemed members, the management and staff. There was somebody who was here before us, and we're standing literally on their shoulders. Decisions that they undertook have enabled this institution to be here today as the second largest Sacco in Africa by asset size. I think we deserve a clap for that.
Once we ensure then when we place the money, it's where it earns a maximum return for the members. So again, we not place funds where they're not bringing a reasonable or competitive return for our members. And 2023 was a very unique year. It's one of the years Kenya as a country experienced one of the highest inflation levels, going to levels of 9% and above, way above the CBK upper limit of 7.5. So it was a very difficult environment in terms of inflation. We saw the depreciation of the Kenya shilling, rising all the way to like 160s in terms of the dollar, and other currencies also running there behind. But despite this, all this, the Sacco sector grew. Actually, between 2021 and 2022, we witnessed growth of the Sacco subsector. Stima Sacco, the year 2023, earned a total of 8.9 billion in terms of revenue, majorly contributed by interest income. Being a Sacco, most of the incomes comes from lending money to members. And out of lending alone, the interest income was 7.4, and then other income, majorly investment income. When we invest surplus funds, we got about 1.2 billion, and other revenues 8.9.
Overall, our financial performance for the fiscal year 2023 has been very strong, and not only ensures our sustainability, but also enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors, and I got my dividends, and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
It's hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level. So as we lend them money, we also make money out of it. But at the same time, we are also working with other partners, the banks. We are looking at the government treasury bonds and the bills that currently, you're aware, are earning quite a lot of return. So if there is any resources that are available, we look out there, where can we make more money? And we put our money there so that finally our investors get more value for their money.
My surety to any member of Stima, as always, your money has been safe. Importantly, your money is going to get a good return. And thirdly, and not even least, is the fact that when you need your money is accessible. anytime you want it, you're able to get it. So come join Stima Sacco, put in more money. Let's grow this institution from a 59.1 billion. And I think we were challenged during the AGM by the CS in charge of trade, who happened to be our former chair. And I mean, the challenge is a simple one. Can we be that Sacco that hits 100 billion shillings, the first Sacco in Africa to hit 100 billion? So wow, it's a worthy challenge for us. And we do believe with the loyalty and the kind of membership that we do have and the kind of prudent decision making that we're making in terms of protecting member funds, potentially, yes, we could be and we shall be the Sacco that hits 100 B first.
I joined Stima Sacco in December 2020, and right the first day, we did the documentation, filled in all that I needed to fill in. Didn't give it much thought because it was part and parcel of what the employee should do. But my background in training is finance. So when I went in and looked through now keenly and in the system at the finances of the organization, and I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management working on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other circles. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
Mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center. Tunapatiana emergency loans. Na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch. Tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes once everybody has his forms in order. It takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings. saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems, but we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. Is now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco, as whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the Sacco. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the Sacco. The Sacco is growing stronger. And as the Sacco is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor break today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it is in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu bwana CEO, we can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today. And it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead. The Stima Sacco turns 50 years today. We were born in 1974. We stand here strong and proud because of our predecessors. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, be they the board members, the supervisory committee members, the delegates who are here, our esteemed members, the management and staff. There was somebody who was here before us, and we're standing literally.
for our members.
And 2023 was a very unique year. It's one of the years Kenya as a country experienced one of the highest inflation levels, going to levels of 9% and above, way above the CBK upper limit of 7.5. So it was a very difficult environment in terms of inflation. We saw the depreciation of the Kenya shilling rising all the way to like 160s in terms of the dollar, and other currencies also running there behind. But despite this, all this, the Sacco sector grew. Actually, between 2021 and 2022, we witnessed growth of the Sacco subsector. Stima Sacco, the year 2023, earned a total of 8.9 billion in terms of revenue, majorly contributed by interest income. Being a Sacco, most of the incomes comes from lending money to members. And out of lending alone, the interest income was 7.4, and then other income, majorly investment income. When we invest surplus funds, we got about 1.2 billion, and other revenues 8.9.
Overall, our financial performance for the fiscal year 2023 has been very strong, and not only ensures our sustainability, but also enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors, and I got my dividends, and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
Working hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level. So as we lend them money, we also make money out of it. But at the same time, we are also working with other partners, the banks. We are looking at the government treasury bonds and the bills that currently, you're aware, are earning quite a lot of return. So if there is any resources that are available, we look out there, where can we make more money, and we put our money there so that finally our investors get more value for their money.
My surety to any member of Stima, as always, your money has been safe. Importantly, your money is going to get a good return. And thirdly, and not even least, is the fact that when you need your money is accessible. Anytime you want it, you're able to get it. So come join Stima Sacco, put in more money. Let's grow this institution from a 59.1 billion. And I think we were challenged during the AGM by the CS in charge of trade, who happened to be our former chair. And I mean, the challenge is a simple one. Can we be that Sacco that hits 100 billion shillings, the first Sacco in Africa to hit 100 billion. So wow, it's a worthy challenge for us, and we do believe with the loyalty and the kind of membership that you do have and the kind of prudent decision making that you're making in terms of protecting member funds, potentially yes, we could be and we shall be the Sacco that hits 100 B first.
I joined Stima Sacco in December 2020, and right the first day we did the documentation, filled in all that I needed to fill in. Didn't give it much thought because it was part and parcel of what the employee should do. But my background in training is finance. So when I went in and looked through now keenly and in the system at the finances of the organization, and I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management were keen on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other SACCOs. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
Mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center. Tunapatiana emergency loans. Na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch. Tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes, once everybody has his forms in order, it takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems. But we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. It's now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco has Whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the circle. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the circle. The circle is growing stronger. And as the circle is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it's in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at
NT Thank you so much. We move straight into the presentations. And CEO will be our first speaker. CEO, please. Dr. Hassan.
Good afternoon, good morning, sorry everyone. So I have a presentation. I'll take a few minutes on it. I think in the interest of time, because I know there's also a guest speaker we do have. I was meant to take an hour. I'll try and shorten the time so that I can give the next presenters also ample time to also be heard. So before in front of you there, today I'm just to discuss with you the strategic direction of Stima Sacco. This has come from a lot of feedback from the past events that we've had. And in those past events, I think what has come out clearly is that at your level of investment in the society, then you need to have a deeper knowledge into how the society is being run. And that's basically what is going to be presented to you. So allow me to put a timer so that I'm able to time myself and see how I can save time. Just give me a second or so. All right, thank you. I would have wished to be up there, but oh, it's actually working. So I can come here finally. Okay, good. So like I've mentioned, I'm here to discuss the strategic direction of Stima. And the first thing I wanted us to talk about is just the global outlook of how financial cooperatives look in the world. So before you there is statistics we get from WOCU. WOCU is also known as the World Council Credit Union, World Council of Credit Unions. And the report that they generated, the last one is for last year. You can clearly see there that the number of financial cooperatives in the world are 82,758. That's the way bottom part there. The total number of members in the world who are in financial cooperatives, and financial cooperatives are SACCOs. I'm specifically talking about SACCOs. We have more than 403 million people in the world who are in SACCOs. What they have saved in terms of savings and shares, this is in USD billions, not Kenya shillings, is more than 2.9 trillion. That's in USD dollars. The 2,995 billion is 2.9 trillion US dollars in savings and shares. The loan book is about 2.4 trillion. Penetration is 13.9. But since we're in Africa, we can look at the first line up there. And you can see Africa represents 41% of the total cooperatives in the world. So out of 82,000 cooperatives, 34,000 are in Africa. Our membership, 43 million people, which is about 11%. You can compare maybe the first column, the 34,000, we are second highest to Asia. Asia has more cooperatives than Africa. But in membership, there are other places like Asia again, Latin America, North America. There are very many people on the cooperatives. But now, the numbers is where the difference is at. Because if you're to look at the numbers, although we represent 41% of SACCOs in the world, you can clearly see our savings and shares compared is only 0.8% of the total savings and shares. Now, in context, you can look at it this way, that we should compare, say, with Asia, who are closer to us, but Asia's savings and shares is almost 25 times more than us. Similarly, Asia, if you're to compare, again, the loan book is almost what? Maybe 10, 15 times more than we in Africa. But the key thing I wanted to point out is look at North America down there. It's the last line. North America has only 5,200 cooperatives. The number of members they have is 147. The savings is 2.1 trillion USD dollars. Mine has gone off here. You can do something about that. And then the loan book is about 1.8 trillion. The point I'm trying to raise here is that every time we go outside for benchmarking, what you're always told is that SACCOs in Africa and in Kenya, we are too many. So we are being advised to amalgamate, come together, so that you take over the smaller SACCOs, because it does not make sense to have that large number of 34,000, yet look at North America with only 5,200, but they are generating more in terms of savings and the loan book as well. So Kenya, we can now compare when you come back home. So when you come back home, you'd see that in Kenya, there are 8,744 SACCOs or financial cooperatives. We represent 24 or a quarter of the financial cooperatives in Africa. We also have 10.7 million members, which is also a quarter of the number of members in Africa. Then we go to our savings and our loan book. That is very good for us, because although we are only a quarter of the number of members in Africa, we represent 75% of the total savings and shares in the whole of Africa, Kenya. We also represent 67% of the total loan book that is to be found in the continent of Africa. I think as a country, we do deserve a clap for that. Also, the penetration rate is higher at 33.6%. If you are to compare all the other penetration rates, we are higher than the world average penetration rates. We are higher than the Caribbeans. So I think as Kenya, we are actually doing well. This is the reason why Kenya is considered the leading country in Africa, is because of the numbers that we actually have there. So I wanted to bring it back home a bit. Here in Kenya, we have what is called DTS and non-withdrawable DTS, NWDTS. A DTS is a deposit-taking SACCO, is regulated by SASRA, but as late as 2 years ago, any SACCO that is, okay, let me change this. DTS ni ile iko na fosa. NWDTS hakuna fosa. So they only do the back office loans only. And then as of last year, what SASRA said was that any SACCO that was 100 million shillings and above and was a non-DTS was supposed to be regulated. So this is our segment, which is where we can compare. As of last year, we had 361 SACCOs in total, which were being regulated by SASRA. However, as of last year, 2 of the DTSs, they were 185, they're now 183, were deregistered. They were deregistered simply because they did not meet the financial or capital requirements or the regulatory requirements that were required by the regulator. So in terms of asset base, the DTSs have 8, now this is Kenya shillings. We are no longer talking about USD. So in Kenya shillings, 890 billion, total number of members, 5.8 million members. In terms of deposits, 620 B, and our loan portfolio is 680 billion. So you can actually see that the DTSs obviously ndo kusema na kutenda in terms of this category. So if you're a DTS, obviously you have a higher portfolio. So where does Stima rank? Again, these are numbers coming from the Sacco Supervision Annual Reports of the year 2022. So where Stima Sacco ranks, we were the first Sacco to be regulated by SASRA. Our asset base in the year 2022 was 53.8. So Stima Sacco has a market share of 7.1%. I think, again, we deserve a clap for that. 7.1%, sio kitu kidogo. Now, look at our membership. The total number of members at that time in 2022 was 177,000, which is only 3.2%. So you as members, you're punching way above your weight. Because you can imagine at 3.2% of the total number of members, you're actually generating, you have a 7.1 share of the assets. If you're to look at the deposits, 39.4 billion at that time, that's about 7.5%. Gross loans, 7.7%. I'm just trying to say that our member in Stima Sacco, as compared generally to a member in any other Sacco, seems to be a member who puts in more money, who takes in more loans, and also puts in more shares and more savings. And that's why we are now the second largest Sacco in Kenya, and in that extension, the second largest Sacco in Africa. It's also important to compare ourselves with the banking sector. I keep on saying this for one simple reason. As Stima, we are so big, right? So you're a big Sacco. So if you are to be put in the same room with other Saccos, utawaambia si tuko Premier League au wako, what do you call that other league? National, eh? National League. So if you do that, then you stop thinking about progress. So the best thing to do is to ask what is now on top of the Premier League. I think it's called Champions League, huh? Something like that. So if you go to this league, this is the league of banks. And specifically what I've put here are the tier 2 banks. Tier 2, not tier 1. There are about 10 other tier 1 banks, but they are tier 2 banks. And Stima Sacco is bank actually number 18. Makofi, thank you. If we are a bank. We have already surpassed housing finance that we actually did at the end of last year. Their number there is inclusive of their group accounts. Once you remove the group accounts, then we are actually larger than them. But I wanted to mention a few things. Our total asset base at 61.8 billion puts us at number 8 as a tier 2 bank out of the 10 tier 2 banks. Our thank you. There's somebody clapping. Can you clap? I think there's a morale of clapping. Okay, thank you. So our core capital is at 11.2 billion shillings. Now, as a tier 2 bank, we'll be number 6 in core capital. So, and 17 overall if you are to include all the tier 1 banks. Again, we deserve a clap for that. The last point here I wanted to raise is about our liquidity ratio. As a tier 2 bank, Stima Sacco liquidity ratio is the third best. Third best. And overall, even if you're to include all the tier 1 banks, will be number 6, just in liquidity. Don't we deserve a clap for that? So why am I raising this? Stima Sacco has no intention of ever becoming a bank, ever, because we go back to why we came together, the umbilical cord of what makes us who we are. So we go back to 1974, almost 50 years ago, and say the reason why Stima Sacco came into being was simply because of ensuring that those who are considered unbanked are currently banked. And that's our 50-year journey. So 1974, we got registered. 1986, got independence from Kenya Power. In 2002, we had our own Stima Sacco Plaza. And around that time, we started this business called the Fossa business. In 2010, we opened our common bond. And like I've mentioned, we are the first Sacco to be regulated by the regulator. In my office, I hold certificate number 1 very proudly. I always show that to anyone who comes in. In 2014, we entered to diaspora banking. I'll speak a bit about that. In 2019, we started the Empower Insurance Agency, one of our very successful subsidiaries that we do have that goes into insurance. And in 2021, we went into alternative banking. So we started mortgage, KMRC, long-term mortgages. We are only amongst the 11 Saccos in Kenya that are able to give a 25-year loan facility, mortgage facility, at a rate of only 9%. And there are very few people in the industry able to do that. Also in the year 2021 is when we began Sharia banking. Again, that's one of our fastest line growth products, but I'll talk about it. And here we are today, celebrating our 50th year anniversary. I'd love to extend an invitation to everyone who's in the room today, that on 12th of October, which is next year, we'll come back to you. I hope Jack is listening. 12th of October, right? Is next month, sorry. We'll be celebrating officially our 50th year anniversary, and all of you are actually invited towards that celebration, courtesy of the board of directors. Sima kofi kwa. We'll give you the details of that celebration. So let's talk a bit about what has happened in Stima just this year. As of 30th of June, our half-year results. In our half-year, our membership has actually increased by 11,000 members in the last 1 year. So we are now 229,000 members. Our revenue has increased to 4.94 billion. Same time last year, this was at 4.01 B. Our deposits from last year, we closed at 43 billion. We are now at 45 B. Our asset base at 59 billion is where we closed. Now we are at 61 billion. Our loans and advances from 45 billion to 47 billion shillings. Financial investment, that is also critical for us, is where we are putting a lot of the money. The liquidity I talked about being the top 6 in terms of the whole financial sector in Kenya, in terms of liquidity. A lot of this liquidity we've put into financial investment. As of last year, we had 3.85 billion. We have now put about 4.64 billion. And we keep on putting it as more and more of these offers do come on board. Our retained earning last year was not a good year this time. We were at minus 249. Our retained earning as of June is already at 0.99. That's actually 940 million so far. That's as of June. Our share capital has also increased from 3.5 B to 4 billion. And again, we keep on, please, those who are here, I know you've put quite a lot in share capital, but we keep on encouraging you just to put a little bit more and a little bit more as well. Our core capital, this is what I was trying to showcase to you with the banking sector. Last year was at 10.6 billion, now we're at 11 B. So let me spend 2 seconds on that. For you to be a bank in Kenya, you need to have a core capital of 1 billion Kenya shillings. 1 B. 1 B. So Stima is 11 times that. Don't you deserve a clap for it, isn't it? 11 times. Our earning before income, our earning before interest is now at almost 2.95 billion. And institutional capital, I think I've talked about that, is related to our core capital. In the morning, I paraded to you here all our managers. It will be good for you to also understand where the business is coming from. So in terms of branches, the branch that gives us a lot of revenue, the biggest chunk is Parklands branch. That's about 29.9, say 30%. So this year already they have generated 1.479 billion of income, followed by Olkaria, Nakuru, Kisumu, Kimathi, Kawi, Mombasa, where we are right now, Eldoret, Embu, and our new 3 babies. We have 3 babies in the house. Okay, I wouldn't call them babies anymore. I think they're already 1 year old. They celebrated 1 year. So E-House is giving us 3%, Meru 1.6%, and Kisii 1.6%. Now, also in terms of the income, the way it is, the way your income is generated, 77% of our income comes from loans. 77%. At one time, that used to be at almost 95%. But over the years, what we're trying to do is to win ourselves off from having to give loans. Engineer Mugo, the former chair, has always asked of us, are we really empowering our members for life? Or are we just overlending to them? So in our quest to generate income, are we also being fair in terms of where this money is being utilized or being used? So our goal, therefore, is to keep on reducing that the reliance on interest income, and we get other income. And you can clearly see that investment income has really grown to almost 18.4%. At one time, that investment income, actually 5 years ago, it was zero. It was almost 0.1 percentile. So we have made some progress in that. Transactional income is very key. We keep on asking you and urging you to keep on using our services because we get some small money. Anytime you transact, kuna kapesa kadogo kanaingia. So we encourage you to fully utilize Stima Sacco's account as your bank account. For the last 9 years, I have never used my bank account. 9 years, I've never used it. At all. Kabisa, iko tu mahali huko. I know I have a bank account somewhere. They keep sending me reminders, but I don't use it because simply our desire is to ensure that everything that you need, Stima Sacco should be able to provide to you. Without having to convert to a bank, we should be able to give you all the banking services. And that's where we are getting our transactional income. The 2.4% down there is more of insurance income, but I'll also talk about that a bit later. So I've already spoken about the statutory ratios. We are required by our regulator, just like CBK regulates the banking sector, SASRA regulates us. So there are very stringent requirements that we need to meet to comply. One of those requirements is on core capital. We are required to have 8% minimum. Stima Sacco as of June is at 18.2%. We are a bit closer to our target of 18.8% by the end of the year. The second ratio is called institutional capital over total assets. We are supposed to have a minimum of 8. Stima Sacco has 11.5%. Again, we do have even a higher target of about 12.3 by the end of the year. And the last ratio down there is the core capital to total deposits. A minimum requirement is 10%. and we are at 23.4%, and hopefully we should be able to reach 26%. So in terms of long term, our income projection, we are projecting already to close minimum, this is minimum, at 9.885 billion by the end of the year. 9.885 B. See, tujipige makofi for that. On the asset base, we are doing okay, but there's still room for improvement. We'll close at about 62.9 billion, about a 3 billion shortfall, and I'll tell you how you can assist us to meet that target. Because the asset base is a derivative of two things, the loan book and the deposits. And since I'm speaking to millionaires here, I'm sure even today, tukiamua, we come with a resolution, by the end of that day, that target can be met. By the end of today, Senor. It's a possibility. Yeah, because all I'll be asking you is just to put in a bit more in terms of deposits. For those who are taking a bit of loans, go ahead and also take more of our facilities. This is very tiny, but this is our KPIs for this year. Just to tell you what we think we need to do so that we can be able to drive our business. I apologize for that, but I can explain. The first thing that we have done this year is about stakeholder relationships and stakeholder management. So what we did, we reached out to all stakeholders, most of the stakeholders, from our delegates, from our members, and we asked them various questions regarding ourselves. How are we treating you? What can we do better as an institution? And what they came about, we came with a stakeholder index that suggests that we are at 76% of stakeholder engagement. So we are hoping by the end of the year to have actually improved that to 81%. Also at the beginning of the year, we tried to do a member satisfaction index. This one, our member satisfaction index was low, and it was coming from the backdrop of what happened last year around the core banking system and everything else. At 67%, we're also looking at increasing that to about 72%. Our annual assets targets, I've already talked about that. We are about 98%. Profits, we are at 119% of our target. Our ratios, we are at 97% of our targets. And we have others down there around the channels, around closure of audit issues, and the rest and the rest. Employee satisfaction index, it was at 75%. We're hoping to close at 80%. That's just in a nutshell what we expect to actually do as Stima for the year. This, I have spoken about it so many times, I'll not belabor on it, is the house that we have built together. That's the portrait of Stima, our vision, our mission, our core values, our strategic enablers. But Stima Sacco has come of size and of age. It's almost like when, and I've heard somebody say they're looking for a wife at that time. I'm sure, Director, you are living in a smaller house, wasn't it? Alafu ukapata bibi, watoto, you decided to move to a bigger house. That's what Stima Sacco is doing. So it means that our strategic plan for the year 2019 to 2024 is coming to an end. So come the year 2025 to the year 2029, we need to move to a bigger house to accommodate that you now have a spouse, you have children who are coming on board, probably you have a car you need to park somewhere, and the like and the like. So we'll be looking at a couple of things. The first one is about diversification. So branch expansion becomes very critical for us. We still believe, although it's a digital age, we still believe that we need to have new branches. And you're looking at doing, on average, about 3 new branches every year for the next 5 years. I'll be talking a bit about the diaspora market. I think it's an important place to be at. Our products and services, as we've listed there, probably if I just move forward, I'll be able to explain what it is that I'm trying to say. But before that, so that you appreciate where you are and where your institution is and where your money is being kept, let's do a quick analysis of our balance sheet. In our balance sheet, 77% of our balance sheet is loans and advances. And that's why also almost 77% of our income is coming from loans and advances. Our liabilities, 59% of our liabilities are the alpha deposits, 59% of that. We are hoping that you'll keep on putting more money so that you can also be able to grow that. In terms of the branch revenue, the one that I had explained much earlier on, Without repeating myself, Nairobi branch, in total, we have 4 of them. So we have a branch in Parklands, a branch in CBD, another in E-House, and another one in Kawi Center. Those 4 branches generate 49% of the total revenue that we get, 49%. Then, of course, the rest of the branches do the 51%. Also, we do have what we call direct branch revenue and what we call revenue that is emanating from the head office. So for this one, the direct branch revenue is about 59%. The head office income is about 41%. So that's also very critical as a number to actually have, when the numbers are actually there. In terms of the loan growth, this year is the second best year in the last 7 years. Second best year. The best year we ever had in loans in the last 7 years was in the year 2020, just before COVID kicked in terms of absolute growth. That was the best year that we had. So the second best year, as you can see, is actually this year. In terms of alpha deposits, this is just the increment. It shows the movement in terms of how much we're increasing in alpha deposits. We have seen a sharp growth in March 2022, obviously because a lot of you capitalized. So again, we are seeking for you to keep on capitalizing a lot of that money. On average, however, we are doing about 276 million monthly. Every month, there's 276 million shillings that is coming in as alpha deposits. In terms of fixed deposits, how many of us have an FD with Stima? Show of hands. Fixed deposit? All right, I think there's room for improvement around that. And I think there's a question that was being asked of me, where do you put your money? So in Stima, you put your money in alpha. Of course, you know alpha, you know shares, you know prime. But then you need to go into savings. You go into a fixed deposit. Because in the fixed deposit, we give you better rates than what you're going to find in the banking sector. And over and above that, at least for now, we still charge you withholding tax of only 5%, when the banking sector actually charges you 15%. So our FDR, we saw a tremendous growth. Then there's a time there's a dip, and now we are seeing it growing again. Just the other week or the other month, about 2 weeks ago, we've reviewed the rates of the FDR. So as you're coming to do new placements, you should be able to get a higher rate, right? Tim, is that true? Okay, good. It's just that I'm seeing a reaction that some of our investors are not aware of that. Our share capital keeps on growing on a year-to-year basis. Again, that very high point up there is simply because of during dividend capitalization. Again, a lot of you did put more money in the share capital. So as I look at my few last remaining slides, I wanted to talk about a few things. Number one, the largest top saver in this room has 57 million shillings. So, wait. Yes, I'm right. You know, I had to read that 2 times. 57 million. Amekaa tu mahali hapa. Anasema pesa itaki nini? Engineer Rao told me that during break time, tumeenda kupiga, management sikiza hii maneno, tumeenda kupiga kengele huko, ding, 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 ding. Pesa itaki nini? So, millionaires waitu hivyo na ding, 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 ding. Tutatafuta njia ingine ya kuwaita. But imagine there's somebody seated here with you, next to you. Hebu angalia the person on your left, tuone kama ni yeye. Umepata yeye? Ni yeye? Umemwona? Haya. So, the top share capital, the person who has the largest share capital, has 36.5 million. Probably is the guy on the right. Now look at the guy on the right. Angalia kama ndio huyo. Umepata yeye? Na pesa itaki kelele. I'm sure pali wako hawatasema ni yao. Now, let me shock you. Top fixed deposit holder has 483 million shillings. I feel like I have to repeat that. Nirudie. Mtu moja, fixed deposit ni 480 ngapi? 83 million. There's a lot of opportunity on the FDs, quite a lot. Wow, okay. Angalia nyuma, labda ni jamaa amekaa nyuma. Ako hapa. Ako tu mahali hapo. Lakini hawataongea. So I wanted to speak very quickly about some of the things that we're doing to generate income. One of the key ones is what we call, this is the top 10 loans that generate revenue for us. The fastest growing loan product is the Yasar loans. And I think, Sheikh Juma, simama tena wakuone. Sheikh Juma, there's a chairman pale viketi. Simama uonekane. And myself, the three of us sit in that Sharia advisory committee. So makofi kwao, I think they try to guide us quite a lot around it. So the Yasar facility, it's not a loan. I know Sheikh, I apologize. We don't call, they're called facilities in Sharia banking. So my apologies for that. But that is growing at 199%. KPLC, thank you so much for those who are in KPLC here. We have a makeover loan that's growing at 151%. We have a loan called Funika. Funika ni ya kufunika aibu. Mnajua hiyo loan? How many of us in this room have ever taken a Funika loan? Funika. Umeona hizo mkono ni kama 2, 3. Hii group ya Funika. But Funika is one of our fastest growing loan products. It's an OD facility. Ni ile wakati unapika, uko jikoni, chakula imekwama hapo kwa si yenyu millionaires. Lakini ni watu wengine kama unapika, gas imeisha, ukienda kwa Prime hakuna chochote. What do? Unafunika na hiyo. Ama token imeisha, watu wanafanya homework, unakangalia Prime unaona hakuna kitu, unafanya nini? Unafunika. Funika only works if your Prime account is empty, and obviously none of your Prime accounts are empty. Sindio? It only works with an empty. Kama Prime iko 0, ndo utafunika. Kama Prime iko na pesa, funika ifanyi. So ni ya kufunika tu aibu kidogo. But it's our third best performing loan. There's a makeover loan. You've seen a few people outside there who are selling items with us. Asset finance, very critical. Consumer, Makazi Poa, Mwangaza. And the last loan there I thought is good, I highlight, is the KMRC, or the mortgage loan that we're able to give for up to 25%. So you'll forgive me, I skipped breakfast. I slept at 3 a.m. in the morning, so doing this presentation. So naomba tu. Asante. Thank you. So diaspora market. I need to speak also a bit about this in the diaspora, which is one of our key growing segments. And thank you. A lot of you have given us a lot of your relatives who are in the diaspora. We keep on asking you, please ask them to keep on joining the society. In the diaspora market, USA is our leading diaspora with about 2,000 individuals, followed by the Middle East, which is about 1,116. I have a feeling that you are showcasing an older presentation, because this is not the presentation I have. The people who are doing this. In the USA, we have 2,915. In the Middle East, we have 1,194. And in Europe, we have 626. Do you have the current presentation? That is not it. And I have a feeling as I move forward, then I'll be able to, I will lose quite a bit. So please check the one I sent via email and not that one. As they're doing that, we also have mortgage schemes. So the mortgage schemes that we have with us in total, we have about 2.9 billion shillings in mortgage. These mortgage schemes are coming from Kengen, Ketraco, Nupea, Rerek, who have given us a total of 2.9 billion shillings of their own money, so that we can lend them their money and we get some return from it. So we get about 3% out of it. I feel like I need to repeat that. These institutions, I'm running away from the representatives of those institutions as I make this statement. They give us their money Are we together? So that we can lend it to them and we get a return of 3%. Imagine, isn't that a beautiful business? Imagine that. So in total, the institutions have given us 2.9 billion shillings to trade with. I think they deserve a clap for that. As we speak, I know the other institution to join that, hopefully, would be Kenya Power. We are also in the final stages to see whether they can give us their mortgage facilities. Any luck on that presentation? I will continue in the interest of time. The last bit I wanted to talk about is leadership as a competitive advantage. And I want to speak about an individual. And this individual is called Rene Carayol. I don't know if you're good, Jack. Do I continue? Yes, please. Thank you. So we have been challenged over time as Stima Sacco that the way we do our member education, probably we stick so much on products and services. But can we go a notch higher? So Kenya Power, KenGen, and Stima Sacco have partnered together to bring in a gentleman called Rene Carayol. Rene Carayol has been an advisor to Mikhail Gorbachev. Do you remember who that is? USSR, you remember him? An advisor to Tony Blair. He's been a coach to Bill Clinton. Remember Colin Powell? Colin Powell was the defense secretary at one time of the US. Richard Branson. Richard Branson is the current chairman and CEO of Virgin Airlines, yes. The Virgin Group of companies. He's an author of a book called Spike. And he has a way that he's able to give information in terms of humor. He's able to give real life. Actually, this gentleman was a board member, a CEO of Pepsi at one particular time. So we've partnered together to bring him to the country for one very key reason. Sorry, I'm changing the wrong one. Because when you look at those three institutions, Kenya Power are coming up just like Stima Sacco with their own strategic plan. KenGen are doing something called a sustainability strategy. And we think that it has reached a time whereby it is the leadership that will distinguish these institutions from any other in the industry. So you might have seen this in the newspaper. And the key things you're looking at is he will be coming to discuss about leadership skills, strategic thinking, change management, personal growth as a catalyst. This summit will be held in Movenpick. That's on 24th of September. Please put that note down, 24th of September. We are looking at having about 650 attendees. There's a cost to it. It is about 10,000 shillings only, just 10,000 bob. We ask that if you have 10,000 bob, you can be able to reach out to the organizers through the ticketing. Lorraine, where are you? Lorraine behind there is doing the ticketing. So if you're very much interested, and I really would urge all of you to actually attend this one. This is a game changer. You're talking to a leader who would be able to speak into quite a lot of things and to do with what you'd like to achieve actually in your life. So I thought that was important. I also bring it here. But lastly, and not least, is the issue to do with the strategic path for the next 4 years, 5 years. Would like to review our vision. This used to be our mission, empowering members for life. We've been carrying it as a mission. Now we want that to be the vision of the institution. Number 2, Engineer Albert Mugo. I hope this speaks a bit to you. Our mission, redefining sustainable social economic wellness. So it's not just about making money, but it's also about the social economic welfare of you as a member. Our core values, it's called STAR. Kukoroga hivi, STAR, S-T-I-R. And the one thing we want is simplicity as an institution, even in terms of how we serve you. So we remove the complexities in terms of how we serve you as a member. Trust. We always want the best of those around us, so you continue being a very trustworthy institution. Integrity becomes the cornerstone of everything that we do. And lastly, but not least, is a responsiveness whereby we'll be able to listen, we care, and we act with a sense of urgency. That is the new Stima Sacco that we want to build with you. We'll be looking at about 5 key pillars: leadership and corporate governance, people and culture, member and business development, operations, ICT and credit, financial investment. In the interest of time, I'll just share these slides, but in each and every one of them, there are key things that we think we need to do, including enhancing our leadership capability, having a governance audit being done. We need to review and rethink where our head office is. As an institution, we think the kind of bank number 8, tier 2 bank, and where we are being dwarfed by every other building that is there. Stima Sacco is actually disappearing and is no longer visible. So I will not go into these details, but there are very many of them, but it just tells you in terms of priority where we think we need to do, by how much, and the like. But probably, if I can just say what we are looking at, and maybe this is where the key focal point is. We think that Stima Sacco will grow from treasury. So we're looking at increasing about 30% of our income through treasury. Number 2, tax is a big issue. We have become very attracted to by KRA. So KRA loves Stima Sacco. We are now a large taxpayer. And we think, therefore, internally we need to have those capacities so that we can be able to tell KRA, kakando kidogo. Number 3, focus on diaspora. So we are looking at having a diaspora center in the future. Number 4, very important, which is important for you who are seated here, we are looking at having premier banking. Premier. Premier meaning that a millionaire has landed. Huyo millionaire anafaa kupanga line kweli? Yeah? I mean, that guy who has 490 million has just arrived. How do you treat him? How do I treat each and every person who's here in this room when you land into a branch? So we are hoping and looking forward at starting with Parklands branch, whereby we can have a place, ukifika let's kuka na kachai, unajua mahali ya kurelax. Yeah, isn't it? Umetoka mbali, umetupatia pesa mingi. So that element of premier banking for us is very critical in terms of moving forward. Security is very critical, and thank you so much, Bwana Dr. Mudani. The *100 hash, please pass that message to every person you meet on the road as you go home, and pass that message to your families as well. If you do not do that, this is what will happen to you. You will be seated here, somebody will call your phone and call and call and call and call, and because nyinyi hampendi makelele, mtafanya nini? You either switch off or you put it on aeroplane mode. And that is the end of your line. They SIM swap your line. Wanaingia huko kwa maduka za Safaricom na za Airtel, and they take over your line. The moment they take over your line, they take over what? Your bank account, and also take over your Sacco account. So if you have not done what Dr. Mudani asked you to do, please do it now. *100, *100 hash. It will mean that that line will never be swapped without your presence in a Safaricom customer care shop. Are we together? Tuko pamoja? So apart from that, we are continuing improving on our security operations center. I think I've talked about financial literacy with the coming of Renee. I've talked about additional branches, SME mortgage. We're also converting our insurance into a brokerage firm. My very last slide. I have a couple of requests for you. And I'm sorry I had to rush in the interest of time. Number 1, I need you to assist the society to lobby for what is called the Sacco Societies Bill. The Sacco Societies Bill is a bill that the cabinet sometime last year, early last year, approved, and it has gone, it went to Senate, now it went to Parliament, then it was thrown back to Senate, then it was given back to the governors to review. That bill has 3 key things. Number 1, accessing the national payment system. You've heard me say that over and over and again. And go back to the slide that I've shown you at the very beginning, whereby you're comparing yourself with the banking sector. We as Stima Sacco have grown with one hand tied behind our backs. Because everything we do, we need a bank. Those money that you're transferring as an RTGS, as an EFT, the checkbooks, there's a broker pale katikati. I don't have a better word. It's a broker. Ni kama ule jamaa kwa stage ya matatu, unajua? Wale vijana. Matatu ikipita hivi wanachota kidogo, ikirudi wanachota kidogo. That's exactly what is happening to the income of Stima. And we think that it has reached a time whereby we can do away with the brokers, aka other financial institutions, meaning the banking sector, and have us directly participate into the national payment system. That will mean a higher yield for you and a higher return for the society itself. So wherever you go, in whichever forum you are in, please assist us to ensure that both the Senate and the Parliament go ahead and pass that particular bill. Number two is the Central Finance Facility. It is also embedded into that Sacco Society's bill for an institution that has the 6th best liquidity in the country out of any other financial institution. CFF is critical to us. What is CFF? CFF is whereby institutions like other banks are able to lend to other banks. Other banks are able to lend to other non-liquid banks at very high margins. Very high. One night, overnight lending, also called overnight lending. So again, if that bill is passed, it means Stima Sacco as an entity, because of its very high liquidity, thanks to you, then would be able to generate more income than we've ever actually generated. Point number two is a deposit guarantee fund. The one thing we do not have, which the banking sector has, is a deposit guarantee fund. I think for the banks, it is currently, used to be at 100,000. I don't know how much it is right now. There's a discussion to bring it up to about 500K, whereby they guarantee your money. In case your money inapotea kwa bank, then at least unakulipa back 500,000. You've heard of that, right? In the Sacco sector, we do not have it. But Stima Sacco is an advocate of ensuring that a deposit guarantee fund is actually put in place. And again, that is also in that particular act bill. Number three, please be our ambassadors. We need you. We need you so much. We need you to talk about Stima Sacco. We need you to share those experiences you shared here in the morning. I know during our 50th year anniversary, Jack is somewhere around here. He might reach out to some of you for your testimonials. Please support us in that, because we need to spread this message of what Stima Sacco actually is. Lastly, but not least, I would love you. Where's Rosemary? Rosemary? I would love you to increase your savings. I don't know if you had already given something out. Was that shared? Just check in front of your desk. There are a couple of documents that are there. The first document looks like something like this. Do you have something small like this? Okay, that's the wrong one. I think they want you to buy an asset. They'll come sell that later. Naongea juu hii ongeza thao. You have seen it? So ongeza thao is whereby we are just telling you, just add your savings by only 1,000 bob. But since I'm talking to millionaires, should I be saying by about $1 million each? Ongeza mili. Yeah? So increase your savings, and right next to that document, there's that form itself. It's here. Have you seen this form? I hope you have it. It's called an Ongeza Thao promotion. Ongeza Mili promotion. We'll change it for this group. Naomba, just put something there before you leave. You're just unaongeza kidogo from what you are currently bringing as alpha deposits and share capital. Angalia tu, kuna kade ka pocket change, kuna ka 100,000 mahali imekaa, kuna ka 500K hivi, haujui utafanyia nini. This is the place to actually put it. So go to this form. You can be able to advise alpha deposits. You're hereby advised to increase my alpha deposits by X amount and share capital by X amount with effect from that day. So naomba tujazie, tafadhali. Hiyo tu ndo mimi naomba. You really promote us in that. So that's on savings and shares. For those who might still be in employment, you have a deduction change advice. It's the white form. Have you seen it? Deduction change advice. So this will enable us, in terms of the checkoff itself, for you to change the amount of money that you're actually putting to Stima. So there's a place for loans if you want to pay more on the loans, but I'm interested in part B, which is the savings part. So please, again, there, you can increase your alpha deposits by so much, your capital by so much, dividend capitalization by so much. So let's talk about dividend capitalization. There's another form here. It's a white one. I hope you also have it. Imeandikwa dividend capitalization. So again, my request to you, just think through it. You're about to receive a handsome dividend. And I had my brother here say alichota yote na katumia yote. So acha nimkatie lugha kwanza. So mimi naomba this time ile tulikutumia. Hii juzi. So mimi naomba this time tafadhali patia mwili pole kama 10%, 20%, lakini ingine capitalize. Si nikuachie hii form. Uko nayo tayari. So please, because you're about to start the process of thinking about dividends for next year, we request you to capitalize. I don't know if there's any I have left out. I think I have gone through that. Rosemary, is there anything I've left out? So which one don't you have? Okay, let's start. Uko na ongeza tao. Ongeza tao uko nayo. Mko na hii, si ndio? Okay, tuweke kando. Haya, kuna ya dividend capitalization. Hiyo iko, very good. Kuna ingine inaitwa deduction change advice. Hiyo hamuna. So please circulate the deduction change advice, but this one is applicable for those who are employed, yeah? Please circulate that, team. And then hizo ni form tatu. Ya mwisho na ya muhimu kabisa, I hope you have it here, is a booklet, a small form. It's called Member Contact Indemnity and Information Update. Hii ni muhimu sana. Do you have this? So please, team, behind there, Member Contact Indemnity and Information Update. This is very important because it ensures that we have, it's an indemnity against data protection and all of that. But also importantly for us, it provides all the information about you. So we update all the information that you have. I think the form that probably I'm missing and I'm thinking about, and team, if you have it, the last one is normally the one called next of kin. Next of kin. Beneficiaries. So please, team, circulate beneficiary form. I don't have any. So the beneficiary form is very important. The reason I'm saying, so the reason I'm saying that is because at many instances, God forbid, when the time reaches to go to the next level, when your next of kin come, we find that things have changed. Like Director Lwanga mentioned, at the time he was joining Stima Sacco, probably he was a single man. He was a single man, sorry. So ukienda kwa ile form ameandika yeye peke yake, ama umeandika wewe na mama, but you ended up getting kids, you have a wife, you have a spouse, haujaweka pale. So God forbid, when we meet our maker and your next of kin come, there's always a shocker for them because they're not there. Probably you put your sister, but now you're married, you have children. So please kindly update that. Or even worst case, you find that your next of kin are no longer here. They already passed away a long time ago. So kindly, that form, can it be circulated as well? I really urge you to actually do it. Lastly but not least, I've been reminded as well that there's Empower Insurance. So we do have an insurance company. I know, Rosemary, you'll handle that in your presentation? Okay, good. So that will be handled in that presentation. But we really request that you partake in these products, partake in those services, so that you can build this institution to a better institution than what you have right now. Those are my many remarks. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Naomba makofi kidogo tu. I urge that in the interest of time, because I know the next speaker has a plane to catch, kindly write down your questions. We'll pick them up together. We can create time, Honsek, maybe in the afternoon, just to make sure that we've responded to each and every one of them. Thank you very much. At the end of the day, we'll try and look and see how much is our target of increasing from this group today. Kama ngapi hivi? Kama tao, mtu amesema tao, lakini millionaire amesema tao. Give me an idea, right? I hear somebody say we should collect at least 1 million from the group here. Hiyo ni kidogo. 30 million. Nimesikia 30 million. 100 million. Wow. Okay. I am makofi kwetu sote. We really appreciate each and every one of you. Please just to jazie your pledge. We'll try and look at the pledges at the end of the afternoon session. It would be nice to see how much we've actually managed to collect from each and every one of you. Thank you once again, and over to the MC, Jack. Lorraine, who's our next speaker? All right, come introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Our first takeaway lesson from this session is that we appear to be not doing very well with time, but in future we may consider having you maybe for 2 days so that we can then, I think moving forward, so that we can interact with the financials and all the speakers when it's still fresh. But all in all, please note your questions and we should be able to respond. I'll bring forward the next speaker, and I don't want to belabor. Wafuba will come and introduce yourself and proceed. Thank you. Tafadhali muongeze kitu. Nimewambia mimi strategy yangu, I've been capitalizing since the time I became a delegate. And my target is that I capitalize until the time when I retire. Then I'll sit down and see what will be my dividends at that time. Na nijipange kuanzia hapo nione kama nitaenda ile ya Rosemary Kitonga ama itakuwa another strategy. Thank you. Over to you, my brother.
Thank you. I can use that. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so let me start off by first and foremost appreciating the leadership of Stima Sacco for the good work you're doing. And number two, to thank you for the opportunity you've given us again, just to share with us knowledge about financial literacy program. This is information that we never can say is enough. I do recall, thank you, CEO Hassan, for the good work, and Engineer Albert, also the chairman in absentia, and everyone, the staff at the Sacco, for even having me back. We had a virtual call, I think, in 2021, which was really a success. And I was also here, I think, in 2021 again, or 2022, in the same room where we had a lot of discussions. Looking into what the CEO has presented, a lot of exciting stuff ahead, and I'm really expectant to see the kind of transformative journey that the Sacco is actually taking on. And this is actually exemplary leadership, I must acknowledge. Today, I am just talking about financial planning in a VUCA world. And my name is Simon Wafubwa, and I work with Enwealth Financial Services. Enwealth, we've been in place for about 13 years, but about myself, I've been working in the financial services sector for the last 22 years. I am married to one female wife. It's important to clarify. And my firstborn is 19 years. She's studying in the US, biomedical engineering. And my lastborn is 9 years. The gap is to do with, there was a time there was global financial challenges. So I think it had consequences on demography. Okay, so I just have about 40 minutes to talk about money. Tell your neighbor money. Could you ask your neighbor, how do you call money in your language? Eh? I would wish to hear, how does it feel like? Okay. Then could you ask your neighbor again, would you rather have a partner who is beautiful, stroke handsome but broke, or less beautiful and handsome but rich? I want to hear answers, and if we have some mic, we can just pass it on around us. I need to hear some answers because I know it's towards the lunchtime, so I want the session to be very engaging. Kindly, any answer? No wrong or right answer. I mean, it's just your opinion and we respect it. Anyone? Let's hear. Could we? Yes, just raise your hand so that we can see you and then you'll have the mic. Yes?
The latter.
The latter?
Yeah.
Okay,
the last one.
you'd rather have one, even one who doesn't have teeth, but money. Okay.
We'll buy the teeth.
Okay,
We'll buy the teeth.
Oh, you'll use the money to buy
the
to fix the teeth.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. There was a brother there who missed the opportunity, and I was like, "Are you the one who missed the opportunity, or the beautiful girl?" Okay. Now, our vision as Enwealth is to secure a lifetime of financial well-being and dignity, and at the moment, we have been entrusted with about 95 billion Kenya shillings. The funds we do both in investments and in pensions. And we do that in 3 countries, Mauritius, Kenya, and Uganda. We have a team of more than 70, and our focus is in investment, corporate trustee services, insurance, and pension services. I won't do this for now. We also do investments in money market, and I don't think I want to cover that at the moment. We're in other countries where we serve customers in other markets. Now I want to talk about money. And before we get into that, I would like you to, because you've been sitting for a long time, could you pick a neighbor and just be upstanding? It's okay. It's going to be a self assignment. Pick a comfortable neighbor, I'm sure, okay? Now, I have just some very brief homework. What you do is that you pick this piece of paper, blank piece of paper, put it on your head. Cameraman, video man, put it on your head, look at your neighbor, draw the face of your neighbor from your head, okay? And don't show him or her until I tell you. Draw the face of your neighbor from the head, okay? If draw, so it has to be blank piece of paper on top of your head. It has to be blank with chukua kalamu, okay? Good. We are doing very well. Kama kona earring weka, kama kona pua mrefu weka. Okay, if they have okay, nice hairstyle weka. Good. We are almost getting done, so okay, 5 seconds. Look at your neighbor, don't look at me. He or she is the one you're drawing. Okay, good. Show your neighbor what you have drawn. Show Okay. Appreciate your neighbor. Clap for him or her as you sit down. Take a seat. Okay, take a seat. Take a seat. Please sit. I'm just looking at what our boss here has drawn. Do you agree this is how you look like? Imagine. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Let's appreciate. At least this is what the CEO has drawn. Now, the thing is that sometimes in our mind, it's so clear the financial picture we are drawing until the reality comes, and then you end up with the things you have drawn. Isn't it? Sinikweli. Because you are not in control of the external environment. So there are so many variables. You wake up one morning, you have actually Gen Z occupying and taking the maize from parliament, isn't it? And you don't know. And then another day you find the cost of credit has gone up. Another day you find there are no rains. Another day you find there's a lot of rain. And I think all these, they end up into affecting our financial well-being. I'll come back to that in a short while. So we are in a VUCA world. VUCA simply means there is a lot of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And all this is actually playing out in our geopolitics, the economic landscape and social demography, technology, and legal and environment. It therefore helps that in a VUCA world, you need to have clarity of the future you are going. Are we together? So you need to have vision. Tell your neighbor vision. So money responds to vision. Statistics indicate that the wealth of the entire world is in just about 10% of the population. And they say if you took that wealth, you distributed to the 90%, between 3 to 5 years, it will have migrated back to those who are clear about vision. And so, unlike many people who begin with, how do I become a billionaire? The best place to start is, why must I be a billionaire? Tell your neighbor, start with your money why. Talk to your neighbor, money why. Yes, there's a guy who has written a very nice book called Simon Sinek. Start with the why. Start with the why. Because when you are clear about your why, the how will be much easier than starting with the how rather than the why. So start with the why. Why must you have a lot of money? And that's the question of, what's your family money vision? What's your family money vision? Then the next thing is understanding how are you going to make that money sustainably? And then you need to have clarity of intent, the direction through which you are going to realize the value sustainably. And then in a changing world we are, you can't afford to be a fixed asset. Straight line depreciation will be a reality. You have to change with change. Are we together? So that's agility. Change with change. If you don't change with the change, you are likely to become the change. You will lose value, isn't it? So haujagorokewa kwa hiyo plot kama Y12. Don't refuse it. You are just fixed there. No. You have to adapt. Can you tell your neighbor, adapt? Because the environment is changing in a VUCA world we are. You can see our circle is adapting. You also, as a member, you have to adapt. And so, the pessimist complain about the wind in a changing world. The optimist expects it to change, but the leader adjusts the sail. So you have to adjust the sail in terms of your financial direction, in terms of your investments. And so when it comes to financial planning, we always have three types of people. And this has to do with attitude. Your attitude, financially speaking, determines your altitude. Your attitude, financially speaking, determines your altitude. And that's when, and I'm glad we are talking about pesa haipendi makelele. Pesa inapenda kwenda mahali kuna amani na utulivu. Isn't it? So you have to have a positive attitude. Have three types of people. Victims are those people wako tu. You ask them, kunaendeleaje? Tuko tu. And you know you can look like what you keep speaking, uko tu. Isn't it? People ask you, unaendeleaje? Tunang'ang'ana, uko tu vile ulituacha. Isn't it? So those are victims. Victims are those who things happen to. Number two, victors are those who make things happen. In a changing world, you better change with change so that you can preserve value and create more value for your investments. And so you have to be a victor. But also, we have spectators. Those are people who watch things happen. And unfortunately, they pay to watch. So they lose value. Okay? So what do you see? Can someone read? What do you see on the screen? Huh? Let me just hear. We can have. Okay, yes. Okay, I'm hearing opportunities are nowhere, and I'm also hearing opportunities are now here. So exactly what you see is what you become. In the same economy, what have you been seeing? Opportunities are nowhere, or opportunities are now here. What have you been seeing in the same economy? And let me ask you, maybe even when you came, when you left home, you saw some new buildings coming up, isn't it? You saw some new cars on the road, isn't it? And that's what I want to say, talk to us, ladies and gentlemen. The resources have never been scarce, only resourceful minds are. Tell your neighbor, pesa iko. Labda tu niwe hauna. But I think we uko nayo. For the fact that we are here, we are top savers, pesa iko. So you therefore need to have a resourceful mindset. And so the starting point in terms of looking into the future is evaluating where we are financially. And where do we want to be? And how do you get there? And most importantly, why do you want to get there? And what do you have at hand? And then what are the risks that you have? But from a behavior perspective, allow me to speak into this briefly. Sadly, most of us, we respond and relate with money based on how we were discipled when we were growing up. When you are growing up, you go to your mother and you ask for money. The answer was, hakuna pesa, isn't it? Yeah. So you kept on hearing, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa. It sank into your brain. You went even also to university. You studied BCom and you answered resources are scarce. You answered like that and you passed. Isn't it? And so, as a result, you realize from a behavior perspective, the way we relate with money is, for most of the African families, is from a scarcity mindset. And that scarcity mindset is expressed from a behavior perspective in many ways. I'll give you typical examples. When you grew up in poverty, deep poverty, I don't know about you, but me, where I was born, we were so poor that the poor knew we were poor. You know, when you do benchmarking of among fellow poor people, I'm serious. Have you stored fire in ash? You did that? Yes, we did that. And you keep it for a whole week. Yeah, there was a day we chewed sugarcane for breakfast, for dinner, for salad, for evening, for 3 days, and walking to school. You get? So I talk from a theory, not only theory perspective. I have read many books, but I also talk from an experience perspective. Okay? I realized that when you grow up in that environment, to separate with money is a painful process. Even if it is to save, you are saving for yourself. And you hear comments like nakatwa pesa yangu, but kukatwa is you're putting it in a circle, you're putting it in a pension. Kukatwa, you know kukata, it's a very painful experience, isn't it? As a result, you find those kind of people, they end up being what you call hoarders. Ask your neighbor, are you a hoarder? Now, hoarders, this guy will even die with 20 million in the account, but in their house, they are taking turungi. You know turungi? Tea without milk. You find him with one pair of shoes for the last 5 years. He's a hoarder. Now, principle number one around financial well-being and planning is, I know this may sound controversial, but please eat part of your money. Tell your neighbor, eat part of your money. It's part of, chop. Tell your neighbor again, chop your money. So you eat 10%. Not everything. You eat what? 10%. So if you have around 100,000, 10,000 you eat. If you have 1 million, come to nice places like this, take a photo, share with the CEO. You can also fly, isn't it? Yeah, eat 10%. Now, there is a huge principle in there. Daniel Coleman, in his book, Emotional Intelligence, he did research and noticed that there is a positive correlation between your inner drive to achieve greater goals in life when you practice self-reward. Are we together? When you practice self-reward. So don't hoard. Even biblically speaking, and not to offend any other faith, the Lord's Prayer is give us our daily, not monthly. And those who hoarded manna, it went bad. So you eat part of your income. Number two is that people who remain poor, they hate the rich. You will never attract what you hate. Number three, people who remain poor, they look for money. And you hear them, tumeamuka kutafuta. For 20 years, wamekuwa wakifanya nini? Wakitafuta. And then you ask them, where is it you have been looking? You don't see, isn't it? But people who create wealth, they look for opportunities to express their purpose because they know that money follows purpose. Number three, people who remain poor, they eat to finish. Even in a meeting, okay, not here, but do you know when you don't have cash, you eat a lot. You realize? You eat in advance. You even during weddings, you fill the plate, press down, shaken, and running over, isn't it? That's what happens. But when you have cash, usually you just eat a little and you're good. Sinikweli? So people who remain poor, they eat to finish. There's a beautiful book around money, and I recommend you get that book by George S. Carlson. He's written a book, The Richest Man in Babylon. In that book, he talks about people who create wealth. They have the discipline of taking 10% and putting it over time into saving and investment, 10% of their regular income. At this stage, and allow me to comment, for many of us who are our fathers, they have served our country for many years, and you're now retirees, it's a good place to be. It's no longer what you leave for your children, it's what you leave in them. And that's a place of values. It's no longer what you leave for your children, it's what you leave in them that will hold what you leave for them. As a matter of fact, I talk to many aging parents, and their biggest headache as we talk is their kids. While they go to church or places of worship, them they are praying, God, give me long life so that I can enjoy what you gave me. These other guys are praying, Mungu huyu anakuja lini? Isn't it? Yeah, they're just wondering who anakuja lini, because it's a barrier to, you get, and you find most of them there is misalignment in terms of value system around money. And CEO, I think we can partner. Let's do financial literacy program for young adults for these parents here, so that they stop being a burden to their money for them to save more in the circle. If it's not with NWealth, we can do with whichever organization that you feel comfortable, or even Stima Sacco. And we can do it per county and bring your young adults and then let them be empowered so that they know how to manage their money well at this early stage, and then they leave you alone, isn't it? Yeah, with your money so that you can enjoy. So the poor man, every end of the month, God gives you a fruit. In the fruit is a seed. The poor man swallowed the seed together with the fruit. They look for where the fruit came from. They cut the tree, they burn. So there is no tomorrow. But for the rich, they only eat the fruit, the seed, they plant for more money trees. For the people who remain poor, they spend by hope. And you keep on hearing kuna kadil kanaiva. When is sort to kini sort kuna kadil. And by the way, those people of my deals, they always talk in a hurry. Have you ever noticed? They are usually in a hurry for some reason. They are rushing. I'm rushing someplace, isn't it? Usually, I think they are running from a psychology perspective. They are running from reality. You get? So you will confront them. So there is a guilt trap somewhere causing them to rush into some place. Anyway, but people who grow wealth, they earn before they spend. They don't work with deals. Okay? Now, people who remain poor, they take money to the bank for safety. But people who grow rich, they don't take money to the bank for safety. They take it to the bank to build credibility, to borrow the poor man's money to do buildings like this to generate cash flow and take it back to the bank again. So know why you are taking money. Have you ever seen people who, the guy is just looking at the phone. In the morning, he checks the bank app and you see him smiling. Have you seen mzee amekaa chini ya mti ana smile tu peke yake? And then he's doing like this. And then at that time, mama is just looking at him. Is he okay? Midday, they check. If the bank balance is confirmed, in the evening, if the system is down, the guy will be physical in the bank to check whether his money is safe. You get? People who remain poor, they use time to save money. They use time to save money. So he would rather walk from, say, Mlolongo to town for 3 hours to save 100 shillings. That's a poor mindset. For the rich mindset, they would rather spend 100 shillings to save the 3 hours because they know that time is a perishable resource. Are we together? So you've got to check out that. Now, the sad part of it is that even the dreams you dream in the morning are usually bad dreams. Have you ever noticed? If you oversleep up to around 6 in the morning, those are the times when you dream your mother-in-law has come for dowry on a bicycle. Especially lawyers, you wonder what has happened, isn't it? Yeah, with the radio. You know those radios? Yeah. In Nairobi, you notice between 4 and 5 in the morning are usually very high-end cars, isn't it? The Prados, they are nice cars. Then 5 to 6, the middle class, the Toyota Harriers, they are hurrying also to join the bosses. Then 6 onwards, those other things. They queue. They queue all the way from Lolongo to Taut. You get? So be an early riser. So the starting point is know yourself around money. Knowing yourself is you need to have your money vision. I've used this framework for the last 18 years, and I have seen a lot of impact in my life. So the starting point is you SWOT your social capital because you'll always be the average of 5 people around you. In the social capital balance sheet, you can either have relationships that are as presenting as liabilities or as assets. So which means those relationships are taking value from your life or they are adding value to your life. So we say normally that you are the average of 5 people around you. If 5 people around you are hooligans, I can tell you, you are likely to be the 6th one, even if you haven't accepted that truth. Okay? If 5 people around you are savers, top savers, even if you have not started to be a top saver, I can tell you, you are also online to be a top saver, isn't it? So who do you work with? If you are a retiree and the people who you are hanging around, their ringtone is Kifo, Kifo in the morning. Then I'm not so sure that is a safe environment, isn't it? Yeah, if you are a top saver and the guys you are hanging around, their ringtone is like, just things that really don't communicate hope. So you've got to have social capital because in there, they will influence your character, your language, many things actually, social capital, your attitude in life. They will expose you to opportunities, even how you love. Even people who have money, they don't just love anyhow. There's a way you love. You realize, isn't it? Even how you love like him. Have you seen him? Yes, maybe I think he has the 400 million that you mentioned. Even the way you sit, there is money language, even the way you sit. You realize, the guys who have cash, they usually cross their legs, they relax, like the CEO here, relax like this. Isn't it? And the levels of confidence is high. So social capital is big. So when you SWOT, the what becomes your objectives, the how becomes your initiatives in response to your social capital pillar. You can do the same for spiritual capital pillar. You can do the same for knowledge capital. I know you did your master's, you finished school, but you may want to actually inspire your grandchildren and say, I have now a PhD. And just by growing up in terms of your financial knowledge capital, you probably also can still earn more because of your knowledge capital. And then your character, and then financial pillar. Now, unfortunately, sometimes people end up with those kind of pictures in life because they are taking on projects wanakwama. Have you ever heard of people saying nimekwama or nikwamwe? Have you? Do you hear those kind of things? Nimekwama or nikwamwe, isn't it? Now, the idea is that don't take on too much to the extent that you don't have capacity for execution. It's important that whatever that you take on, you have capacity to do what? To execute, so that you can unlock the value that goes with that. And some of these magunia, they are relatives. Tell your neighbor, offload. I know that may sound mean, but it's the truth in African context, isn't it? Can you tell him or her again, offload? I think don't fear. I'm giving you permission to tell him or her, offload. Okay. Let me, you could be thinking that I am just talking my own things. So there is an economist, and I'm almost done. There is an economist called Robert Lupton. He wrote a book called Toxic Charity. In that book, he did research, and he realized that the more people received free things, the more poor they became. Can I help you? The more people received free things, the more poorer they do what? And he made a very fundamental observation. He said that you deprive those people who receive free things the dignity to earn. Because the dignity to earn is where? In the ability to think, to solve problems around, to create commercial value, economic value. So unfortunately, for many of us, we help in a way to create and sustain dependency rather than helping in a way to sustain independency. So when I say offload, I am aware of what I'm talking about. In that book, he said there is 5 levels of creating and sustaining dependency. The first time you give money to someone, he is likely to say thank you. In fact, they will praise and say that auntie is the best. The second time you help, they will appreciate. The second time is anticipate. Third time, they will expect. Fourth time is a right, is an entitlement. And especially for men, those messages for M-Pesa, they are normally recorded and saved and screenshot. Men, you know what I'm talking about. Those nice looking people with nice faces, with soothing voices, isn't it? Who can help you to manage your money quickly into manageable levels, especially when you get dividend and it's a lot of money, isn't it? So you need people who can help you to efficiently reduce the money to manageable levels, because you are not used to having a lot of money, so you have to ask for help, isn't it? Then in the process, you come to places like this. Do you remember there was a Kamze? Sorry, I called Kamze. It was a Mze. I think it was in Karatina. He sold land, 700,000. You get? And then he got a consultant from Aba. Now, you know, decisions you make through Aba, most likely you didn't hear well. Long story short, that consultant was so efficient that within a week, the account balance was 7 shillings. You heard of that story? Yeah, you know, even the Mzee got born again, akaokoka. What else do you do after that? Now, those are the people to offload. Tell you, if you are seated near a man, tell him offload. And the reason why I'm saying that is that I'm in the financial services sector, so we handle a lot of sometimes litigations. From the pensions trusted and truths, the definition of a dependent is anyone who depends on you. So as long as they prove you have been sending M-Pesa, they are dependent. They will show up. They will show up and they will demand a right. You get? Yeah. So this one, by the time you do number 5, they have established dependency. There is a time I sent 10,000 to someone in the village. Some years back, 10,000. Na haikuwa deni. So after a week, there was no even SMS to say they have received the money. So I thought bad things have happened to them. I called, I asked, did you receive the money? They told me, tulipata lakini huko umeweka ya kutoa. So I asked, kwa hivyo hamtatoa? You get? Yeah. So I just have one last question. Could you discuss with your neighbor, if money was your spouse At the moment, how would you describe the relationship? Just ask your neighbor on that. Just quickly, you can ask your neighbor. This one. Yeah, if money was your spouse, how would you describe the relationship? Eh? I want to hear some feedback. I want to hear some feedback. Some feedback. Some feedback. Jack, you can see, you raise your hand so Jack can see you, and then we hear from you. Quickly, we are almost lunchtime. Any? If money was your spouse, how would you describe the relationship? Oh my, I can't see any. Anyway, now, I hear some people will say separated, potea, long distance, entangled. Now, let me say this, the way we relate with our spouses can also be related to the way we relate with money. Anything that is in an abusive relationship will have separation, including money. Let me repeat, anything that is in an abusive relationship will have what? Separation, including money. And usually, we abuse that which we don't know its value and purpose. And it goes with just how you handle money. Thank God for M-Pesa. But before, you realize rich people, even from their mindset, the way wanapanga hiyo noti kwa wallet, hawakunji, si ndio? Naona wanaweka straight, ni kama wameweka iron box kwa hiyo noti ya, akitoa 1,000 kama anapatia mama, usually Luya men, they look this way while the mama is here. They say, shika hii ni ya maziwa, as they are looking this way. They don't want the Luya men, if you, God forgive them, if they are here, they are just so interesting. So now I think, how comes I feel like, oh, he's one of them. So as long as you don't know the purpose of what you have, separation is inevitable. So money has ears, can walk away, can hear the things you describe and walk away, and money has legs as well. So quickly, as I wrap up, I want to say that the thing is that you have to continue to build your assets that generate income. And how to do that is that you have 3 abilities of income generation. So you must have ability to attract money your way. That's ability number 1. And then ability number 2 is to keep the money. Because many people have the ability to attract, but they don't have ability to do what? To keep the money. And then you have you must have ability to grow the money, to multiply. So you need to have those 3. So ability number 1 is attract, keep, and then you grow. In attracting, that has to do with your skill, competency, or you are a business person. In keeping is your behavior and your personality. It helps actually check out how your persona, like introverts, extroverts, is reflected in your spending and your risk appetite on investments. It would be so amazing. I don't have time to take you through that, but if you do some analysis online, you'll be able to see what kind of persona you are when it comes to money relationship in terms of just the behavior around retention. And then the 4th one, that has to do with the 3rd one, that has to do with knowledge on how you invest and you grow your money. Now, finally, money comes to people it can trust. In other words, trust is a currency for wealth creation. Tell your neighbor, trust. And so, it's trust of self, then you need to be trusted, relationships, then you need to have within the organization, market, and society. Steve Covey would say, if the trust level is high in any relationship, the speed at which you receive value is higher cheaply, including money. It therefore helps that you build trustworthy relationship, an ecosystem of trustworthy relationships around you. When people trust you, they will loan you money cheaply. You'll have cheaper credit access and even less appraisals because they trust. You get? So be a person of credible reputation. In there will be also great opportunity for growth. But you never change the fruits without changing the roots. And that is a place of integrity. Because money, wealth without values has no value. In fact, I am tempted to say this. Wealth without values has no eternal value. And I am tempted to repeat that again. Wealth without values has no eternal value. So just seek that in whichever way you will make your money, make it with honesty, isn't it? Don't cut corners. And then you have to create capabilities. That's the infrastructure. And then finally, the results. It's my last slide. Now, some lessons from a financial planning perspective from football. One is that each team has a coach. It helps that you have a financial coach and reach out to Stima Sacco, talk to them. I'm sure they can give you guidance on how you can reorganize yourself from a financial planning perspective. And just coaches can be in many dimensions. They can help to bring out the risks around you and how to risk mitigate. For example, the insurance agency they have for the retirees. Please, 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 I beseech you, can you talk to the insurance agency? They will get you a medical insurance cover at retirement so that as you're enjoying your monthly pension, if you don't have, they can give you access to those products to de-risk those kind of risks. Just 1 week admission in Nairobi Hospital can take away the entire value that you have saved for life, isn't it? Number two, some of you, maybe you are in procurement and you have transitioned into retirement. And of late, your mama is looking at you and saying, na huyu, si ukuwa ukitembea tembea mzee, ukuwa ukitembea tembea huko nje, kama wazee wengine, utarudi jioni. Because you are a stranger in your home. Do you hear those kind? Even the dog nowadays looks at you like this, with the tail doing like this and wondering who is this stranger, because they never, you are married to the job in between. Now you have come home, you have come back home. You realize the work of the coach is to help you plan around how do you transition and settle in, and so that you can enjoy companionship with money and your family around you. And lastly, still on that comment, your money doesn't give you identity. Your identity is what you do with your money. You see some people when they move into retirement, like he was in procurement. Yeah, he was in procurement. You find some people will say, oh, so where are the minutes that approved the purchase of this sugar in the house? Because 25 years he was in procurement. Or where is the RFP? So the mama is wondering, huyu sasa ametokea wapi? And that's how they go to US to take care of their grandchildren for a whole year, isn't it? Yeah, and then they come back later. Each game has a halftime, so you have to review how you're doing, isn't it? periodically every quarter or half year. Then each team has diversification. So you have the strikers are like equities, midfield is fixed income, and you can do fixed deposit with the Sacco. And then defense is like real estate. It hedges against volatility. So you need to have a spread. Unfortunately, for most of us, you find over 90% of our wealth is concentrated in real estate. So we need to have diversification and have some bit of fair exposure of liquid assets. When it comes to shares, except for the Sacco here, I think those other ones, we usually recommend that if you're above age 50, please don't, age 60, don't do more than 15% in shares, because you don't want your blood pressure to oscillate with the stock market, isn't it? Those are things that don't mix at age 60. When the doctor is telling you just eat managu and then what else? And sugar and nduma, isn't it? Yeah. Now, substitutes are allowed. That plot in Kamulu, which you even don't know where the beacons are, and the returns are almost zero. You can sell it and bring it here and earn more money, more than 12%, and it's liquid, isn't it? Don't hang on it. You can sell and diversify. Then have a strategy. Then celebrate every win moment. Tell your neighbor, celebrate. If you don't eat your money, day one of the funeral normally is eating. And there are people who are competent at eating. So eat 10%. And then you need to play with the end in mind. And then that is succession planning. And then each team has a reserve bench. That's emergency funds. And I think you can build your emergency fund within the Sacco. And then finally, you need to have a cheering squad. People around you who, when things have gone bad, they can stand with you, isn't it? They can encourage you in life. Thank you so much. Those are our conducts, and happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you. Okay. Or you want to shoot an email to me, you can actually put my email still back on the screen so that I can, you can take my email and we can happily respond to you in the event you don't have chance to ask your question in the plenary. Okay, I was waiting for the colleagues to help us. I think there is yes, that. My email address is swafubwa@enwealth.co.ke. Okay, looks like we are all happy. Thank you, and we are looking forward to lunch, isn't it? Eating our money. Thank you.
Thank you. You cannot compete with food. Maybe the timing of the program. So, yeah, so we are ready to break for lunch, and we expected back at 2. Do I request a volunteer to pray for lunch, or we assume that lunch was prayed for? John.
Naomba tusimame tuombe. Tuombe kwa Kiswahili. Mungu Baba, tunaja mbele yako alasiri ya leo, tunasema ni asante kwa sababu ya masomo ambayo tunaendelea kuipokea. Tumefikia wakati Bwana ya kuenda kupokea chakula cha mchana. Tunaweka mkononi mwako Baba, tunaomba ibariki hata wale ambao hawana, wakumbuke Bwana. Tumeomba haya kwa jina la Yesu Kristo, Bwana Mwokozi wetu. Amen.
and in the system are the finances of the organization. And I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management were keen on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other SACCOs. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
Mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center, tunapatiana emergency loans na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch, tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes, once everybody has his forms in order, it takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems. But we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. Is now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco, as whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the Sacco. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the Sacco. The Sacco is growing stronger. And as the Sacco is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it is in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu bwana CEO, you can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead. The Stima Sacco turns 50 years today. We were born in 1974. We stand here strong and proud because of our predecessors. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, be they the board members, the supervisory committee members, the delegates who are here, our esteemed members, the management and staff. There was somebody who was here before us, and we're standing literally on their shoulders. Decisions that they undertook have enabled this institution to be here today as the second largest Sacco in Africa by asset size. I think we deserve a clap for that.
Once we ensure, then when we place the money, it's where it earns maximum return for the members. So again, we will not place funds where they're not bringing a reasonable or competitive return for our members.
And 2023 was a very unique year. It's one of the years Kenya as a country experienced one of the highest inflation levels, going to levels of 9% and above, way above the CBK upper limit of 7.5. So it was a very difficult environment in terms of inflation. We saw the depreciation of the Kenya shilling rising all the way to like 160s in terms of the dollar, and other currencies also running there behind. But despite this, all this, the Sacco sector grew. Actually, in between 2021 and 2022, we witnessed growth of the Sacco subsector. Stima Sacco, the year 2023, earned a total of 8.9 billion in terms of revenue, majorly contributed by interest income. Being a Sacco, most of the incomes comes from lending money to members. And out of lending alone, the interest income was 7.4, and then other income, majorly investment income. When we invest surplus funds, we got about 1.2 billion, and other revenues 8.9.
Overall, our financial performance for the fiscal year 2023 has been very strong, and not only ensures our sustainability, but also enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors, and I got my dividends, and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
It's hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level. So as we lend them money, we also make money out of it. But at the same time, we are also working with other partners, the banks. We are looking at the government treasury bonds and the bills that currently, you're aware, are earning quite a lot of return. So if there is any resources that are available, we look out there, where can we make more money, and we put our money there so that finally our investors get more value for their money.
My surety to any member of Stima, as always, your money has been safe. Importantly, your money is going to get a good return. And thirdly, and not even least, is the fact that when you need your money is accessible. Anytime you want it, you're able to get it. So come join Stima Sacco, put in more money. Let's grow this institution from a 59.1 billion. And I think we were challenged during the AGM by the CS in charge of trade, who happened to be our former chair. And I mean, the challenge is a simple one. Can we be that Sacco that hits 100 billion shillings, the first Sacco in Africa to hit 100 billion? So wow, it's a worthy challenge for us. And we do believe with the loyalty and the kind of membership that we do have and the kind of prudent decision making that we're making in terms of protecting member funds, potentially, yes, we could be, and we shall be, the Sacco that hits 100 B first.
I joined Stima Sacco in December 2020, and right the first day we did the documentation, filled in all that I needed to fill in. Didn't give it much thought because it was part and parcel of what the employee should do. But my background in training is finance. So when I went in and looked through now keenly and in the system at the finances of the organization, and I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management working on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other SACCOs. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
Mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center, tunapatiana emergency loans na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch, tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes once everybody has his forms in order. It takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems. But we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. Is now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco, as whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the Sacco. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the Sacco. The Sacco is growing stronger. And as the Sacco is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it's in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu bwana CEO, you can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead. The Stima Sacco turns 50 years today. We were born in 1974. We stand here strong and proud because of our predecessors. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, be they the board members, the supervisory committee members, the delegates who are here, our esteemed members, the management and staff. There was somebody who was here before us, and we're standing literally on their shoulders. Decisions that they undertook have enabled this institution to be here today as the second largest Sacco in Africa by asset size. I think we deserve a clap for that.
Once we ensure then when we place the money, it's where it earns maximum return for the members. So again, we not place funds where they're not bringing a reasonable or competitive return for our members.
And 2023 was a very unique year. It's one of the years Kenya as a country experienced one of the highest inflation levels, going to levels of 9% and above, way above the CBK upper limit of 7.5. So it was a very difficult environment in terms of inflation. We saw the depreciation of the Kenya shilling rising all the way to like 160s in terms of the dollar, and other currencies also running there behind. But despite this, all this, the Sacco sector grew. Actually, in between 2021 and 2022, we witnessed growth of the Sacco subsector. Stima Sacco, the year 2023, earned a total of 8.9 billion in terms of revenue, majorly contributed by interest income. Being a Sacco, most of the incomes comes from lending money to members. And out of lending alone, the interest income was 7.4, and then other income, majorly investment income. When we invest surplus funds, we got about 1.2 billion, and other revenues 8.9.
Overall, our financial performance for the fiscal year 2023 has been very strong, and not only ensures our sustainability, but also enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors, and I got my dividends, and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
It's hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level. So as we lend them money, we also make money out of it. But at the same time, we are also working with other partners, the banks. We are looking at the government treasury bonds and the bills that currently, you're aware, are earning quite a lot of return. So if there is any resources that are available, we look out there, where can we make more money? And we put our money there so that finally our investors get more value for their money.
My surety to any member of Stima, as always, the money has been safe. Importantly, your money is going to get a good return. And thirdly, and not even least, is the fact that when you need your money is accessible. Anytime you want it, you're able to get it. So come join Stima Sacco, put in more money. Let's grow this institution from a 59.1 billion. And I think we were challenged during the AGM by the CS in charge of trade, who happened to be our former chair. And I mean, the challenge is a simple one. Can we be that Sacco that hits 100 billion shillings, the first Sacco in Africa to hit 100 billion? So wow, it's a worthy challenge for us. And we do believe with the loyalty and the kind of membership that we do have and the kind of prudent decision making that you're making in terms of protecting member funds, potentially, yes, we could be and we shall be the Sacco that hits 100 B first.
I joined Stima Sacco in December 2020, and right the first day we did the documentation, filled in all that I needed to fill in. Didn't give it much thought because it was part and parcel of what the employee should do. But my background in training is finance. So when I went in and looked through now keenly and in the system at the finances of the organization, and I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management were keen on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other SACCOs. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center, tunapatiana emergency loans na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch, tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes, once everybody has his forms in order, it takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems. But we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. Is now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco, as whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the Sacco. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the Sacco. The Sacco is growing stronger. And as the Sacco is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it is in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can, build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we'll go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu Bwana CEO, you can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead. The Stima Sacco turns 50 years today. We were born in 1974. We stand here strong and proud because of our predecessors. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, be they the board members, the supervisory committee members, the delegates who are here, our esteemed members, the management and staff. There was somebody who was here before us, and we're standing literally on their shoulders. Decisions that they undertook have enabled this institution to be here today as the second largest Sacco in Africa by asset size. I think we deserve a clap for that.
Once we ensure, then when we place the money, it's where it earns a maximum return for the members. So again, we not place funds where they're not bringing a reasonable or competitive return for our members.
And 2023 was a very unique year. It's one of the years Kenya as a country experienced one of the highest inflation levels, going to levels of 9% and above, way above the CBK upper limit of 7.5. So it was a very difficult environment in terms of inflation. We saw the depreciation of the Kenya shilling, pricing all the way to like 160s in terms of the dollar, and other currencies also running there behind. But despite this, all this, the Sacco sector grew. Actually, in between 2021 and 2022, we witnessed growth of the Sacco subsector. Stima Sacco, the year 2023, earned a total of 8.9 billion in terms of revenue, majorly contributed by interest income. Being a Sacco, most of the incomes comes from lending money to members. And out of lending alone, the interest income was 7.4, and then other income, majorly investment income. When we invest surplus funds, we got about 1.2 billion, and other revenues 8.9.
Overall, our financial performance for the fiscal year 2023 has been very strong, and not only ensures our sustainability, but also enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors, and I got my dividends, and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
Working hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember,
Bala mesi wai fonyo ena menging saya nyamita ni oludita sembo ni godo.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Amidina, Kadetunya, Dihet Ajana, Dihet Majana, Dina Ina, Aklin Luxani, Kajana Jara Yitma, Amidina, Kadetunya, Dihet Ajana, Dihet Majana, Dina Ina, Luxani, Kajana Jara Yitma. Hafawada Yata Dali Kanjama Wadi Maksan Jararatana Anin Milka Taqila Maharatiyana Amidina Tada Dunya Diyata Jina Diyat Majada Dina Dina Abdin Luxani Kajana Jarayitra Mali blues ya se ameni ameni Mali blues ya se Good afternoon. My brother Ahmed, special guest tonight for you guys. Have you seen the movie Mali Blues? Ahmed, my brother.
Merci, merci.
We are all the same.
Merci, Fatou.
We are all the same. Merci. Ahmed the kid. He's gonna come back. Are you okay? The next song is called the Boloko. This song is about a female genital mutilation. We still have this practice in Africa. As women, it's normal to talk about myself because I don't want anymore this practice because it doesn't make me. It won't make me more spiritual people. It won't make me better spiritual women. I don't need this practice to be stronger. I don't need this practice to be in touch with my roots, not to be intelligent. I think Africa in the past and Africa today is not the same. When I sing this song, it's not for myself anymore because for our generation it's too late. But now I'm free as a woman to sing for the future generation. We can decide no for our daughter. No this practice for our daughter. Boloko. How can I dear mama? Parigolo mi memoso, oh ya bona. Idumana sumoro ni sigibi Allah. He don't wanna ask somebody me sigibi. Yeah, Mama, mama, he gonna follow, gonna follow. I want to hey, baba, baba, he gonna follow, he gonna follow, he gonna follow. I want to know. Oh, yeah, tige, arrête l'excision.
So enables us to reinvest in our members and communities. In view of these results, the Board of Directors recommended the payment of a first and final dividend of 15% per share on fully paid up shares as of December 31st, 2023. And I can confirm I'm one of the investors and I got my dividends and I was smiling all the way to the bank. Let's give a clap.
It's hard to ensure that whatever deposits that are given, you invest them. And one of the ways we actually generate revenues, the topmost way of generating revenue is lending to our members. And you remember our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level. So as we lend them money, we also make money out of it. But at the same time, we are also working with other partners, the banks. We are looking at the government treasury bonds and the bills that currently, you're aware, are earning quite a lot of return. So if there is any resources that are available, we look out there, where can we make more money? And we put our money there so that finally our investors get more value for their money.
My surety to any member of Stima, as always, the money has been safe. Importantly, your money is going to get a good return. And thirdly, and not even least, is the fact that when you need your money is accessible. Anytime you want it, you're able to get it. So come join Stima Sacco, put in more money. Let's grow this institution from a 59.1 billion. And I think we were challenged during the AGM by the CS in charge of trade, who happened to be our former chair. And I mean, the challenge is a simple one. Can we be that Sacco that hits 100 billion shillings, the first Sacco in Africa to hit 100 billion? So wow, it's a worthy challenge for us. And we do believe with the loyalty and the kind of membership that we do have and the kind of prudent decision making that we're making in terms of protecting member funds, potentially, yes, we could be and we shall be the Sacco that hits 100 B first.
I joined Stima Sacco in December 2020, and right the first day we did the documentation, filled in all that I needed to fill in. Didn't give it much thought because it was part and parcel of what the employee should do. But my background in training is finance. So when I went in and looked through now keenly and in the system at the finances of the organization, and I noted how well the balance sheet was laid out. I noted how serious the board and the management working on governance. I immediately felt that this was the place to move all my finances to, because I was a member of other circles. So I was in Stima Sacco for 7 months. By the time I was exiting, I had shifted my savings, and hence the reason why I'm here as a top saver, and I'm proud of it.
I started my saving when I was 27 years old, after I started a family, and I didn't have any money to take them to hospital, and I was advised, do that and do that and do that, and then save. And as time has gone by, actually, we've learned that, or I have learned that, you don't have to be rich to be able to save. If you wait to become rich to save, then probably you'll never save. And when you have a salary, it's better that you save your money upstream. I mean, as it comes in, put aside what you need to put aside, and it should be something that you cannot get access to easily.
As a member of the Stima Sacco, it has really helped me in quite a number of issues, especially in development, buying land, paying school fees, putting up houses, and all forms of investment you can do through the Sacco. So I believe Sacco is the way to go.
My people are happy about the products, and they are happy about Stima Sacco. And every time a new product is introduced, they welcome it. As we continue talking to members, I know they'll also talk to other members, and they'll always refer them to me, and I share about the products with them. And I know in the next 5 years, we shall have quite a good number.
Mahali mimi nipo kama Busia Area Service Center, tunapatiana emergency loans na ni check tunaandika mara hiyo hiyo. Member hatasumbuka kwenda kwa branch ambayo ni Kisumu branch, tunamaliza services zake pale pale.
Busia County, as you know, we have this Malaba staff, this Port Victoria staff, and now the main one now Busia town. So the products are okay. They aren't complaining. They're appreciating because we give them timely service deliveries. Because most of them we process for their emergency loans in Busia. It takes once everybody has his forms in order. It takes very few minutes. We'll have processed the emergency loans for such kind of members. We give them advice. We recruit new members in Busia.
It's quite an experience. During our time, the salaries were very small. We were saving, like me, I started with 50 shillings saving. And also there was no regulation that time. There were so many problems. But we managed to persevere until when the regulation came in. Is now when the Sacco started growing very fast. And to me, the Sacco, as whatever I own, I've educated my children with the Sacco. I've done all my developments because of the Stima Sacco. I can say it's a wonderful institution.
Mimi kwa uhakika nimekuwa delegate miaka mingi sana. Huu labda ukiwa ni mwaka wa 16. Umuhimu ni kwamba hizi fedha zao wengi huwa wanataka kuzibania, lakini mimi huambia ni sababu gani lazima waweke kwa Stima Sacco ili iweze kuwafaidi, kwa sababu mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wameweza kufaidika kwa both kuwa mwanachama na kuwa mwakilishi wa wanachama.
Speaking for my constituency that I'm representing, it's quite a hurdle because it's who will employ is who I'll recruit. But that's not my only strategy. I recruit my friends. My friends took to their friends. So they know me as the face of the Sacco. Young people save more. Don't fear that you are risking in the Sacco. The Sacco is growing stronger. And as the Sacco is growing, let's grow together with it.
The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it's in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward. Give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu Bwana CEO. You can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude. The reason why we are having this investor brief today is to disclose and to showcase inclusivity for our members. The individuals who are invited here include the top shareholders in terms of share capital, top depositors, and the individuals who have put the most in terms of fixed deposits. We also obviously included our partners across any partner who's supporting us, whether it is in the banking sector, the telcos, including Safaricom, and of course, very many other partners that we have in place.
We are very alive to the fact that we have to safeguard the members' resources and use the required steps to safeguard them. Our main mandate as a Sacco society is to empower members so that they can build their economies at a personal level or at organizational level.
Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Africa in terms of asset base. When you're looking at our financial health, our asset base is currently at 59.1 billion Kenya shillings. In the year that has just passed, that is the year 2023, we've managed to generate a revenue of 8.958 billion shillings, which is actually 100% achievement of our revenue target. In addition to that, we've managed to put aside a reserve after paying off dividends and paying off interest rebates of 1.4 billion shillings.
So we will go straight to our program, and I'll call upon our CEO to come forward and give his salutations and recognize the key among the people I have mentioned from those organizations. So karibu Bwana CEO. You can clap for him as he comes.
Thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure and a sense of deep gratitude that I stand before you just a few days after our 50th AGM. And we are here to share our accomplishments, reflect on our journey, and look forward to a promising future ahead.
Unajua, when you are dealing with the owners, they can change the program at will. So I'm struggling on how to behave. I don't know whether to. If the owners say, let's end the program, then I have no option other than to end the program.
Members. So again, we will not place funds where they're not bringing a reasonable or competitive return for our members.
And 2023 was.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Maybe we need to stretch kidogo. Can we stand up for a stretch, please? Get some space. Engineer Rosemary Oduor, are you in the house? Okay, who is going to assist us? Mary, are you able to sing for us? Sing for us? Fishers of men.
I'm chewing a sweet. Yeah, good afternoon. Are we energetic? Have we eaten a lot or kidogo based on what we were taught in the morning? Kidogo ama mingi? This side? Kabisa. We were told those with money, they eat kidogo because sio hapa. Hapo tumekula mingi, so I've been given instructions to guide us through a song, which is also an exercise that goes like, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. You know that one? Now the way it goes, where is F, fishers, or let's start by M. Where is the M? I will make you, now the make, the men sit. That M, I will make the men sit. Fishers, the women sit, the men are standing. Do you follow? So you go with me anywhere there is F, the men, M, the men are seated. Okay, I'm giving. Okay, we do it with you. Okay, let's start. I will make you sit. Yeah. Let's start again. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. That way, yeah? So let's start. We start all together. We are all standing. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. Mary is our national treasurer. Thank you so much, and welcome back. The digital channels manager has requested that there is some code that you are supposed to scan and follow us on WhatsApp. I don't know that I put it the way it's supposed to be put. Amesema kama ufanyi hivyo atakutembelea. He represents that generation ya watu kutembelea wengine. Come and say it yourself, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Magdalene Milimu. My humble request is, as you leave on your way out, maybe just stop by there, I'll be there. You can scan the code that we've provided to follow our WhatsApp channel. We provide timely updates on our products and services. And the beauty about the WhatsApp channel is it's very incognito and we will not spam your inbox. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, I will allow Dr. Kashara to come and take us through the next presentation. Dr. You will introduce yourself and continue. Thank you. I'm sure that you will enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the invitation that has been extended to me by the board of directors of Stima Sacco, the CEO, their facilitation, and also recognize that I've been sent to this forum by Cusco, who asked me to come and have a session with you in reference to what has been put there on the projector, which is actually to deal with risk management. So I'm being told, oh, that's great. I'm being told that I'm supposed to use this one. Now, this one would require that I get domesticated here, and I'll not be able to move around. And I like talking to people when I'm moving around. Now, that is my name that is on the projector, and I am a strategy and financial consultant. I've been practicing within the movement for the last 17 years. And so, in as far as the movement is concerned, I've been able to stand in front of very many people, key among them being now the people who are seated in front of me, so that we can discuss one or two things that relates to our personal lives, and especially when it comes to wealth management. Now, when I was given this invitation, I was told that the people who will be seated in front of me are the millionaires, and these are the top savers of Stima Sacco. And Stima Sacco is actually one of the biggest SACCOs that we have in Kenya. And of course, when you talk about Kenya, then you talk about the entire Africa. You are the second largest SACCO within Africa. And that is to mean, or that is to say that if people would come away or from America to come and look at the investors who have made Stima Sacco to be what it is today, then the people who are going to feature a lot are the people who are seated in front of me today. And so it gives me a lot of pleasure to be talking to the people who are the top savers of our Stima Sacco. And that is to appreciate that your contribution to the growth is actually enormous and being felt outside here. Now, I will not talk more about now Stima Sacco, because I think you've heard about Stima Sacco. And Stima Sacco, you are the Stima Sacco. So today I want to talk about yourself. And to talk about yourself, I'll talk about wealth management, and I'll also talk about risk management, which is actually a unit that is so big and so wide, but I may not be able to deal with it. But whenever I'm talking to the people who are savers in movement, or the Sacco or credit movement, or SACCOs, cooperatives, most of the times I usually ask myself one fundamental question, and that one fundamental question, sometimes I'm not able to find answers. But when I go to the board and go to the CEO's office, then I'm able to get to know or to get to the answers to my questions. That how comes SACCOs grow and they become very big, but the people who are the owners are not as big as the SACCOs? Then someone told me when I started consulting for the movement, it is because SACCOs operate within the platform of pooling resources from different people. And that is why SACCOs usually grow very big, but the owners are somehow limping. They are not as big as a SACCO. And when I do the analysis, then I know that your SACCO, being the second most biggest SACCO and wealthiest SACCO in Africa, then it means that your SACCO has been able to do a lot of things in terms of harnessing the resources through strategic documents, through policies and the business investment that they do. And that is why your SACCO is the second largest. I don't know whether I would challenge your CEO and your board to take me to see the majority, the vast majority of the members who are the owners of this SACCO, whether they are as rich as Stima Sacco. And even without even asking so many questions, I know that they are not as rich as Stima Sacco. And that is why I was invited to come and talk to us and ask ourselves within the next 30 or so minutes, I want to take you through the journey of why people would work for over 36 years, but when they leave employment, they are not able to see the fruits of where they were working. And I'll be able to define for you some of the parameters, even though I'll be constrained to move. And I will not be able to ask, but I would ask you to give me your attention, total attention, so that I can talk to you within 30 minutes, and then I'll leave you. So you give me your entire attention so that I can talk to you very briefly, and that is to kindly request you. So one critical thing that I've realized in the process of my journey, talking about money management, wealth creation, and financial literacy and planning, is that many people usually start the journey of employment and they look for work, but that job is usually not informed by why they were getting into the job first. There's a picture that I usually like showing people when I'm starting off my presentation. I don't know whether this one is going to work. It is working from here. Are you able to see that? Okay. So, there are some people who are like I will share the slides, but what I'll be saying is more important than that slide. So I want you people, I'll share the slide, but I also want you people to listen to what I'm saying. Because this picture, and the ones who are using their mobile phones to put them on silent mode, and then they listen to me, then they will go back to their mobile phones. If you look at that picture, that is actually a reflection of the African retirees. That's how we retire. And some of these people, this is just an illustration, but I know that when you go to your village, if you ask people who are working for Kengen and KPLC, and also Kenya Pipeline, and also Railway Corporation, and Kenya National Trading Corporation, majority of the people when I go to the village where I come from, I find that they are too rich in the brains in as far as the history of our country is concerned. And some of them even will tell you they are the ones who started Stima Sacco. They're the ones who started Morimu National. They're the ones who started Kenya National Police Sacco. They are the ones who started Afia Sacco. But when you are leaving them, they will always ask you, unaniacha aje? Unaniacha aje? So now, and that is now why I was telling you that one of the greatest fundamental questions that I've never gotten the answers, whenever I consult the people, is how comes a Sacco like Stima Sacco is so big, but the people who started it are so small. And they are small in the pocket, not in the size. Small in the pocket and not in the size. They are still big, but they don't have the money. But the Sacco has got a lot of money, and that is why I'm here to address that we are in Mombasa today, and we are so privileged that we are in the biggest and the most prestigious hotel called Paradine. If you walk around here, you see that the white men who are old, white men and women who are old, they're actually having their holiday here. When our people who have worked very hard for this nation, they're in the villages begging for stipends and giveaways. Yes. Most of the times, whenever you go to institutions and you find people who are having very big offices, most of the times, the people who are on top there, and you are always told the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. And you have got a lot of people that you manage below you. But the true power doesn't lie in managing people. The true power lies in managing and controlling oneself. And so it means that I came from Nairobi in the morning today. And when I was starting my journey, I started quite early so that by 8:30, I'll be here. Now, what was guiding my waking up in the morning was not the available transport or means of transport. It was actually how the end of the journey will end and what I was coming to do when I came here to Mombasa. That is why I slept only for 4 hours. Not because I was not sleepy. I could have wanted to sleep more, but I was needed here at 8:30 to come and talk to you people. Now, where I was going defined how I behaved. Most of the times when we get jobs, and I talk to employees, even at Kenya School of Government, if you've never come there, maybe once upon a time you might find me there to prepare government retirees. And most of the times when I look at them, I always tell them I'll talk to you because I'll be paid. But you're not the right candidate to be in the class. How do you prepare someone to retire and tell them to go and become an entrepreneur during retirement? You know, everything is a journey. Everything. For Stima Sacco to be where it is where it is because of very many years, and I've seen 50 years somewhere written there. 50 years. They have actually crawled. They have been walking all through the journey to become what they are. Now, if you're not able to define where you are going very clearly, and even look at the parameters and the features that will be characterizing your retirement, that is why there could be some people who save money that is deducted by the employer, but they have never put any coin extra to their mobile phone to shoot it to the circle. Have you ever known why? Have you ever known are there some people, Director Osman, are there some people who only save what is deducted as source? Those people who only save what is deducted by the employer and submitted to the circle, they have got only one primary challenge. And that one primary challenge is that they have never clearly defined how the end of the journey will be looking like. There is nobody who can go to America, Washington, D.C., using SGR. SGR, can SGR take you to Cape Town in South Africa? The means of transport or the means that will take you to your destination is usually informed by the features of how the destiny will be looking like. Some of us who are 50 years old, like myself, 50 years old, and others are 60, others are 70 years. Let me tell you, as we age, we become physically weak. And you cannot tell me that when you are 40 years, you didn't do anything about your future, and you tell me when you be 60, that is when you're going to go and start a hardware or become a butcher, and you are carrying a whole leg of a cow behind your back, and you go to the farm and do irrigation when you're 70 years, let me tell you, as you age, you become physically weak, and your economic life is actually depleted when you're working. And you are working without clearly working for yourself, but you are working in the baptismal name called a job. You know, a job is not work. A job is not work. Work is defined at the productivity level, and job is defined at the activity level. You know, there's a difference between activities and productivity. There's one institution that invited me to go and talk to their wanaitangwaje hao retirees, there's a jina wanapeangwa, wanaitangwaje wale ambao wanaitangwaje pensioners. Pensioners. And then when now they were asked to sit in front of me, and I looked at their faces, and I connected them with only two purposes, because you cannot tell someone who is economically emaciated, and for that they are actually unhealthy, and you tell them to go and start a business. You know, economic emaciation, or when you are malnourished economically, then it also invites a lot of diseases. I don't know whether you people are getting me. There's a lot of stress that comes in your life when you do not have money. And I'm very happy that there is my predecessor who stood here. Nimesikia mkisema ati alisema watu wale ambao wako na pesa wakulange sana. And that is the truth of the matter. People who have got money don't eat a lot. But people who are not now that rich, they eat a lot. But the converse is, when you age, that is when you click 60 years, 65 years, 70 years, that is when you're supposed to be eating a lot. The main reason being that your body is weak and requires a lot of energy. But when one is young, you don't need a lot of energy because your body has already stored a lot of energy. So you're supposed to be doing 3, 4, 5 things in a day. So you're supposed to be sleeping for 6 hours or 5 hours or 4 hours, because the activities that are waiting for you are so much, and that is how now we define world creation. Because world, the men and women, maybe they are the ones who are here. Maybe you are CEO at Taniambia. That there is everyone here is able to make $1 million per month through the circle, isn't it? that a Sacco, whenever they are declaring dividends and interest on deposits, there is some of us here who are able to pick $1 million every end of the month from the Sacco. Now, if those people are here and they are seated here, those are the people we call wealthy men and women, because wealthy men and women don't work for money, but money works for them. So if there is anyone here who has got this kind of a structure of life, if you look at this is just an excerpt from a book called The Cash Flow Quadrant, written by Robert Kiyosaki. There is a very good book. You can go and buy for yourself. It actually subdivides. A quadrant has got four sides or four shapes, isn't it? So it starts from the employee, then goes to the self-employed, then to the business owner, and now the investor. And the investors were invited today here in this meeting. Now, investors who are on this particular side, on this right side where I'm standing here, they actually earn what you call passive income. But the people who are on this side, who are employees and self-employed, they earn what you call active income. And that is to mean that money do not work for them, they work for what? For money. And because I've trained the people who are in Strathmore Business School, I forgot to say, I'm a lecturer in Strathmore Business School, and that is where I'm resident. Now, in that particular university, I've trained people who earn salaries of 18 million to 24 million in a month. Per month, not in a year, per month. And those people, they tell me that money is not enough. These are the people who sleep only 3 hours in a day or 4 hours in a day. Do you know why they sleep for 3 or 4 hours in a day? It is because unless you get to a level whereby the Sacco can be able to make money that you literally require to learn your personal life, including learning the lives and the education of your children. There are some people who are downtrodden a lot by the education for their children. And I always tell people when I stand in front here that education for your children is not an investment. And there are a lot of our parents who actually struggled and they paid through the nose for us to get education. And they were saying that you're going to now, once they retire, you're going now to provide them with food and health. Is that what is happening in the village? No, I'm asking, do you have got anyone here who is being provided for by the children because you educated them? If they are there, the percentage could be negligible, insignificant, for us to make a decision on the basis of that. That many people who educate their children, when their children grow up and they get jobs, wherever they're employed, they actually also look for a beautiful girl, as you did. And they marry, and they start reproducing as you reproduce them, so that their life can continue. And when people are asked in the circles to put money in the junior accounts, I don't know what's the name of the junior accounts? Yeah, junior accounts. When people are asked to put money in the junior accounts, even though I've never gone to Stima Sacco offices, I know that is one of the poorest performing FOSA accounts. And I've never been there. And I'm telling you this because God will always speak to me. Because I know the behaviors of Africans is that Africans, we eat more than we produce. When now the white men and women, they actually eat less than they put aside for production for their generations to come in future. And that is why when I will be talking about risk management, we say that wealth is supposed to be passed. It's called generational wealth. Them who are conversant with the Bible, there's a book in the Bible called the Proverbs, chapter 13 and verse 22. It talks about that a wise man will actually keep money and wealth for their children. It is actually generational. But that is not more in Africa. I have not seen a lot, but Wahindis are very good in that. than even the West. I think I need to do a paper on that. I need to do a research on that. Because when I go to the village, I see Africans, like now the picture that I showed you there. I've seen men who have actually died because of malnourishment. I've seen men who have died and postmortem has been conducted, and when the postmortem results are out, they died because their intestines had hitched together. I don't know where you come from, you people. Myself, I'm a village person. I retired when I was 32 years. So I have stayed in the village for many years. Then I worked. So many men, not even the ladies who are here, many men, even the churches, because I also go to church. Most of the men who go to church are people who are very poor. Actually, they go to the church when they are feeling cold. Where you people, do you go to church? You know, in the churches, men are very few. I have never been to a mosque. Maybe in the mosque it's different. But in the churches, men are very few. And their women are actually the ones who are conducting praises and worship in the church when the man is actually following the wife to the church. And that person has worked for Kengen or KPLC for many, 8 years. They were actually sweating then. They were actually eating and they were full. But when they retired and reconnected back to their wives had already created the relationship with the sons. And so what they do is that they carry their mother and they come with their mother here along the coastal line, or they even take their mother to Nairobi, you know, and they, in the pretense that the mother is sick, so the mother needs to be taken for clinic every time. But now yourself, you are left in the village, maybe in Bungoma, maybe in Kisii, maybe in Kisumu, maybe in wherever you come from. I don't know whether you've not seen this. I saw some other people who had come all the way from the US to come and bury their dad in the village. And they carried their mother to the US in the name of going to go and see the watotos and talk to them and, you know, impart some wisdom. I don't know why it's only mamas who impart wisdom. I don't know why men don't impart wisdom. Yeah, so naambiwa hapa ni wamama wanaleanga watoto. And so when I talk about this topic, people take it very lightly until you now go to the village and test the life. That the children that you educated through the nose, and especially the boy child, do not recognize their dad. They don't recognize their dad. I come from Mount Kenya region, and most of the times a man's authority is defined at the weight of their wallet. So if any man wants to become relevant during retirement, it's actually not how your voice will be deep or how tall you'll be. It will be dependent on the size of your wallet. And that wallet is what I'm calling wealth. That a wealthy man is not defined at how much they eat or the size of the car that they drive. It is measured conversely and directly proportional to what they kept aside when they had the energy, that now that they are sick and they are weakly, they are not calling their children every day to disturb them, reminding them how I used to struggle and how I was almost losing my life on the power lines, or maybe when I was working on the generators, I was actually almost getting graded to get an overtime to educate you. You know, those are the stories that we tell our children, when in actual sense you're not even supposed to be telling them where you are working. They have got nothing to do with that. And because I'm a good student, you know, in the morning we did not wake up in the morning to ask God for oxygen. Do you know that I'm inhaling the carbon dioxide that you are releasing, you people, and you are inhaling the carbon dioxide that I'm releasing? And nobody came in the morning to ask God for the oxygen because it was created before you came. And God knew that we needed oxygen. We needed carbon dioxide. We needed light that we are having here. God created that one way before he created the man. So how can you give birth to children that you are not prepared for? How can you now struggle to pay for education of your children when you are 55 years? When you are 50 years, you're still paying education. And the Sacco has actually provided a platform where you can put the money for the education of your children so that by the time you'll be turning 45 years, you forget about the business of children and houses to live in. And now you get to a level whereby you work for yourself. That's the essence, and that is why we are members of a Sacco. Saccos, they were meant, and they have got 7 principles. Number 3 is member economic participation, and number 5 is member education, training, and information. Those are the 2. The other 5 are subservient. The Saccos are the only institutions that actually invest so heavily on education to educate people to understand that your life is much more important than where you work. Because where you work, that is not your job. Where you work, that is someone else's job who invited you. Now, owe unto them who went to look for a job to earn a livelihood. Because I've never seen anyone who has ever been made rich by a job. A job cannot give you a livelihood. If you want to do a property today, any property, whether it is a story building, whether it is 7 floors, whether it is 10 floors, whether it is 3 floors, you start by calling an architect. And the architect will come and listen to you. And the architect will draw the building that is actually conversely reflecting what you wanted to be drawn. Then once that one has been done, you go to the structural engineer. And I've had the engineers here. The engineer will draw and will tell you the sizes of the beams, the sizes of the columns, the kind of metals or the bars or whatever. Nowadays, we call them the Ds, not the Ys. And they'll tell you, now go and look for a quantity surveyor to give you the BOQ. It is a BOQ that you bring to the Sacco. And the Sacco will give you the money that is actually enough to go and do the building. So now when you're going to look for a job, you are not looking for a job to earn a livelihood. You are looking for a job to give you money to actually go and execute your strategies. I've seen people, and most of the times when people come to me to ask for some financial advice, and I always ask someone, when you look at someone depending on their age, because you're not going to live on this earth for many years. If you are 60 years, then the grace is that years. And that grace of that years, which is 90, that is the time now you're supposed to enjoy the life. Between that 61 to 90, that is when you're supposed to travel the world. You know, we are told to dominate and subdue the earth. And you know, dominating and subduing the earth is not in Kenya. You know, Kenya is a very small component of the world. So you are supposed to travel, isn't it? Yeah, si wazungu wanashindanga hapa kwetu. Do you know wazungu wanajua Masai Mara kuliko sisi? Unajua wazungu wanajuanga Kenya kuliko sisi na si wenye Kenya? Have you ever known why they know Kenya more than ourselves? How many of us have ever been to Singapore for a holiday? Or even Washington, D.C., you take yourself, even California. Like now you can go to America and see how they conduct their politics. How many of us have ever been there for 2 months? For just a holiday. And you know, you are just taking yourself there to see and marvel at the creation of God. Because God created very many people. 5 billion people. 5 billion people. When will you do that? What excuse will you tell God that you did not travel the world because you are working? Working where? And he worked on it for 5 days. Kwani Mungu alifanya kazi miaka mingapi? Wale ambao wanajuanga mtu anaitwa Yesu. Yesu alikuwa kwa hii ulimwengu miaka ngapi? Wale ambao wanajua Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was assassinated at what age? 39. What about Tom Mboya? And he was actually a threat to Kenyatta. Tom Mboya. He was assassinated at 39. There is a particular age when one's life is very productive, and there is also another age. Once you get to that age, there is nothing much you can do for your life. You can only now sit and marvel and actually enjoy what you work for. And that's why we ask ourselves, in the Sacco, when I was very energetic, and I was a young man at 40, you know, someone at 40 is very energetic. Someone at 40 is very energetic. Do you need to have very big mobile phones? A mobile phone has got more value than the share capital in your Sacco. Can you imagine? And God would be looking at you and wondering, what did I create? Because He has created a man in His own image, and after His own likeness, and you have got a mobile phone worth 200,000, and your share capital is 50,000. Can you imagine? And you are still trusting God that one day God will give you a life. What life? You are struggling that you don't have money to start off. And I'll be telling you these things because they were created for us. And you need to look at this because I need to guide my conversation with you. If you look at this gentleman called Robert Kiyosaki again, he is telling you a job is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. And so the genesis of our discussion or my presentation is that if it is a short-term solution to a long-term problem, so what is the problem? Many of us here, if you ask how much money you need to survive on a monthly basis, some of us here would say $1 million will be enough. But when you ask them what is $1 million, they will tell you that $1 million is the money that I need to spend. But money has got 3 functionalities. Number one, money is transactive. We use money every day. when I'm driving on the roads and I'm interacting with these rich men and women, I always see them going to petrol stations to put a full tank in their car. And these are full guzzlers. And when now the gentleman is coming to ask for the money, or the lady, the gentleman will tell the person, go and bring the LPU, I'll sign for you. An LPU, I'll sign for you. And at the end of the month, the bill that will be brought for the secretary to pay is 385,000. That is just his personal car for carrying himself. 385,000. Now, I don't know how many of us could be earning that kind of money, but in Kenya, people earn very little money, isn't it? But there's another man, 385,000 is actually fuel cost. But I ask him, how did you start off? And the person will tell me I started with 35,000. 35,000, and I look at someone holding a phone worth 250,000 and a share capital of 50,000 and saving only 30,000 in a month. 30,000. 30,000 in a month? And a mobile phone of 250,000 on the hand? And a share capital of 50,000? And that is a top saver? A millionaire actually in Pridine. Paradise, not the Flamingo. Paradise. You know, when God was creating a man in his own image and after his own likeness, then he thought that he was creating a man who would create things in the world of imagination. Then you wake up in the morning to go and chase the dreams. If you look at this, most people fail to realize that in life, it is not how much money you make, it is how much money you keep. I don't have a lot of time. There's a book I read, a very old book titled The Richest Man in Babylon. The book is written by a gentleman called George Clason. You go and look for that, a small book. And it was written in those days, ancient days of Babylon. And the gentleman says, he was called Akkad, that gentleman. He said that he realized his way to become a millionaire and all the money in Babylon then, because he was putting aside 50% of what he used to earn that time. Now, nimefanya kazi na kwa makampuni. I once worked for a company called Beosdorf. That I retired when I was working for Beosdorf, BDF. Hii kampuni ya Nivea. Nilikuwa nafanya na matechnocrats Wahindi. Na Muhindi analipwa mshahara ya milioni moja, 1.6 million. Anatupa yote 800,000 anatupa kwa nyumbani. Sio huku. Yeye amekuja is a technocrat. So they are actually trained that they live on half of what they have made and they keep aside the half for tomorrow. That is a Muhindi type. Muhindi children will be taken to the best schools. Actually, they go through the British curriculum. Then they will go to run a school of economics and they will study and get a degree. They will go to America, get a master's degree and whatever PhDs and whatever. And they come back. When Muhindi comes back to the country, where do they go? They go back to the shop because of the generation of how they pass the baton. What about a Kenyan? A Kenyan and African will actually get schooled, get very good papers, and once they get their papers, where do they go? They go and look for a job. And because nowadays there are no jobs, what is happening? The same parent who is working now, the same parent who is working, will look at the son. Na ako na ndevu mkubwa kuliko zangu. Kijana amejaza masharufu huku, mandevu kubwa sana, na anakula mkate ya 600 grams. Mkate 600 grams. Mwanaume amegraduate, ako na sauti mzito kuliko babake. Hata unatembea naye kwa nyumba yako unaogopa. That this gentleman kuna vile anaweza akupangia wakugonga wakuangushe. And then the mother anaangalia kijana yake, anamuonea huruma, anakuja kwa sako, anasema apatiwe loan ya 600,000, ampeleke akafanye master's degree. A master's degree. You are always as good as your parents. And sometimes our parents usually make us to become poor. And they make us to become poor in a way, instead of now growing the production capability of a human, we actually kill the productiveness of human by actually making them to become more mentally enslaved. They actually lack freedom. Mimi niko na vijana ambaye I'm mentoring right now. Na sio vijana, kijana wako na miaka 38, mwingine wako na miaka 42, na hakuna mtu ambaye hata mmoja wako na bibi. I have got a team of 16 men I'm mentoring right now. Vijana ambao wako na sauti mzito kuliko yangu, hawana bibi, they are actually telling me they are trusting God for a compass, that they are going to see, they are going to get a job. They are actually waiting for the Gen Z government. The Gen Z government, I don't know when it will come, where that government will create jobs for them. How can someone at 40 years, do you even advise them to get married? So now, when you get married at 40, who are you even going to marry at that particular age? That is number one. Number two, when you give birth, and when you raise your children, even your children will even feel ashamed to go to school with you. They will be asked, "Bwana, ulikuja na babu yako? Where is your dad? Is it that your grandfather must always be taking you to school?" Do you know the kind of torture that we take our children through? And I see, na naonanga wanaume kwa supermarket jioni, mtu anabeba, na ni mzee anabeba diaper. Because this guy is giving birth when he is very old. He is actually not even worried that he might even go now to close over to the other world. Who is going to bring up your children at that particular age? Because even pre-retirement also goes with this unit that I'm teaching here. I don't have a lot of time, ladies and gentlemen, but I want to continue here. Many financial problems now, this is going to anchor. Many financial problems people face today started when they were young and making their first few decisions, financial decisions. Taking on too much debt, not investing early, and failing to plan can take decades to recover from and put their long-term financial security at risk. Now, because I want now to guide, and now I want to conclude in style. If you look at why majority of our people end up becoming top savers in Saccos, and I know that the board members who are here and your CEO here, they will tell you, internationally, in America, there is a school like now the Sacco, School for Federal Sacco or Credit Union. It is actually bigger than the Saccos in Kenya. And you know we are number 1 in Africa and number 7 globally. School First, the Sacco for schools in America, is bigger than all Saccos in Kenya and all banks in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, put together. One Sacco is bigger than that. One Sacco in America. The difference between the white man and the black man is our disposition. And our disposition is that as we take too much consumptive debt, you want to drive a good car. And a good car is good because in heaven, there will be no roads for driving cars, isn't it? Yeah. But you must also know that Kipchoge can drive any form of a car, any model of a car. Kipchoge actually has got about 8 D-Max given for free by General Motors. D-Max, mpya. Actually, he is the ambassador of D-Max of General Motors. Even he has got a double cab named after E. Kipchoge. Hapa nyuma kwa budi imeandikwa hapo E. Kipchoge. Si mnajua hiyo nyinyi? Yes. That gentleman is getting a cool salary of 650,000 per month from General Motors, a sustenance fee with all the cars. And he is just 37 years. So when I tell people that they do not take a consumptive loan from the Sacco of 3 million, 4 million to buy yourself a personal car, actually at your age, if you could take that kind of loan and you don't want to invest that money in the Sacco, I would advise you to go and buy a plot. Then after 4 years, you sell that plot, bring the entire money to the Sacco, and you're going to retire very peacefully. It's very simple. Because if you buy a personal car today and a mobile phone on loan and a house to stay and live in, you know there are some houses we call the houses to live and to stay in, isn't it? Unapata mzee ameritaya akiwa na miaka 45, miaka 50 ndio anajenga nyumba ya kulala. Miaka 50 unajenga nyumba ya kulala, hata kupanda juu utaweza kweli? Ukiwa umeritaya unaweza kupanda kwa nyumba yuko juu? Unapata mtu akiwa miaka 60 anajenga nyumba kubwa, na kwanza anajenga nyumba kubwa in the village. You know there are some places to retire, and especially people who are members of Stima Sacco. You know you cannot retire in the village. Because what is the difference between you and the ones who did not get a job? I don't know whether unajua mimi mnanishangaza. Mnaniangalia aje? Kwani hamjaiambiwa hivyo namwambia hivyo? Unajua naona mnaniangalia mko mnashangaa. Kwani hamjaisikia hiyo? How can someone how can someone travel the entire world, and also travel the entire nation, then you retire in the village? You know, retiring in the village, and the people who did not go to school are also there. People who saw you when you are walking barefoot. People, and you are retiring to be neighbors with them. You know, they will be wondering. And I'm not telling you to hate neighbors. I'm not telling you not to support the people in the village. But you can support the people because where you are, the people you associate yourself with have got a very great implication on how you think. Life is actually about coaching and mentorship. We are modeled by the people whom we live with. And you people, you're supposed to be the world creators. Every one of us is supposed to be having about 40 or 50 people that you have employed, isn't it? Yes. From the village now where you come from. People are supposed to be producing a lot of chakula in the village. Courtesy yourself. People are supposed to be milking a lot of cows who are employed by yourself. Courtesy the loans that you borrow from this Sacco. And when you borrow a loan of 80 million from Stima Sacco, you're not supposed to pay through the nose. And that is why your Sacco has got banks. And whenever I'm traveling the entire nation, naonanga huko kumeandikwa Stima Sacco, Stima Sacco. And I know there are a lot of branch managers in Stima Sacco. Those branch managers are not employed to manage the payslip. Because you don't need a branch manager to go to KPLC or wherever Kengen to go and get the money. Once it is deducted from there, inapelekanga kwa Sacco. So do you need a branch manager for that? Branch managers are there to create the value for us. You borrow 80 million, you go and do your dairy farming, and you don't do dairy farming through the telephone. So you need people who are going to model your thinking. And as I said, your association will define who you are. Kuna sako moja inaitangwa munapelekananga biu sana na wanaitangwa Kenya Police. And I met one of the directors of DCI. And that director of DCI is one of the top savers in that circle. And she was telling people, her testimony, that she is old now. I think she is about 58 years old. But she was made to become a property owner and become a rad lady, having a rental income of about 430,000 in a month, when she started walking around with a 26-year-old girl. And I'll be asking you, I don't know whether you know this, and I have got a slide for that. You need to know that understanding the psychology of money generation, multiplication and wealth creation will actually tell you that the greatest reward in becoming a millionaire is not the amount of money that you earn. It is the kind of a person you have to become a millionaire at first. And I have seen this one in the course of my practice and the books that I read in the world creation. I know that you know people, and I know even where you come from, the village, you know that us who went to school and graduated with the university degrees, I don't know whether you know that the people who are controlling the economies in the village where you come from, they are the people who are not well educated. All the school dropouts, the people who could not crack mathematics. When I was in primary school, nilikuwa najua hesabu sana, high school. Na nilikuwa nagonga hesabu vizuri sana. Lakini when I was in primary school, kuna vijana tulikuwa tunasoma nao walikuwa nagongwa na walimu wa primary. Anaekelewa mpaka miguu, anakanyangwa vizuri kabisa. Mwalimu akisema upate 80%, anapata 40%. Anaekelewa 40 sticks. Akuwa amelala hapa juu. Na hata ukigongwa nyuma, ama ugongwe mbele, ama ugongwe kichwa, ikiwa haingii, haitaingia. And those people now are the ones who are controlling the economy in the village. Go and read a book written by Robert Kiyosaki, the same Japanese American, an old fellow. He is actually the richest billionaire in America in the property market. Not Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is an investor. I'll be telling you about him. Robert Kiyosaki has written a book titled Why A Students Work for C Students and Why B Students Work for the government. Go and look for that. And we did a research in Strathmore Business School. And we have realized that within Nairobi County, all the private hospitals that are there, to the tune of 88%, they are owned by people who score less than D in high school. D. Private hospitals in Nairobi. Over 88%, they are owned by people who did not go to high school, actually. And those people who are, even hotel business here, just look around. I've got even one in along Thika Road, just at the junction of the bypass and the Thika Super Highway. There's a hotel there called Mark Hotel. There's a gentleman there, you can see, he's familiar with me. And that Mark Hotel is, the owner is a standard 5 graduate, standard 5. And of course, you know Jenga Kalomo was a standard 3 dropout. Eh? Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin Group, is a school dropout, you know that. Eh? Year 12, actually. Year 12. Year 12 is actually the Form 2 in Kenya here. And he suffers from a mental condition, called dyslexia. He cannot concentrate like you are seated here. That guy cannot crack there. These are the guys who contribute. And the difference between them, and I will be showing you here, now using an economics model, because I mean, and the economics hapa. Our watu, they are not the households. We are the households. Our watu, they are usually the producers. They are the farms in economics. In economic modeling is about two functionalities, the farms and the households. The farms produces what the households consume. Africans, we are consumers. And that is why a 35-year-old graduate or a 35 graduate who own a very big hotel and employ over 120 people who are eating from his hands, and majority of them score the first class honors. Because the first class honors is actually academically driven, but the 35 dropout is actually employing you to generate it. Thomas Edison gave us this right that you are experiencing here and enjoying here. Thomas Edison was not a graduate. Thomas Edison was just a middle stage educated man who employed engineers to actually assist him to achieve what he wanted. If you want to go to America today, you only need a ticket. Then you present yourself to JKI. It is the work of the pilot to take you to America. So you don't need to become a pilot to go to America. You only need a vision. Then you only need to pay for the ticket. Then someone is waiting to take you there. And that is why even Henry Ford was not a graduate, was not an engineer, but the Ford car is there. The economies, and that's why I'm touring you here. What causes the gap between the rich and the poor to continuously widen globally? Why are the semi-skilled school dropouts more richer than the elite educated employees globally? This is not a Kenyan context. Wealth is not created at the job level, and I told you that jobs are temporary solutions to a permanent and a bigger problem. And that bigger problem, I say that money has got three functionalities. One, transactive. Number two, speculative. Speculative. And most of the times, we do not even have money. I'm giving someone, people always ask me, so how am I supposed to do a house to live in? To do a house to live in is very simple. You can't give a child, you cannot give a birth to a child today, and tomorrow they're in kindergarten. They take 3 years to go to kindergarten, isn't it? Your wife cannot become pregnant today, and tomorrow she is in maternity ward. You cannot plant maize today, and tomorrow you're harvesting. The same principle of creation is what God uses, that if you want to own a home, you cannot own a home instantly. A home is supposed to be owned over a span of time. So before I got married, I knew that I was getting to marriage. And marriage is not a place where people make love every day. That's what the young people think. When they see people walking around with their wives, they think that they make love every day. Marriage is where we exercise commitment and responsibility. If you don't have money in marriage, you cannot run anything. Actually, someone will not even look at you. Kwanza hao nimesikia Osman akisema wa majenzis. Hao ni hatari sana. Ukimuita mahali lazima anakuuliza, how do I get there? You know? How do I get there? Are you going to Uber me? They don't even know how to walk. Unakuuliza simu, unamnunulia simu gani? Unamwambia unamnunulia Samsung. What is that? Techno. What is Techno? To a Gen Z. This is what they live in another world. Anakuambia the latest one. I don't even know the latest one. Anakuambia hivyo. Na anaambia mzee ambaye ako na share capital inakuwa ngapi huko kwa hii sako? Huko hata sako ni ya 25,000. Share capital na mzee ako na 25,000 only the sako. Na ako na kasichana na katamunyoa 250,000 ya kununua simu. Kasichana kadogo anakuita babe. Na wewe mwenyewe unajua uko na 25,000. Unamnunulia mpaka vitu, unamnunulia gari ya kujibeba na unamlipia 50,000 in a month in an apartment. Kana kuita babe, sweet. Kana kuntoanishanga 30,000 every time. I'm not. There's no problem. That's what you find pressure in. I'm not discouraging, but the one to them who does that, well, they are broke. You know, there's no problem. We're doing such kind of things. Kusaidia ni vizuri. And also, vile unapatanga raha yako hakuna shida. The problem is that unapata raha na una kitu. Unajua, and that's why you find that many people take a lot of consumptive loans. So instead of now buying plots when they were supposed to be bought, so that now you can sell 2 plots and then you develop another one. I bought 3 plots. I'm not saying what I did. I'm just telling you that I knew that I wanted to do a maisonette. Nyumba ambayo ziko mzuri. Siku hizi nyumba mzuri ile ambayo unajenga ina a quarter plot, isn't it? It costs about 180 to 230,000. 180 to 230 million. Nyumba mzuri ziko, kuna watu wanakaanga nyumba kama hizo. And those are people who go to heaven because God will be telling them that I was able to do the little only 5 days, and you're able to live well, and I gave you the command to take dominion and subdue the what? Hizi magari manono zinapaswa kuendeshwa na watu. By the way, as you're talking about cars, my daughters and my children, they tell me they will never even buy the cars that you use. They want to buy cars that they can become an airplane, a car that can actually even float on water. I know that is why now we are going. That's why we are going. When you are struggling with buying cars, Donald Trump has got how many personal jets? Donald Trump. He has got 3 holiday homes with 9 holes, golf course. You want to tell me that God will wait for you when Donald Trump is waiting? You know, there are certain things that you even start wondering, that there are some people who have been able to do. We are struggling with a personal car. That when you are fueling the car is a problem to you. But God will be telling you, Kipchoge was brought up in Kapsisiwa with a lot of challenges. The mother was bringing local brews to bring him up. He has got no education. But I don't know whether yourself, Dr. You've gone to Harvard Business School. I've not been there. I want to go and give a public address. I've never been there. Run a School of Economics. I've not been there. I want to go and give a talk at Run School of Economics. But among us, the 2, Kipchoge has given a talk there. And he doesn't even have a diploma. He doesn't have a diploma. Na mimi nimejaza kisomo, masomo kichwa imejaa mingi. Because I thought that the more you get educated, the more money you get. Kipchoge sasa yeye atumianga miguu yake. The guy is rich. He's a billionaire. He is actually the brand ambassador of Total Energies. Globally, not in Kenya. Globally, anywhere you go, anywhere in the world, kwa petrol station ya Total, ile uso inatokanga hapo ni ya Kipchoge. And by the way, he's not a very handsome man. So if you are looking for the handsomeness, the guy is not handsome. But the gentleman knows that for him to make it in life, then he is always in Kaptagat, learning when it is very cold. And he is my personal friend. I always interact with him. And when it is very cold and very windy, that is when they make it now on the road. And when he is actually learning, and it is actually windy, and it is foggy in the morning or in the evening, he has employed drivers, about 8 of them. And actually these drivers wanamumulikia kwa barabara. Wako kwa gari yake, wamevalia kabuti, wako ndani, anawalipa 40,000 per month, wanamumulikia yeye akinyeshewa. And that is why you see that even between the people who made it in life and the people who are struggling, is that the strugglers, I don't want to call them hustlers anymore, the strugglers, they know they don't do anything. They are always in bed, having good time with their mobile phones. They respond to every phone, You know, they're always chatting, making Mike Zuckerberg the richest man in the world. You know, Meta Group, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. You're always moving from one to the other because you've got a lot of time. By the way, let me tell you, people. there's a time we had South Africa coming here in Kenya, and it was actually at Kasarani Sports Stadium, and I heard the director of Facebook. She's called Nana, a South African, the director of Facebook in Africa. She was telling us that if there is a continent that Mike Zuckerberg would actually love to stay and would want to interact with the people, even you saw him eating some samaki the other day. Alikuwa amekuja hapa Kenya. Yeah, hapo kwa Mama Oriech. Alikuwa anakula samaki hapo. Huyo kijana, and he's 36 years old, don't forget. That 6-year-old man, that gentleman, Nana told us that over 58% of his incomes comes from Africa. 58% comes from Africa. And I'll tell you why. Number one, Africans have got no work to do. So they have got a lot of time to waste. Unapata mtu anaamuka saa 12 asubuhi. Saa 12. Mwanaume. Unajua ladies, I don't even bother them a lot because, you know, women, when they are sleeping, they become more beautiful. And the beauty of a woman is a soft food of a man. Kwa sababu bibi yako ikuwa kwa mgumu sana na mikono ngumu. Wakati anakuguza huwezi ukasikia kitu. So mwanaume atakanga mwanamke ako soft, you know? Ili akuguza na mikono wakati umepatwa na stress, you feel as if you're going to another world. That's how it goes. So I know women are supposed to sleep more, but men are supposed to be doing 3-4 hours in a day. Unaamuka saa 12 na share capital yako ni 25,000. You know that one that doesn't 25,000. Hata mtu ya mandazi, mtu anauza mandazi peke yake. Niko na mamboga ambao nafunza kule Ruiru. Mama mboga anasema 3,000 in a day. Per day mama mboga na ako na uchafu. Na unamuita akutengenezee viasi na akukatakazie mboga ukiwa kwa gari anakuita mkubwa. Na unajua huyo mama ako na pesa mingi kuliko mtu ambaye ni msafi. Because the more you become clean, the more you smell nice as a man, the more broke you are. Because kwani nyinyi hamjui? Hamjui watu ambao wana sweat. You know you sweat when you're working. Kimchoga wakati anangojewa na bibi yake kwa raini. Mliona? Vienna. Mliangalia wakati alienda kulala below 2 hours. Nani alikuwa anamngojea kwa 89? Ni bibi yake. Mliangalia bibi yake mkaona kama yeye sio mrembo? She is very beautiful. Anakaanga Elgon View. I'm telling you because I know them. Elgon View. Lakini Kipchoge anakaanga Kaptagat kwa camp. That gentleman wakati bibi yake anamngojea kwa rain, ukimguza uso hivi ukata hivi ni chumvi unatoanga. Chumvi. That's how life is. So if you find a man who is waking up as late as 6 a.m. na kwanza bibi yake afanye makosa aamuke mapema kuliko yeye, then know that you're not in the right direction. Your wife cannot wake ahead before you. Your wife is supposed to find you in the field. Your wife cannot afford to sleep later than yourself. It is your wife who goes to bed earlier. And I also by my grandfather that they usually go to bed earlier for what? To warm the bed. So there's no way myself I can go to warm the bed for my wife. How? Can it work? It can't work. So if you want to know what is causing some of the challenges in wealth, it is because of the behaviors. And the behaviors are the ones that depict the results. Those people who are very hardworking, even when we are in school, and I know the majority of us here are good school. Those of us who are contacting different others in any particular subject are the ones who scored well. Those of us who did not contact any other, even the homework, ukipatiwa na mwalimu huko unafanya. Unashinda kutembea kwa barabara. Au mtihani ilikuwa inakuja unaona giza. Si kweli? Unaona giza. Lakini kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanakula vitabu. Si kweli? Yeah, you contact the different others and also consult your colleagues, go and disturb your teachers, because the more hard you work, the more results you get. The more you sleep and you trust a job for retirement, then the Sacco can do a very good thing, as they have done today. They have brought us for holiday here in Mombasa, isn't it? But if you're told to extend for a week, just a week, upigie bibi yako sasa simu na watoto,
ama upigie bwanako na watoto wakuja hapa wiki moja ukae hapa kwa hiyo hoteli, what would happen to the pocket? What would happen to the pocket? And you know you're supposed to be here en route to Zanzibar. Zanzibar iko hapa tu, ukipanda ndege kidogo hivi tu. Hata kabla mjambua mkae, unaambiangu wa prepare here. Zanzibar is not far from here, isn't it? En route. That is a life you are created for, but you could only be able to get there when you understand that the more you are productive in life and you borrow money to finance your production, that is when you can call yourself a wealthy man. The moment you borrow money to do a house to live in, to buy a TV, to buy a mobile phone, to buy a personal car, and to buy a very big piece of land in the village. A very big piece of land in the village. Unanunua shamba kubwa ya milioni moja in the village. And you know that you are preparing for retirement. So what will you be doing in the village? Do you retire to go and collapse? You don't retire to go and die. You retire to go and enjoy life. And in that retirement, there is what we call precautionary value. I say money has got three functionalities. One, transactive. Two, speculative. And speculation is buying land and putting money in investment. Like hii za kwenu inayapatianga pesa kwa fixed deposit account. I believe that the majority of the people who came here in the fixed deposit accounts, does your Sacco have a fixed deposit account? So can I assume that everybody who qualified for this has got about 20 million in the fixed deposit account? Kwani muko na pesa ngapi? Unajua kwani fixed deposit account haina pesa? Junior account hazina pesa? Holiday account hazina pesa? Na mulikuja aje? Na Sacco yenu ndio namba 2 in Africa. Are you aware? Unajua hivyo? Unajua watu wakitoka Amerika wakuja waulizie Stima. Unajua ninyi mtaitwa mkutano? Na mtu mkiitwa mkutano, alafu fixed deposit account yako iko na less than 20, what would you say? That is where you speculate. That's where you put the money, because the more money they get, they raise. The share capital, I don't know how much you have. The other normal deposit, and I know one of the reasons why you don't have a lot of money, I know you only give me one reason, that pesa haiko. Pesa haiko. Sasa pesa itapatikana aje and you're not a landlady? Pesa itapatikana aje and you're not a landlord? Pesa itapatikana aje and you're not a fabricator? A fabricator? I'm a pottery farmer. I retired to go and become a pottery farmer. And from when I retired in formal employment, when I was 32 years, I've been doing pottery farming. I'm also a pig farmer. I don't know whether Osman, I'm smelling anything like a pig. I don't know whether kuna mtu amesikia kama nanuka kama nguruwe ama kuku. I went to do those things because I was challenged by Jenga Karume and then the Kiambu Mafias. And they told me, young man, you are so fluent. And it is true, God had really blessed me. When I was at 2 years, when I was actually 26 years, I was able to secure a job at Nakumat then, and I was a chief accountant at 26. Nakumat then. I was able to work at the Beosdorf, become the supply chain and operations manager at that one, and I retired with a salary of 400,000. And when I retired at that particular early stage in life is because I met some Kiambu Mafias who challenged me, and because we grew with a lot of poverty in our village. Actually, my mother succumbed to death when I was informed to. She couldn't get anyone to take her to hospital. So we grew with a lot of poverty, and I knew that the only solution that was standing between me and poverty was only education. So I worked very hard, only to find some other men who told me, you are very eloquent, you're even priding yourself that you go to Germany and France. Kunukia mafuta tu, niko naenda Germany and France, kunukia mafuta. Beosdo, BDF. But they challenged me to tell me, young man, you had a very good vision and focus to become a millionaire. But if you follow that route that you're following, you may never become a millionaire in your life. And let me tell you, because I retired that particular time, to go and become a pottery, I asked them, so now how do you start? And you don't have money. I had just gotten married. My firstborn daughter was only 6 months when I was retiring. And I asked them, so where will I get the share capital to start? And they told me, there is nothing like share capital. They told me that you don't even need 10,000 to start off a business. You only need 5,000 bob. 5,000 bob. And so I asked them, 5,000 bob to do what? He told me, just go and buy a cock and a hen and start your journey from there. A cock and a hen. 5,000 bob. Imagine. Of course, I didn't start with only 2 chickens. I started with a lot. But let me tell you, when they grew to get someone to buy those chickens, and they are eating day in, day out, with the little money that I had, viatu zikainama, shati kararuka huko nyuma. My wife was leaving me. My dad said that the moment I have started smoking bangi was then. Someone whose star was shining, but now I have now gone down now to do what the ones who are not educated are doing. I did not go back because I was so convinced and I wanted money more. I went down to go and dirtify my hands and learn. And from there, I've grown. I'm not rich. I'm not wealthy. I'm in the process. And that process was actually passed to me by people who challenged me, told me, you are too eloquent in a lot of English. And I want you people to reflect back and look at yourself. Just look at the village, and you see the people who are controlling the wholesale business. Niko na moja, Nairobi, aliuza kampuni na ito consumer products. Ilikuwa inaitwa Nice and Lovely. How many of us here knows Nice and Lovely? Nice and Lovely, the owner of that company, he sold it to a company called Royal East Africa, Dark and Lovely. These are French company. He sold that company after working for that company for 13 years. And he started na mwiko na birika ya kutengeneza shampoo. While hawking shampoo in Nairobi, I got into Paul Kenodia Moshene. He is still there today. He sold 60% of that business. He started na mwiko na drum na kuhawk shampoo ya kuosha watu vichwa. Aka grow his company within a span of that 10 years. Akauza 60% only ya mafuta peke yake. Kwa Dark and Lovely. He became a billionaire overnight. 3 billion. 3 billion. A company you start, and he was a roader at Wakulima market. Alikuwa anabeba ngunia za viazi hivi, anatoa na anarudisha hivi. You know, there are some people who call people motivational speakers. Just go and have a sitting with that guy. There's a gentleman here who runs shops like Best Lady Cosmetics. I don't know whether you know, I've ever seen Best Lady Cosmetics. How many of us have ever interacted with Best Lady Cosmetics in Nairobi? Hata hapa Mombasa ziko mingi sana. Hata hapa Mtwapa ziko za kuuza, zinakuwa kama supermarket za kuuza vitu za urembo za mama. And that gentleman was just a shelf stocker, starting off a shelf stocker from Ibrahim's at Moi Avenue. Kale kazoe kalikuwa pale. And the gentleman has got over 80 shops countrywide. I'm not challenging you because you cannot become the same. My only challenge to us today is that the world creators, in the interest of time, I think your CEO and the board will be thinking about this. You people, you need a lot of feeding on this material. This is what I was telling you. I want to conclude in the interest of time. What causes the gap between the rich and the poor to continuously widen the globally? There is an economic model. Wale ambao wanaangalia side hiyo, muangalie hiyo. That's ukisikia hata mtu wako na PhD economics. That is what we keep on expounding on. Economic model is actually made of 2 sides. One is the households. Households ni watu wale ambao wanakula. And the farms ni watu wale ambao wanatengeneza kile wanakula. Now, wale ambao wanatengeneza kile tunakulanga sana, hao wanaitwa farms, we actually provide labor to them. We are the people who provide our technical expertise to them to actually do the work, and then they produce products, but we provide the product market for them. So we provide labor that is cheaply accessible and that is accessible at any time, and they produce. Now, if you want to become a rich man and a wealthy man during retirement, nimesema mambo ya maziwa, na mimi natoka kule Kiambu County, na niko na sako kule Githunguri inaitwa GDC. Githunguri Data and Community Sacco. I think the CEO is also a friend to your CEO here. They have got Dr. Kioko, Charles Kioko, and we've got now their parent now cooperative called Fresher Maziwa. Kuna wanaume huko wanakamua ng'ombe 1,000 liters in a day. 1,000 liters of milk in a day. 800 liters of milk in a day. I know the work is too tiresome. And especially sisi ambao tumesoma na tumeenda kazi kwa makampuni makubwa makubwa, wakati unasikia mpaka harufu ya ng'ombe unasikia ikiwa mbaya. Si kweli? Wacha na nguruwe zinanuka sana. Na kuna wanaume who are meeting millions when they are selling their pork. I've got a very young man who is 35 years. I cannot change because he's the one who inspired me to start. Thank you. He's the one who inspired me to start. He has got 15 chains of butcheries, and he's at 5 years old, minting about 6 million income at the end of every month. Kuuza nguruwe tu, pork. Yo. Now, once you interact with such kind of people, then you understand that there is what you call household and there is what you call farms. And that is what we are saying there. Everyone is at liberty to choose either to be rich or to be what? To be poor. And now to end my lesson, if you look at this global world pattern here, those materials will be shared with you. Mutaenda kujisomea. Pale mtu hatapata vizuri, anapiga simu anauliza. Si kweli? Ukiangalia hiyo kitu nimechora pale, utaona hapo, the world pattern, that is not now my material. That is actually an excerpt that I picked of the global world distribution in 2020 in the world of property. 1% of the people, 1% of the percentage of adults, 1% controls the entire global world, 46%. And that is a reflection of the globe. If you come to Kenya, majority of the citizens that you see, sisi unaonanga hata Nairobi watu wakitembea huko Nairobi, watu wale ambao wana control Kenya, they are less than 1%. I once had an interaction with one of the families that is doing very well in Kenya, and that is Kenyatta family. And I happened to interact with the small children of Uhuru Kenyatta. They are not small, they are adults. And you know, these are children whose grandfather was the founding father of this nation. And the most immediate former president is their dad. But if you go and look for those two sons, ya Uhuru Kenyatta, wanaendelea kulea mboga na spinach. Wanamwagia mboga na spinach maji. They are supplying vegetables both locally and internationally. When the child of a poor parent is doing what? They are sleeping in the house because there are no jobs. Now, people whose bank is the third largest in Kenya, NCBA is the third richest, is number 3. It has even overtaken Cooperative Bank. They have got the privilege. Now, hoteli zao zimejaa hapa. They have got the privilege ya kuja kulala huku kwa maji. But now themselves, they are actually knowing that the principle of wealth is that the wealth is not grown at eating, wealth is grown at reproduction. And that's why if you look at this now, when you'll be having your time to read these materials, you look at this slide that I'm giving you here. There are 4 pillars of wealth creation. Number 1 is to acquire. Number 2 is to protect. And that's why I was invited here. There are some materials here for risk management, to go and look at what you can do to diversify in terms of minimizing the risk. Because if you put all your eggs in one basket, what happens is that, and one basket in this sense is not putting your money in Stima Sacco only. One basket, what I mean, is that you are trusting one source of income so much that you want to retire on it. Now, wealth needs to be protected, and when you protect that, you either protect biodiversification through risk management, and seeking for more information and knowledge and exposure, and also ensuring with the CIC. Actually, the best insurance company now today, and of course it's still Cooperative Insurance Company of Kenya, still a cooperative. You can actually insure your investments with them, and in the event an event occurs, hata watu wa ng'ombe, hata mimi ni mkulima ya ng'ombe. Ng'ombe wakati unataka kuchukua loan naye, and we do this, lazima hiyo ng'ombe ikuwe na insurance. So even cows are insured. In the event the cow collapses or contracts mastitis, then the insurance company comes on board to compensate you. And that's why we are saying that there are 4 pillars of wealth creation. Number 1 being to acquire, and that is what I'm teaching here. Number 2 being to protect. But number 3 is growth. And that growth, as an African man, in my interaction with the people that I interact with every day, we actually eat more and waste more than we generate. If you go now to the richest people, Manu Chandaria, still minting. Go to Vimasha, still minting. Go to Kenyatta family, still minting. People who are wealthy, they wake up earlier than people who doesn't. And that is the principle. The number 4 is passing it over. The generational wealth. That even if I grew with a lot of poverty, I don't want my children to live in poverty the way I grew up. I need to leave them with something that they can actually say that when I worked, when I was given the privilege to invest, my dad was able to put something good. And that is why the white men will actually come and enjoy what we are supposed to be enjoying here. Why? They did not start from zero where we started. So wealth is supposed to be, has got 4 pillars. You create it, you protect it, you grow it, and you pass it along. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have time. When you see Osman moving, you're saying that my time is gone. It was my pleasure for the brief time to talk to you. I hope that you've gotten value. Have you gotten anything? Have you gotten anything? Are you going to change your life? Are you going to invest in the Sacco? You know, I didn't even have the time to tell you what to do in the Sacco. But are you going to put more money in the Sacco? Are you going to save more? And you know, it actually is anchored on changing your lifestyle. You must change your lifestyle. You must be able to do something extra with your hours. The rich and the poor have got the same number of hours. So change your life, connect yourself with the Sacco, befriend your Sacco so much. Ensure that whatever the Sacco is producing and giving, you are the first consumer of that. Put more money in the Sacco, and when you be retiring, you're going to find it very well. So with that, Bonasio, I appreciate so much for the opportunity. Yeah, the directors of Sacco, I appreciate so much for the opportunity. And Cusco as well. You tell them I appreciated the opportunity. Asanteni sana, and may God bless you so much. Asanteni.
So, thank you. He deserves a better clap than that. As we are setting up for the next one, is there any burning question for Dr. Bashar? Any comment, any question? You can put back his phone number so that, was it a phone number or an email? Just go to the first page.
Thank you. I think at the risk of repeating myself, the last 2 speakers, the one from eWealth and the Daktari there, you know, Bana CEO Wasako, these talks are very nice, very good. All I wish I attended some of these lessons when I was about 30 years, you know. And I hope for those of us whose children are members of Sacco, I think you can organize something like this for the younger ones. Probably they will really benefit a lot, because if I know what I'm knowing now, 30 years ago, when I was 30 now, I think I was over 30 then, I probably would be one of the savers of 483 million. But unfortunately, I'll try to go up, but these are very, very nice talks. Asante sana for this. But please see if you can do it to the younger members.
Appreciate it. So thank you for the comment. I think we've had that comment that is there a way we can also pass this message to more and more? So we look, I will have a discussion internally with the board and see how best we can be able to do that. But having said that, also, please pass the message yourself. You've had something. So if you're able to influence the people you're able to influence to make better decisions. I think for all of us, even where I am right now, I've always said I wish I knew more of the Sacco sector 20 years before I did.
But it's never too late. They say the best time to know about savings is, yeah. So, Asanteni, thank you so much. Next, oh, there's a comment. Okay.
Mine is just a comment. I think we have to take things in the right context. These guys in this room are millionaires in their own right, and I believe that they would gain much more if you looked at or if you discussed investment opportunities to them. The lecture should be specifically focused on this group. And then number two, I would request that you pass the materials to all the members. That way, we can start to create awareness and to inspire them to invest more, to save more, and so on. Because I believe what he has said actually is true. If you saved 50% of your salary from the start, you have much more. And me, I'm a beneficiary of that, because my grandfather told me, only eat 5. If you get 10, eat 5 and save 5. And the money that I saved in the Sacco is actually what I used to educate my children. Just the dividends. I would get my dividends and pay school fees the whole year. So I think it is very useful if we could pass the knowledge or the information to the other members. One of my former members just asked me, he is watching the program online. So he asked me, what do you need to be a member of the club? So it would be very useful if we could pass that information to them when they are young and when they have the opportunity to save. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'd like to hand over the meeting to the next presenter. But for those who are on YouTube, and I know you're on Twitter as well, again, just to elaborate what we had said earlier in the morning, for you to be here today, you had met 3 criteria. Number 1 is that you had a minimum share capital of 1.5 million shillings. Number 2, you're amongst those who had saved incrementally in alpha deposits more than 3.5 million shillings. Or number 3, also incrementally in the year that has passed, you've also saved more than 1 million shillings. That is the group that is actually here. So if you're watching and you're online and you'd like to be here next year, so please put in some money with Stima Sacco. With that, I'd like to hand over to Rosemary. Rosemary is our Chief Manager in charge of strategy and business, and the rest of the management team. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you, CEO. Good afternoon. I can only imagine that it's getting longer and longer in the sessions. I'll try to be very brief. But thank you very much for honoring our invitation. It's always an honor to engage with you. So I just want to take us through some highlights. Our program is about products, but I won't go into the details because I believe you can find the details at our desks there. There are a number of our staff who are waiting there. So do highlights that we don't take longer to just help us be able to appreciate what we are looking at. So just move on to the next slide. So Stima Sacco invited this team because we felt time has come for us to continue engaging. Like we said, the first event that we did was in 2021. This is the second one. And we truly look forward to just doing this more and making it better for every one of us, so that in future when you're investing with us, you're able to see how that is adding value, and also you can see the society growing out of it. Indeed, I think at one point you saw us trying to collect the forms. We want to see in this particular sitting, what impact have we made? And we are doing this for ourselves. So we'll continue to communicate to us to show and be able to demonstrate that our gathering in this meeting is making a difference, because this is our society and we have to keep going. So we are here to meet and greet, and I really hope that you have really been able to meet a few people, be able to network. Don't miss out on the opportunities for networking. Socialize, meaning just take it easy. You're here to just enjoy it a day. We hope in future we'll be able to make it better, hopefully, as we invest more. But take the opportunity to just be able to socialize, get to know people in a very easy way. Also, let's learn, and allow me also to extend it to what we say. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn. Simply meaning, when you learn, there are new things that we could appreciate. Just by sitting like this, you get to know a new thing, one thing or the other. Why do we unlearn? We unlearn because there are probably some philosophies or some way of life that we have grown knowing, but where we are right now, that might not be working. So you might need to unlearn that one. Again, you relearn. Why do you want to do that? It's about emphasis. Some things you have had before, and you'll hear them again. So that emphasis, just hearing again and again, it sinks, and you're able to put it into practicality, and then it benefits you. So finally, we would want you to be able to know your circle better. This is your circle. So the more we engage, the more we interact, the more we get to know the circle better. Circle ni yetu. Sawa sawa. Thank you. So we just move on. Supposed to use this. Good. So we say Stima Sacco is a circle of many fasts, and there's a reason we say that. There's so many things, there's so many areas that we have found ourselves as a circle being the lead. But I just want to highlight those ones very fast, that yes, and the CEO talked about it in the morning, Stima Sacco was the first one to be licensed by SASRA. And that means a lot. That's the regulator. Again, there's a time that the SACCOs really didn't know about checkbooks. And Stima Sacco took a very bold move and started issuing checkbooks. We are now Sharia-compliant society. We are the first ones in this space. And we have seen many SACCOs coming to benchmark. We'll continue supporting those that we can. We are now on PesaLink, and there are many things. I think when I was showing someone this list, they were like, I think you forgot something about the ATMs. There are many. So we just move on. So today again, what we are saying, and this again was given a highlight by Honsek, is that we are here as 100 participants. And we really appreciate, for us, we take it as an opportunity for recognition. We recognize, sincerely so, the fact that you did not choose another circle and you chose Stima Sacco. We are grateful. And for you coming here, and we are so many of us, but the few hundred that are here, we want to continue encouraging ourselves. And we expect that you will continue to be doing the good work. This particular time, we brought in the aspect of super savers. Super savers because as a circle, we exist to promote a savings culture. And we monitor and we keep evaluating. Are we really changing people's lives? Are we empowering people? And one of those things that we have always wanted to monitor is how members are engaging in terms of deposits. We would love people to deposit monthly. Some people like depositing monthly, others like just putting their lump sum amount, and that is it. But this particular time when we were doing the selection for the people to attend this conference, we were interested in knowing who are those people that in the year 2023 consistently deposited with us. And it was very interesting if you could see that data. So we decided to include them. They are here, they are sitting with us, they are part of us, and I'll continue to show you some demographics in the next slides. So Stima Sacco membership is in these three levels. We have individual members, people who come to us just as individuals. They are either employed under check-off system. They are either business people, but they come as individuals. Then we have groups on board. We have lots of chairmas. Already we are having and working on a strategy around the chairmas. And then we have corporates. We've seen institutions that come to us, either they are schools, they are churches, they are just companies, and they fit in very well when they come to us. Now, there's something that is hidden there. I don't know what has just happened to that. It reads member graduation model. Member graduation model. The word that is just hidden there is model. And I want to say Stima Sacco is using this as a very, very unique model. This model, I have worked for SACCOs over 20 years, many SACCOs, but I have never seen this model. And it is working for us. The reason why we decided to put that model is because at one time, I think around 2021, we noted that we were not meeting our membership targets. We were missing targets by 47%, around 2021. Right now, I'll tell you with this model, we have been able to meet our membership targets by over 80%. So it's a model that is working and we appreciate it. When we got here, we were losing out. We were losing out on recruitment for all citizens in Kenya, people who felt like this SACCO is just way above what we can afford. So they couldn't find a way of, we didn't have an entry point. The model is just providing an entry point for the Kenyans that wish to engage with the Stima Sacco, whether they are young people in schools or whatever level they are in. And the key word there is graduation. The key word is graduation, meaning once you enter and you're in, all we are providing is an entry point. But once you're inside, you should not remain where you are. We will support you to grow with us. It's about growth. This model is about growth. You can come in, give us your 500 because that is the one share that we have, the worth, one share that is worth 500. When you give us that, you can keep growing. Move to the 5,000, move to the 25,000. There is no limit. I think I had someone in the morning saying they have invested, they don't know whether there's a limit. There's no limit. Keep investing. Put your money at 50. That's why we have used the word above 100,000. And you can grow and grow, but that model is about supporting members to make it easy for them to join Stima Sacco. So now these are demographics. I've spoken about this, and this is about us who are seated here today. This is about the 100 of us who are seated here today. And what you can see is that we have top savers. We have already explained about that. Top shareholders. And we have super savers, the ones I've explained about, people who have really consistently made effort to increase their deposits or shares within the year 2023. And you can see in terms of age, the range within the age. And I think we are clapping for a lady there. Thank you so much. At the age of 28, there are 3 more who are seated somewhere here. If you look at super savers, there are 6 there. People who are very young and they are appreciating the investment culture and they are here with us. We need to support them. We need to support them as they grow with us. And you can be able to appreciate that age. We were doing a gap of 10 years. And if you look at this in terms of shareholdings, just down there, above 71 years of age, top shareholders, we have 2. We have 2. But if you look at super savers, we do not have anyone that consistently saved with us or increased their deposits or shares in the year 2023 who is above 71 years. What does that one tell us? I think it all aligns to what we are learning this morning, that there are things that matter at certain ages, and as you continue to grow, those issues may never be a priority. So let's do the right things when we have to do them. So briefly again, I just talk about the products that we have. When you join Stima Sacco, we always open for you 3 accounts. One of them is the share capital, the other one is alpha deposits, and then the prime account. Now, if you look on the right side, right side of the presentation, you can see there's that diagram that is about conventional and the Sharia-compliant. What we mean here is every member who joins us, now that we are Sharia-compliant, if you come to patronize the conventional, you just come as just the normal, ordinary member that we know, we like calling them the conventional, to just be able to differentiate with the Sharia members that we are onboarding. So either of them, you will have ISR share capital, that is if Sharia, you will have ISR alpha, I think Sheikh mentioned that in the morning, and then you'll have Prime. Just that's the simple difference that is there, but we move together as members. Whether you're in conventional or whether you have come in for Sharia, you're welcome, and we move on. We have the savings and investment accounts continued again. These are opportunities that we are providing, and we have mentioned a lot about fixed deposits. We would love you to keep your deposits with us, and especially the fixed deposits. We will continue to make sure that we are providing competitive rates so that if you're investing with us, you don't feel like you're losing anything. And then we have accounts that would support retirement, like the mastered account. We have the Musingi Bora and the junior accounts that are more about our children. And then we have Twiga accounts that would serve any purpose. The young people who want to organize for their weddings, they can put their money in their Twiga account. You want to make a trip to some places, groups, you can put your money in the Twiga account, and the Golden Savers account, again, which is about investment. You have some money that you have somewhere, and you feel like you want to earn just some interest. Bring it to us, and we shall be able to make good use of it and give you a good return as well. So we move to the credit facilities. We have credit facilities, and normally you will call them loans. I think the more we get used to interact with our Sharia members, we are dropping the word loan, but it means one and the same thing. The loans, the credit, it's okay. But credit, we have personal loans and we have business loans, and then we have the mortgages. Again, all of them under Sharia and conventional. And what we are saying is that under business loans, you'll find loans that are about development, loans that will help you be able to invest and just build your wealth. Loans that you can take loans for a longer term period, over 12 months. There are also instant loans that are of shorter term period, which is the 12 months and below. Then the business loans, which will help you be able to run your business in terms of commercial assets or even in the trading, and they are available both for individuals and for businesses. On the mortgages, I'll just touch on the mortgages as we proceed. But we have now the credit facilities. I just highlighted a few things that I thought they are just some quick takeoffs that we can run with as this forum. So we have the makeover loan, which is about household items. We keep changing household items now and then. You start from somewhere, and as you move on, you feel like, I want to change my fridge to a small, I want a bigger one. Whatever it takes. Just should you not have enough savings about it and you feel like you would want some credit or some loan around it, what we are saying is that we are here. And what you will see, when you're going out there, you must have seen some companies, that are partnering with us. There are many. This product, we do it through partnerships. We partner with the companies who are supplying items, and then you can come, have the loan, pick the item, and take it with you. Some of them are here, and we will give them, as I finish, maybe just some 2 minutes. They're just 2. They can tell us exactly what they are doing. But they are here, and we have many more that we have onboarded for that makeover loan. Then the Chama investment loan, the groups. I think that is why my photo is about women, but that does not mean that men are not in Chamas. I know, and I have seen very successful Chamas for men that are already here. Many times when you talk about Chamas, they're associated with women, but any Chama can join Stima Sacco. And incidentally, we are at a stage now where we are implementing a software called ChamaSoft, just to make it easy for our Chamas to keep their records. Because what happens with Chamas is that if a Chama loses trust, then all is gone. That Chama can very easily break down. And we want to make it easy by supporting our Chamas to provide that application. If your members are depositing money, they can get a feedback, the group can get a feedback that yes, someone deposited money. There's money that has been withdrawn. Just start record keeping and providing statements on their mobile phones. And that will be easy for Chamas. So again, I just mentioned about mortgages. We have very, very good mortgages. We have the mortgages that we are providing. Currently, we have, I think the mortgage that is fastest moving, that we are partnering with the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. We call it KMRC. We are giving it at 9% for people on employment, and then 9.5% for people in businesses. And that is one of the best things that we are doing. And we also have other mortgages for the Sacco. We call that Makazi Power. You can come and borrow a loan. You can build your own home. You can build a second home. You can build a third loan. You can build a third home. Just invest and invest. You can do real estate. You can invest in anything that you want. We have one newest mortgage loan on board called Makazi Power Commercial. And I know you'd be very interested in, because this morning I had a lot of time engaging with so many of you, and I saw people very interested with that Makazi Power Commercial. It would help you do investment in your real estate. It would help you be able to invest in whatever hotels, if you're developing them. We have it, and it is the best that I can tell you we have on board for this year. So take advantage of it, engage us, let us see how we can support you. This is about asset loan. That lady there is driving. All we are saying is that should you need a car, 2 cars to replace anything, any mobility, we can do it together and help you do that. Okay, someone I think also in the morning asked me, how do I secure my loan? And we secure loans in Stima Sacco in these 3 very quick ways. The first one, and that is the Sacco, the ordinary Saccos as we know them, is the guarantorship model, which we like calling social collateral. It is about people, you and I supporting ourselves to be able to secure loans and support each other to grow the way we want. So that is social collateral. You can use your title deed if you don't want to go the guarantor way. If you have a logbook, it works perfect, just perfect. Come and let us talk about it. So we have other services. We have agency banking. I am still wondering why this thing is cutting from that edge. Now this word agency banking is not supposed to be there. It is supposed to be here. But this is agency banking right here. The first point is agency banking. And what we are saying is Stima Sacco has made every effort to bring its services closer to members. We have 12 branches right now spread across the country. We have a branch in Meru, we have a branch in Embu, we have 4 branches in Nairobi, 1 at Parklands, we have 2 at the CBD, 1 is at Kimathi Street, the other one is at E-House, and then we have the other one at Kawi Complex is in South Sea. If you move the other side, you will find us in Nakuru, you will find us in Olkaria, Naivasha, Olkaria. Then you move on, you'll find us in Eldoret. You move the other way, you'll find us in Kisumu, you'll find us in Kisii, and finally you'll find us in Mombasa. Those are 12 branches. Now, we would love to be in many places as possible. But of course, as we get to grow in that dimension of establishing physical branches, we are also aware that we can still engage with our members in this way of agency banking. And agency banking is about partnership with businesses. If you have a business, we can partner with you, by the way. And it's a good thing because you can also earn commission out of the work that you're doing, out of the transactions with the drawers. And we are enhancing functionalities of agency banking. We truly want that our agents can help us with recruitment, where they can even earn a commission on recruitment, you see? And even one of us is seated here and you have your business and you would want us to install this machine at your business, please let us know. We'll tell you how to do about it. So we have that, and then the mobile banking money. I hope all of us are signed up on Empower and Mstima. They are our mobile banking services. We just want to bring services closer to you. You don't have to keep coming to the branch. And like I've said, our branches are not everywhere. So wherever you are and you want to have a comfortable or a better way of engaging with us in terms of interacting with your account, and especially the Prime account, ensure that you have signed up for mobile money so that you can deposit or withdraw your money. The ATMs, we have ATMs. You can transfer your funds from one account to the other. And I already spoke about PesaLink, which would help you be able even to transfer huge amounts of money. So don't shy off, just sign up. Make Stima Sacco the Sacco of choice. There isn't anything we we can't do. Apart from the small issues that we are still lobbying with the government to just help us be able to do some of those things, the rest of the basic issues about banking, you can get that in Stima. Employer insurance, I think the CEO mentioned about about employer insurance in the morning. We have Empower Auto Policy is about insuring your vehicle just in case there's an accident or your vehicle has caught fire or it's just stolen. If you have that cover, then you will be sorted. Then we have Empower Last Expense Policy. This is very, very important for us to be able to take, and we encourage all of us to be able to secure this policy that in the event of death, then your next of kin can be able to benefit from this. Empower Afya Medical Cover. Again, it takes care, it's a comprehensive cover that would take care of individuals and families, also groups. Empower Personal Accident Cover, again, it covers against accidental death and disability and accidental medical issues. Empower Domestic Package, it's all about, we actually call it a combined policy because with it, then you'll be able to insure your household items, and as it is, it would take care of your house servants as well. So we have, as we move on, I think I'm already done with the products as it is. The next slide is about what would you expect from us? And we are saying we are committed to making you realize your dreams. And we never stop dreaming, not at it. I'm sure even in this room today and now, we are still dreaming and thinking through what do we achieve, what are our goals, how can we become better? And all we are saying as Stima is, as you make that journey towards meeting your dreams, you see that man going up there, they are headed somewhere. As you get to achieve what you want to achieve, always remember that Stima Sacco is ready to walk with you the journey of achieving your goals, and we would want to enhance our relationship with you, and especially so that you can be able to get timely feedback from us at all times. Happy to let you know that Stima Sacco call center is 24 hours. You can actually engage with us any hour of the night and you shall be sorted out. And we would love to make our services more of self-service platforms. That is why we encourage you to sign up on our internet banking so that you can access your account at any given time through our web portal. The e-channels, which I've already spoken about, and that we are trying really to make sure that even as we serve you in terms of the service, in terms of the solutions that we have, the platforms that we have a robust core banking system, which we already implemented last year, doing very well and moving to the next level of improvement. But I can tell you there's a whole difference from where we have come from. We would want you to support, we would want to continue supporting you even with non-financial services. I know many times we talk about Sacco banks, we are thinking of financial services. But even the way we are seated here today, this is non-financial service we are rendering today. We want to build your capacity. We want to make it easy for you as you engage with us. We more want to take an advisory role. That as we talk with you, we are not just selling money. We are speaking with each other and just understanding each other, checking how are you doing and how are you growing. If I give you a loan, was it of any help? If not a loan, the savings that you're putting in, how can that be more helpful to you, not only today, but also your future? Then we are committing to continue providing competitive products and through market research and doing analysis. And I think that is why I tried even to show the demographics I showed you there, because numbers don't lie. And with numbers, you can always make very informed decisions. So how can you support? How can you support? Now, as we move on, we are requesting that this conversation has continued in the morning. I just want to pass through and say we would really appreciate if you considered increasing your share capital and your deposits. It's just setting your goals, nothing else. If today you decided you give us 5% of your deposits, 5% of your share capital, or your monthly installment, something, it will take us very far. And you know the beauty about, I keep saying, the Sacco model is very interesting, and I love it. I'm very passionate about the cooperative model. The cooperative model, you're the owner and you're the buyer. You have items, you sell to yourself, but you're the beneficiary at the end of the day. You see? You're the beneficiary at the end of the day. So unlike the banks where you'll make the profits and they just share the profits without involving you, you'll have your dividends here. So it is very, very different. Then invest in the FDs, capitalize the dividend. We have spoken about all this, but the last two allow me to just make a highlight because I have finished this presentation, that you are our ambassador. Give us referrals. If you have relatives in the diaspora or relatives, please give us those connections. We'll reach out to them. Then be a mentor to the young people. We are facing a real challenge ahead as we move on because the young people have not quite adopted the savings culture. We are the ones who can help. So please be our ambassador, be a mentor to them, and bring them on board. So these are our contacts. Should you want to talk to us, just in case you didn't have, you can take a quick screenshot there, and you'll have the contacts because we have several ways that you can be able to engage us. I leave that. I can see people are taking a photo there. Just do that. Very, very good. Talk to us anytime. Talk to the team that is outside there after this. Let us just engage and talk. I'm just looking at the last phone that is lifted. Thank you so much. And so with that, for me, is to just say thank you very much, and we'll serve you for life. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. I start by apologizing. Unajua nyinyi, most of you ni wazee kidogo, and we have kept you for long. The disadvantage of being a gentleman and an investor is that when you are called to these forums, unakaa patient tu kama umeenda kulipa mahari. You are at the disposal of wale watu mmepelekea mahari. So we have kept you for some time, but we've picked a few lessons, of course, with an aim of improving on where we have not gotten it right. So as we come towards the end of this, we will have a survey that will be sent to your phones. We just want to get your feedback on areas of improvement. We take your comments very positively, and we look forward to even a more engaging investors workshop next year. I did mention that one day appears not sufficient enough for us to engage, and so next time, I think we should meet for at least a minimum of 2 days. So with that, from our end, I think we are done. I just want to say that we'll have dinner for all of us right at the venue where we had our 10 o'clock tea. And at that point, we can continue receiving a feedback. But from your end, I'll open it up if you feel that you want to go and freshen up for the dinner. If you feel that you want us to continue with some questions, I'd just allow maybe 2-3 questions. But if you're also good enough, then we can proceed and take tea in preparation for the 7 p.m. Dinner. So I am at your disposal in terms of the way forward. Yes, John.
Yes, members, unajua sisi kwa biashara ya kuuza pesa na kuwekea watu pia pesa. Labda kuna mtu anaumwa na milioni 50. Kuna mtu anasikia kuna milioni inataka izae. Kuna mtu ame harvest kahawa. These are good opportunity. I think, Osman, before members leave, this out of protocol, mimi nimesimama tu. Umekuja Mombasa, umekaa vizuri, umesikia vizuri, umeambiwa vizuri na umesikia kwamba kuna kitu nataka uweke kwa sako. I think CEO, you need to give us a forum. Watu waweke hapo kile nataka kuweka milioni 5. kama John Juguna hapa kuna pesa mingi nataka kuleta leo. Rafiki yangu sana huyo, mtu akona pesa mzuri. Kuna consultant pale Jen Lidede pia kuna story na mzee yuko karibu. 2 signatories wako hapa, kwa hivyo unangojea nini? Mungu awabariki sana. Pesa itaki kelele, ongeni pole pole.
Thank you, John. Unasema unataka kupatent pesa. Any other observation? Suggestion? Yes.
Thank you. Mine is on the issue of fraud. And many circles have, I think not so many, but a few circles have been caught with fraud where internal management embezzle funds and waste livelihoods or member savings that they've saved over a long period of time. So what are we really doing? I'd like to know from the management what safeguards are there to prevent, especially fraud being done by the management or the people who are being trusted to safeguard that cash. Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. That's a question that I give to the CEO. David, CEO, meanwhile, you can start preparing to respond to that.
Thank you. Thank you. One second. Just a quick one. We've been hearing, or we know that there was a challenge on the system, core banking system. And the general information we had here is that things are okay. But can we have a proper updates, really, how things are okay? How do we progress? Thank you.
An update on the core banking system. CEO.
Mine is not so much, but on this form, I just want to understand something. You are hereby advised to increase my alpha. With that one I can do, because the question of telling you natuanga kidogo ongeza. Yeah, sorry. It's a sign of. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. What I'm saying on this form of ongeza rao, if I read it and the way I can understand, it's easier to handle it on alpha deposit. But then on the share capital, are you saying that somebody can say 5K per month or something? Is it workable on the share capital? I think I need to understand that. Then number two, previously on the portal for individual, you can access. But if you had for a company, which was saving with Stima Sacco, there was something which was being done. I think that's more than a year ago. And this has not come up. I just want to understand if it's now applicable, getting access online for a corporate or a company for that matter. Thank you.
Those are two questions in one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Francis, as I had said earlier. One of the issues I wanted to ask, one is the issue of next of kin. Previously on the previous system, we could be able to access who we have chosen as next of kin on the system. But with the new core banking system, I don't know whether it's something that is in progress or it is fully determined that we cannot see who are actually registered, because as of now, you can't see who is registered as the next of kin on the core banking system. The other thing I wanted to say is something the business and strategy manager was saying about us filling these forms as a show of what impact that these sessions usually have. It's okay, that can be a parameter that shows what this kind of a session would, the impact it would have. But I believe there are so many other ways, because some of us may not fill these forms. Yet we have been influenced by this session to act. Maybe having this kind of a forum influenced us to add on to share capital or to add on to the alpha and such. Yet we have not filled these forms. Because sometimes mostly CC business people, what drives us is our discipline with money. We don't have to give instructions, things to be done. But we know that we are supposed to do them, and we actually do. For example, me, if I take loans, I don't have to give instructions that certain money should be deducted every month. I do it myself, because I know that is what I'm supposed to do. So sometimes we may not fill this form, but still we have been impacted by these forums, by this kind of a forum. The last thing I wanted to say is about the prime account. I don't see you people insisting about the prime account, and I would maybe put it as a request or as a view that you can incorporate it as a parameter next time when you are choosing the people to be included in this kind of a forum. You can use the activities of one's prime account as a parameter of bringing someone to this kind of forum. That would encourage people to really use the prime account. That's all. And the last one is to ask, for the CEO to, I didn't get the date for the celebration, the 50-year celebrations. I think some of us skipped our mind. That's escaped our mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for guidance, the ICT manager, you will respond to the question of the next of kin, why it can't, members can't view that online. And I want to believe that the CEO will respond to the 50-year celebration. Prime accounts, I think we take that as feedback. And Rosemary, that's the second feedback, is that it's not just filling these forms that will have made an impact, but a follow-up and what lessons have been taken out of this. So the ICT manager, CEO, have added you another additional question on 50 years celebration. When will that be? Joroke, just behind you. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. This goes to the CEO, and there was a head of credit, I think. For those of us who take facilities against your alpha deposits, those are cash-covered facilities. And you spoke about simplicity as one of your core values. I don't understand why a facility which is fully cash-covered takes a week for disbursement. Maybe you could look onto that. If you could have like a TAT of around 24 hours, regardless of the amount, as far as it's fully cash-covered, we should have a TAT of less than 24 hours for that.
Thank you. I was listening to the presentation of the CEO, and I like the core values. He talked about simplicity, trust, integrity, and R was really representing what? But anyway, as I listen to that, and then the presentation that has been made by the lady concerning the various products. There's one particular product that I'm concerned about, the Empower product. I think there was only one slide. There are about two items. And I think I had an experience, and as an investor, I did like that experience. Luckily, I think I was sorted out. I was discussing with the CEO, and I was sorted out. But still, it is. I am concerned because I think most of us have cars here, and I don't think we go for that product. And being members of Sacco, I don't understand why we would prefer to have insurance in other places and not Sacco. At that particular time I attempted, I think I didn't experience a very good experience. And actually I camped at CEO's place. I wanted to make some complaint, but I was directed to Joseph. Joseph actually sorted me out. But then my concern is why, since all of us have cars, why that particular product? If it was going to be a nice product, then all of us would come to Sacco and they would benefit from insurance. Why should I insure my car elsewhere and not the Sacco? Is there something we need to do to improve on that particular product? Otherwise, that's my contribution.
Thank you. If I've heard, that's more of a comment. What input, how can this team support us around Empower Insurance, especially auto insurance? Waweru, then Commissioner, then Waweru.
Good afternoon. Mine are just two comments. One, I think you still need to work at the insurance for medical. You know, medical is becoming, I don't even know what is going on now. This mongrel, NHIF, is it SH what? So I think we can take advantage of that and come up with a product which I know most members will be able to enlist. The other issue is that I know we come here to listen, but I think you should be able to be identifying one or two of us to talk to each other. Because I think we can also gain a lot of experience by learning from what's success stories, even if I would have loved to listen to, is it either the carpenter or was this person the one who was making bikes, the piki, you know, for us to understand what they went through, what made them come here, you know, those stories are also nice if we can talk to each other, maybe identify one or two people for each session, so they give us a few, and I think that would liven up. And then next time, please, the speakers, I don't want to talk much about it, but the first one repeated the jokes and everything that we had 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Waweru.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Waweru. I have written 4 questions to the CEO. I request that he confirms that he has received them on his WhatsApp. The other issue is I wanted you to confirm how I'm going to receive the feedback on the same. Otherwise, mine is to appreciate this great opportunity to meet, and this should continue in the future, and try to include more of the other groups so that we can improve. Thank you. I see you have confirmed that you have received the 4 questions. Thank you.
There's a gentleman here, then we'll take the last one from Haduli, the other side.
I've got 2 things. One is just a concern. When I was young, maybe when I was finishing school, there was a program in the old KBC channel called The Rich Also Cry. And my concern now is, I don't know whether it was last month or some few weeks ago, there is a Sacco called Metropolitan. I don't know whether any of you has heard about that Sacco. It's a Sacco for teachers. Mainly, it was a Sacco for teachers.
Sacco for Kiambu teachers.
Exactly. That Sacco went down with a lot of teachers' money in billions. My concern is, Mr. Mudanya here is an overseer of a board of risk management or something.
Audit and risk.
And I have a gentleman there who raised a question about the management of that cash. Monandi has also highlighted about the
cyber security.
Exactly.
Like CBS.
Yeah. And one thing, there's this overseer called SASRA, regulator, or I don't know if it is overseer or a regulator. It being there and a Sacco like Metropolitan going down, what are the measures SASRA is taking and our overseer here like Mudanya are doing? Because what happened to Metropolitan could happen is also to Stima Sacco, probably, God forbid. But if there are any measures, we can learn from them, how it went down, what we need to do to curtail such an event befalling us. And it will be great to hear your response on that. And my second one is about the web portal for those of us who are employees. I don't know whether it is a risk management, but the web portal, when you open it, you can just do a functionality in one interface. Say, probably, I want to see how much I have in the Prime account, and then go to loans guaranteed people. You can't have an interface for dashboard, and then you go to maybe the loans guaranteed in one interface. It will switch off, and then you'll have to wait to do the procedure. You get the OTP for you again to get another interface for now. I don't know if it is for risk management or something, but kindly enlighten on that. Thank you.
So just for guidance purposes, Dr. John Mudani, you will respond to the question on the role of SASRA and your committee, the audit and risk, and you can also speak to a question that was first asked about fraud, because all those issues come under your committee. The ICT manager, this question on the web portal and the functionality interface and what the member has asked, please add your questions. Khaduli.
Thank you, Secretary. Listening to this discussion since morning, one expression caught me clearly. If I knew then what I know now, things would not be the same. It would be probably a meeting of extra super savers. But look here, even Dr. Gashara confessed that it's not his parents who changed his life. Some third party did it. The last staff speaker seemed to acknowledge that there is some demographic challenge in terms of savers in the Sacco. Then, what else did I hear from somebody else? But there is one speaker there who questioned about what are you doing about young savers? Much as we may be required to speak to our own young savers or our own young children about this, Stima Sacco, you've told us you have many fasts. I want to challenge you to be more creative about that. If my, say, 3 children can have an opportunity to be taught or to be told about something like this, even at a small little cost, that is nothing to a rich man like me. So can you be creative about it? Anybody, even the secondary schools. You say, we speak to our children, but majority of you have children, and you know, the more you speak, you become a singer. You don't speak. They don't even want to listen sometimes. What are you telling us? But hearing it from a third party perspectives might be very different. So I challenge you. Tell me how much you think I should pay for my young ones to be told by the likes of that other last Dr. Gashara or even yourselves. But I'll be ready to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that. I chair a business strategy committee of the society. So I will take that by asking management to present to us a proposal on how to go about it in our next meeting so that we can see. I think in the interest of gender, allow me to take the last question from my sister from Sondu Miriu.
Good evening, everyone. My concern goes to Mary Karanja about the last expense. I really appreciate for that product, but for the last around few months, one of the member had a challenge. He lost a mother-in-law, and the option he had insured for, she was not given that amount. So my worry is, what is really happening for the last expense? If you insure for the last expense, let's say I understand we have 6 options in the last expense, but when something happens, you are supposed to be given the amount as per the option that you chose. But finally, you realize there are some of the changes that happens in between, even before the end of the year, as far as the insurance is concerned. So I really want to know what's really happening, and if you can at least let the members know if the changes are happening, so that each and every one of us, we get to know those changes.
Thank you for that question. Maybe if I may respond, I know you've asked Mary Karanja, but I'm sure that the question you're asking relates to your delegate in Sondomiriu. She spoke to me. It's a case that I handled, and I can bring you to speed on how it was concluded and what had actually happened. But if there's any other question around Empower Insurance, I would really humbly ask that we reach out to the members of staff who are in. Dr. Andrew Ward, you appear to be having something.
Yangu ni moto. Asanteni sana. Kama mwekezaji wa chama, ningependa kuuliza mtendaji mkuu wetu, Bwana CEO, tuko hapa, pesa ziko hapa. Unatuongezea asilimia gani tuweze kuongezea hii pesa? Tufungue magodoro, tuitoe yote tukupatie. We saw your presentation. For me as an investor, nataka kujua mwaka huu tutapata hiyo dividend itakuwa 16%, will it be 17%, will it be 20%, so that I can double my shareholding next year? Thank you.
Hilo swali nitapatia National Treasurer. Yeye ndiye anajishughulika na maneno ya pesa. So I'll start with John Mudanyi. Please be brief.
Thank you so much. Allow me to respond very quickly. I chair Audit and Risk Committee. Audit and Risk Committee, we really oversee the operations of the Sacco on behalf of the board. And therefore we report to the board on a quarterly basis how it's going. Just to summarize, very high level, my committee, we have 2 sections. There's risk committee, risk management side, where we look at all the risks, and we look at 4 types of risk also. We look at strategic risks, are there any strategic risks that the organization is exposed to? We look at operational risks, basically the transactions that you do, events that take place. Is there anything that we consider risk? And we have a team that are really experienced in this. We look at ICT risks, like the CBS system, and anything cybersecurity risks, exposures around there. So that those are all looked at, and we also look at credit risk. Credit risk, which basically the loans that we give, are there exposures? Is the management, because really the FIC, finance, investment, and credit, look at the risk, at the credit itself. They give the credit, but we look at, are there any exposures? So I must say that we have looked at this. We just had a risk committee like 2 days ago, and generally on the high level, these funds and the funds of the Sacco are safe. Of course, in any organization, there are always attempts. I can tell you, Safaricom on M-Pesa receives 15 million attempts every day. We do receive a lot of attempts also. We have what's called SOC, Security Operations Center, which we have people watching the system, the transactions, the event on a continuous basis. And if there's anything, we take action. So what we do, we identify any risk, we take mitigation. Management will tell us what mitigation, how are we going to safeguard the Sacco against those risks, and then any measures. So that's basically overall around risks and administration. This way we classify risk, high risk, moderate risk, and low risk, and then we see what actions is being taken to protect that. The issues of fraud, of course, fraud, again, through even the Security Operations Center, if it's identified, it's recovered. Whatever we can recover, we can. And I want to warn members that the most high risk now is around the mobile, the phones that we use, particularly through SIM swap. So if mtu akikupigia anakuambia nini namna gani, simu yako imekuwa blocked, nini nataka kurudishia, huyo ni mkora, anatoka Kamiti. Hiyo kazi wanafanya. And we were looking this month, we saw like last month, we had 1,618 SIM swaps that are taken all over. We try to do what we can. Some of those. So you all know, okay, na usizime ufanye nini. So I think management have been guiding us on what to do. So we do recovery. I must say that in the last 1 or 2 years, most of the events have, where we've lost some money, mainly was from the service providers like Safaricom, the MFI, who work with us, and we are recovering from them. Some we recover from insurance, and also where we find that there could be internal or suspicion, disciplinary action is taken as much as possible. So really that's around that. And then we also do audit, where the audit team, now there's a difference between risk and audit, because risk is more of a tool you have for measuring your own management. But audit, you go through specific transactions, the events. We have an audit manager who checks what's going on, and if there's any area, reports to the audit committee, and then we take action, immediate action through the CEO, and we report to the board. So generally, that's how we manage. SASRA was asked, what does SASRA do? SASRA basically, of course, they get very regular reports on what's happening in the Sacco. They do regulatory monitoring. And if any events that are likely to expose the Sacco is identified, they require action on what's going to be taken to correct it. And I must say, overall, as Stima Sacco, our risk exposure is not that high. We have slightly high risk on the credit side, sometimes a bit on the cyber side, but we take actions. For example, when we used to have a lot of slightly high exposure on the guarantor side, we introduced the asset security. And now we want to say that, Julius, just lift up your hand. Julius, this is our risk manager. He came with a lot of experience from the banking sector, having worked for several years at Equity Bank, using international benchmarks and standards of audit. And just 2 days ago, he assured us that everything, to his own, was it 70% or so? So we are fine. I think that's all I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A question was asked about cash-covered loans. And my sister, we have what we call a credit policy. and we have approval limits in terms of threshold. There's what the branch credit committee can give, and if a loan then is beyond 2 million, it goes to the head office credit committee, and if it's beyond 5 million, it goes to Central Management Credit Committee, and if it's above 10 million and above, it goes to Finance, Investment and Credit Committee, and if it's 100 million, it goes to the full board. So depending on the loan amount, that is strictly observed at any level of approval. And then two, what is cash covered is also subject to other parameters. Assuming that you have 10 million and you want 8 million and you have not guaranteed any other member or any other loan, then it should be immediately. But if you have 10 million, you want 8 million, and you have guaranteed or committed yourself to other loans, then it may be subject to the normal process. And as and when it's required that management checks with the member, that happens. But should there be a problem, I think the first destination should be your branch manager to find out when that money should be dispersed. But I'm sure that at any one given time, we disperse loans on a daily basis, 1 hour, 2 hours, and somebody even gave a testimony on when loans are processed. So thank you so much for your feedback, and if there's any specific cases, we would be glad to follow up. I will then go to, I want to bring in the management last. I'll go to, there was a question about Ongeza Tao. Of course, Alpha Deposit Share Capital, and if the same can be filled online, I will give that to either Nyambu or Anna Ayoro to respond to that. So I'll bring in the National Treasurer.
I can stand here. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Andrew, for that question. I know as investors, zote tunatarajia mapato, kwa hivyo ni swali muhimu and very, very timely. Now, what I would say is, okay, at this point, we may not give a figure or declare that this is what the rate will be, because there's a process to be followed. We look at the results. After we look at the results, management will make a recommendation to the board, and the board will look at the recommendation and all the factors considered, and then they can approve. A payment which will finally go to the AGM for final approval. So because of that process, we may not pronounce a figure. Yeah, however, Sacco business is very, very interesting. And I think it is Rosemary who reminded us that we are owners, we are the borrowers, we are the savers. So for the dividend to be high and high, it will be, we can actually take it up even to over 20% if we charged ourselves, because we are the borrowers, we are the ones taking the loans, because where does the revenue come from? It is the interest we pay on loans. Are we willing to pay more? Let me see by a show of hands. Who wants to pay more on interest? Who wants to pay more? But that's where we get the money. So it is because of that relationship, we are the owners, so we want high dividends. We also, the borrowers, we want low interest when we borrow. We are top savers here, so we also want to get more. So there's a complex relationship there. Yeah, but having said that, tumeona mapato ya nusu mwaka, half year, si mabaya. We have done well for half year. In fact, far much well compared to last year. And as a board, we are pushing management to ensure that in the second half, we don't go down. We maintain or even get better in the second half. And if that does happen, I want to believe the discussions around the end of the year will be easy, and depending on the plans and the strategy management has, I believe they will be looking at the performance and making a recommendation It's just that I cannot pronounce what it will be because we don't know as of now. But the signs are good given the first year is good. Yeah, however, having said that, tukumbuke kuna organizations zimelipa dividend mzuri sana na zinaenda zinaanguka. We are very aware of Stima investments. Some of us, we still cry up to today. So there's also looking at stability, something that is sustainable, it is stable, it is good and sustainable. So that we don't get like very high rates today, but it cannot be sustained. When it comes to the next year, we start stories, oh, now you know it is like this, we have to go down, yeah, such stories. So we put all these factors into account when coming up with a pay. What we pronounce, we know it is a number that can be sustained going forward. I hope that kind of gives some comfort, but let management do the best they can. And let us also patronize the services as members. Let's patronize, bring more. Hiyo milioni isiende nyumbani, ibaki hapa. It will either be borrowed by another person or it will be invested somewhere to earn some interest, and it will add to hiyo kikapu, ndio mwaka ikiisha tupate hiyo kikapu hata imegrow, and the discussions can be, the decisions can be made at that time. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, NT. The question on the next of kin and why members can't view online and the web portal functionality and the interface, the ICT manager, where are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll respond to that. Next of kin, both on mobile banking and internet banking, that is not available now, but we'll provide it as soon as possible, so that then we display that on those channels. Internet banking, I just want to sit with you and understand, because if you open several screens, you can either use the back arrow, or you go to home, which takes you back to the dashboard. So I'll want to understand where exactly. But if you're doing transactions and you need to receive an OTP, you can't leave that screen until you put in the OTP. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Okay, probably because I was doing a transaction on the first interface after the OTP, but then to do anything else, you know, when you are doing a transaction, you can't go back to do any other functionality. So it prompted me to key in again my sub number, I get an OTP so that I can do maybe anything to do with the loans after maybe repayment, a function of repayment. Yeah, it was that.
I'll take that as a learning, so that we look at the customer journey again and just see, because I think the way we've done it is to, when you reach the transactional page, until you finish with that, then now we're allowed to go to another page. But it's a learning, so we will just check again and see how our members are transacting on internet banking and see how we can then enhance it.
Thank you. I think since all of us are here, and all these people have very good laptops, very expensive laptops, you can try logging in so that you go through what you went through for them to be able to establish if it's a problem. We may be sitting here and yet it's an ICT risk. So it's good that we follow up that just after this. Is it Nyambo or is it Anayoro? It's Anayoro. CEO should be preparing.
Good afternoon. The question was whether a member is allowed to contribute share capital on a monthly basis. Did I get it right? Yes, it is possible because share capital is an investment account. You can do a monthly, a standing order to increase even 5,000 per month. Are we together? The cap is 20% of what the shareholding of Stima Sacco is, what you cannot hold as a person, but you can do a standing order every month to your share capital account. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to customize the forms, management, that's what they're saying. This assumption that everybody should check off, these guys are retired. And some of them are retired, some of them are businessmen. So they interact with us in very different forms. And I think it's important that we customize and we reach out to them so that we see how is it. It may be a lump sum, it may be monthly. That's the message that I got from that. CEO?
Yeah, maybe I can pick from that very last question because it was very specific. You can add any amount you want to add. So share capital, you can put 5, 10, 20, 30, 100, 500, you're a millionaire, 1 million. Yes, so there's nothing that stops you, like Anna has stated, insofar as adding more. Most of the questions have been answered. So there's one on the STO, I think that came from you, that you don't feel a need of signing. So if you have a standing order, that's okay. If you can do an STO for us, Nomejipanga as a business person, and you say, I know how much money I'm going to save every month, that's well and good. But also it's not bad to also commit where you can and actually put it down. It's easier for our planning because like what we've done here today, I was hoping by the end of this meeting we'd have an idea. Rosemary, do you have an idea of how much you've collected or not yet? Not yet. So I'm hoping, but if not, we'll be able to share with you so that you can get a feel of how much money we've actually managed to raise from here. I think you also mentioned about the prime account, whether we can look at the transactional value. A bit tricky, but something worth considering. The problem with prime account, the person it never sits. Although yes, we do have some members who have kept a good amount of money in the prime account, but most use the prime account like a current account. So ni pesa tu inaingia na inatoka. The 50th year, that will be on 12th of October. Again, we'll come back to you on the details of that. I've heard about the self-guaranteed. I think there's a concern that you had raised around the self-guaranteed facility. So we are reviewing our credit policy moving forward. As it is right now, a loan of 2 million and below inafanywa kwa branch. A loan of between 2 and 7 million, it goes to, in the branch, there's what we call a branch credit committee, comprised of the branch manager, the branch operations manager and her team or his team. Then after that, it goes to the head of credit, also has a team. They look at loans between 2 and 7. Then I sit in a team, in a management credit committee, myself and my executive committee. We look at loans between 7 and 10. Then any loan that reaches 10 to 100 million, it now goes to a board committee, and the loan above 100 million goes to the board. The problem with that is exactly what you stated. If a loan is self-guarantee, zero risk, still it goes through the same process because that's how our policy is. But we've gotten a lot of feedback around it that probably we need to reconsider self-guaranteed loans. So we'll have a discussion internally so that we can hasten the process. So depending with the amount, then obviously it will take anywhere between a day and 2 weeks because of the number of processes that loan would actually have to go through. Now, my apologies on the, trying to remember, yeah, the apologies on what happened to you. I think, as you're aware, currently, we did lose our insurance manager sometime last year. He passed away. We're in the process of doing a recruitment around that. So you should be seeing us being a bit more streamlined than where we are. But I received your questions. I think the first one was on share presentation. Sharing these presentations, we'll do that actually, including a slide on risk portfolio. I think you can take that as very good feedback on an area of improvement. You made a suggestion on simplifying the next of kin. That I've also taken it as something that you can be able to do. And then you've asked a very critical question. Question is, how does the country debt impact on us? So far positively. And let me say why. The CBR rate, for those who checked, as of today is at 17.83%. If you've seen what Equity Bank is circulating, they're saying that they're giving loans at 17.83 plus a margin of 8%. So it means for you to get a loan at a bank today, you're getting it at 26%. The same loan that we're giving you here to how much? 12%. So as it is right now, as the country is grappling with debt, for we in the Sacco sector, because we are not governed through the CPR, it means that our facilities will be cheaper than those in the bank. So please, if you have money in the bank, just remove it and bring it back home, because you cannot compare 12% and 26%. Surely you're not doing a justice to yourself. So insofar as that is concerned, this is the time for Stima Sacco to really shine and to really grow ourselves. I think the other one, just two, I picked again, maybe Honsek, it was more areas of improvement from Commissioner Daktari around the insurance medical product. That's something we can be able to look at. I think myself and the team will be able to review that. And I think as a way of building up in the next episode, can we have one of us speak? Without that introduction we did in the morning, we would not have known who's here, but now that we know, and I think we have good testimonials, that could be a good area of improvement. I think there's one more question I got, actually two, on the issue of the OTP. You're actually right, it's more of the risk management, but like Sydney has spoken about, it's something he can be able to review. It's the same that applies with the mobile phone. We take if you spend more than 10 seconds on your mPower, if you've ever noticed, it shuts off. The reason being that there's a standard that is applied, that if you surpass that standard, then there's a likelihood of you being hacked. So on the mobile platform, on the SMS platform, that's why it keeps on shutting down if you take a bit too long. Even an internet bank, katu kidogo hivi, it will actually go out. It's just to ensure that your money is safe and that those young people, wherever they are, they're unable to take over your facilities. Lastly, but not least, I think this was more on the Mtanda. What I was received was a question was, what is the percentage for empowered domestic policy? The cover is only 0.1%. I think those are the questions.
No, you have a question that you have not answered from David Monandi. What is the status of the core banking system? An update.
Sorry, I started from behind. So the core banking system, we've finalized on, the implementation happened last year, January. And remember, you had a rough time, just like any other financial institution. But ours was exacerbated because of our mobile platform. At one time, the Empower was down. So what we did was to create Stima. And for those who are using Stima, Stima is *492#. So that is our own baby. I don't know, how many of you are registered with Stima? Just raise your hands. Stima? Quite a number, but quite a big chunk or not. Please also register on *492#. *492# is our own mobile platform. It enables you to get the same services you get on Stima, but better. The same services we have on internet banking is also available on Stima, both on the app itself and also on the USSD. So the issue we had last year was more of accessing the money, because we were relying on a mobile provider who was connected to our core banking system. We had a lot of issues as well. So what we learned from that and the corrective action we've taken around it was to make sure that now we have a more stable, what we just discussed, the internet banking platform and also the mobile banking platform together with the USSD. And we do hope that with those three, and even as we move forward, there's also agency banking. We are looking also at increasing the number of services that are going to be availed in the agency banking itself. We are still continuing on improvement. The core banking system is an area of improvement every other day. The kind of messages and the feedbacks we're also getting from you will enable us to actually do the same. And maybe just to recap, because I've just seen I've moved back, there's the issue that was raised about SASRA. The bigger you are, the more scrutiny you get. Stima Sacco is the second largest Sacco in Kenya today in Africa. We are of the opinion that in the next 3 years will be the largest Sacco. In the next 3 years, we have plans to actually overtake the current #1. But with that comes a lot of scrutiny, a lot of scrutiny. The way we are scrutinized is not the same way smaller entities are concerned. Because if anything was happening to Stima, you can imagine what happens to this industry. So therefore, the regulator is more strict. Ni kama ule mtoto unapenda zaidi, firstborn, in this case, secondborn, and you have a lot of expectation on them, and therefore you unawakalia zaidi. That's where Stima is. So we are under a microscope as far as the regulator is concerned. So just to give you an assurance, and maybe to close on that is that we do have an independent audit team. I don't know if Japheth is here today. Is Japheth around? Just stand up. So Stima Sacco is the first Sacco to have an internal audit manager, and that's Japheth Rono. He's our internal audit manager. He runs a big team, ICT risks, operational risks, all of that, they're able to sort us out as far as audit is concerned. So him combined with Julius, they put management on check. We have the supervisory committee. I saw the chair was seated there, but they were introduced in the morning. Supervisory committee also to ensure that we are on check. That's very important. And of course, over and above that, you add there's a regulator, there's a commissioner, there's quite a lot of expectation. And importantly, because Stima Sacco is such a big entity and is a bank-like institutions, we have so many other institutions that also keep us on check, including, I think, the Financial Reporting Center, and Claim Financial Assets Authority. Sorry, say it aloud. Oh, data protection, consumer act, you name it, every of those. So I want to assure you that your money is very, very safe. And the mistakes that we see other Saccos do, we do not think that with the caliber of leadership that you have, that is going to happen to Stima.
Thank you, CEO. I'm told there are two makeover loan providers who are here. And given that we have kept them for some time, each of them has requested for a minute. So can I have Ethel from Power Tank and Peter Mugo from the DITS? If they're not around, then we can please come forward.
Hello. Habari zenu. I'm happy to see some of you here again. Na nimefurahi sana. My name is Ethel Maruma from Jumbo Quality Products, Power Tank. And I'm here again for the deal of Power Tank. We started it last year, and to date, I can tell the deal has been so good. In each and every places that I've visited, Kisumu, Kakamega, Embu, the sales have been massive. Thank you so much for the support. And at the moment, we have been nominated as the top savers in East Africa. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Peter Mugo. I work for the DITS Limpeza, and I'm also the founder of the DITS Limpeza. We offer home appliances, starting with TVs, fridges, cookers, even laptops and phones. We have been here for the last 3 years and above, and we are happy for your support. I have met some of you, and maybe some of you we have not met, but I can assure you we have been good. Our services have been very efficient. We have been able to traverse the whole of the country. We have delivered in Moyale, in Kisumu, in most of the Rift Valley region, and I can tell you that we have not had any complaint or returns from the members. That is to mean that we are doing a good job. And I welcome you in our tent for more. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the big message from this lady and gentleman is that they are selling power tanks and they're selling some appliances outside here. You can visit them. What I know is that our policy, Sacco, is that for you to be able to partner with us, you must also be our member. So they are also our members as corporate members. And the assurance from management is that if you buy from them, then we'll make sure that they deliver. And we will make arrangements for how you pay for the same. Remember, unaweza nunua simu ya 250 na share capital 25,000. I'm told that tea served at the convention center, and in the interest of time, I want to release you so that mwende mvae kinyasa na open shoes, mtembee kwa beach kidogo, na mkuje dinner at 7:30. 7:30, I think. Naambiwa hapa up to 7:30 you will not be so late. Thank you so much. Unless if there's anything that I've forgotten, from my end as the chair of BST, I have noted that one day is not sufficient, and I've promised that next year we should have at least a minimum of 2 days. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Tufunge na maombi, naambiwa tufunge na maombi. Do we have a pastor in the house? Yeah? Who? Dinner will be at the Expo Center, where we took tea at 10 o'clock. So you don't go to the main restaurant. Please, at 7:30, let's make it at 7:30. Do we have somebody to pray for us, please? Ama pesa na maombi haipelekani pamoja? Microphone is here.
Okay, thank you. It has been decided by Wenye Pesa that I pray for, for the closure. I'm just going to read again the first chapter of the Quran. Decide whether you want to stand or you want to sit. There is no issue. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Thank you so much for the day. We have actually just asked the Almighty to bless the rest of the day, as the one that we've had up to now has been good, and we have thanked Him for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. See you then. Thank you. Kutakuwa na muziki.